Chapter 826, New Dalmarks, Deeper Foundation. Fang Yuan had also placed starlight fireflies in Tai Bei Yunsheng's immortal aperture. He had also moved a portion of the star fragment grass in. Now that they had been merged together once again, they recovered their original scale. The poisonous blood from the blood poison carrier flowers had only contaminated the ground. It had not caused the slightest harm to the star fragment grass in the sky. Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Root Lake were placed opposite each other at a distance. Many small lakes were dug up between the two large lakes, as well as in the surroundings, like they were stars in the sky surrounding a moon each. These small lakes and pools did not use any special soils. Dragon Scale soil and Jade Root soil were Gu refinement materials, although they were not immortal materials, but with such great quantity, enough to construct two large lakes. Fang Yuan had spent quite a sum. Some remaining water wolves and shark fin wolves lived in these small lakes. The shark fin wolf desolate beast that Fang Yuan had subdued also moved around here, eating the fish in these small lakes when it was hungry. There were large numbers of blue jade carps in the pools and lakes. These blue jade carps could remain alive stubbornly in harsh conditions. Even the poisonous blood could not kill them. Instead, it caused a portion of them to undergo a mutation, becoming blood jade carps. The price of these blood jade carps was several times that of blue jade carps. In the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had followed a set pattern, digging soil, arranging Gu formations, and using charcoal stones to construct a large lake. However, this lake did not have even a drop of water. On the contrary, hot air rose with the charcoal stones covering the lake bed. When wind blew, the black-gray charcoal stones shone with a red light. Fang Yuan named this lake Charcoal Lake. It was the second best breeding ground for eerie fire dragon pythons. The optimal method was used in Dongfang tribe's headquarters, the arrangement in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan knew this optimal method from Dongfang Changfan's soul. It could be said that he was extremely clear of the arrangement, but it was a pity that Fang Yuan's wealth could not support it. In particular, the amount of money required at the earlier stages was too high. Fang Yuan considered it carefully and chose to use the second best method of charcoal stones to construct the nest for the eerie fire dragon pythons. He placed all the eerie fire dragon pythons inside and let them develop. Fang Yuan moved away, and at every set distance, he dug a small lake. He did not use any special soils, and after setting up simple Gu formations, he poured all the poisonous blood taken into his immortal aperture into them. Under the effect of isolation from the Gu formations, these lakes of poisonous blood would only seep out a little every year, contaminating the surrounding soil. In the entire western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan dug hundreds of small blood lakes. Why did Fang Yuan do so? This related to the connection between heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities and the blessed land. Good fortune is hidden within bad, bad fortune lurks within good. The deeper the blessed land's foundation, the greater the fortune, and the stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, and the more they would target such fortune. For instance, the previous earthly calamity of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a desolate beast swamp crab carrying gruel mud immortal Gu, was targeted at the most valuable part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain. The result was that Danghun Mountain gradually started turning into a pile of gruel mud. It was barely rescued by Fang Yuan from its death. Heaven was fair and paid attention to balance. If you had a special superiority in one aspect and attracted heaven's envy, the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would weaken you. Naturally, there were too many types of tribulations and calamities. This rule was not absolute, and one could only say that the probability was high. This was the embodiment of bad fortune lurks within good. After the swamp crab earthly calamity, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had, in fact, gained large amounts of enslavement path Dalmarks as well as small amounts of earth path Dalmarks. The higher the enslavement path Dalmarks, the easier it was to control the living beings raised in the blessed land, and the higher their reproduction. Rockmen, hairy men, fox groups, wolf groups, fish groups and so on were among this list. This was the most superior aspect of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After all, the original owner, Hu Immortal, was an enslavement path. Gu Immortal among the Dalmarks increased after every tribulation and calamity. The highest quantity would be an enslavement path Dalmarks. Besides enslavement path, there were a small number of earth path Dalmarks. These Dalmarks could increase the fertility of the soil in Hu Immortal blessed land. The ground would become more firm and could absorb even more earth chi, and support Danghun Mountain. These Dalmarks could not be inspected with ordinary methods. They merged into Hu Immortal blessed land and comprehensively were built into this small world, making it more outstanding. And this was the embodiment of good fortune lies within bad. Heaven and earth targeted Danghun Mountain, creating the swamp crab earthly calamity. But after the tribulation, Hu Immortal blessed land had obtained benefits. The earth path Dalmarks increased, which instead caused the mountain to be better suited for the blessed land. And this earthly calamity was blood poison carrier flowers. Fang Yuan inwardly guessed that this was probably sent by heaven and earth in relation to his blood path Grand Master attainment level. After getting past this calamity, Hu Immortal blessed land once again gained a large amount of Dalmarks. Enslavement path Dalmarks were still the highest in quantity, further enhancing Hu Immortal blessed land's specialty. At the same time, there was also many bloodpath Dalmarks. The appearance of the bloodpath Dalmarks undoubtedly changed Hu Immortal blessed land. The mutation of blue jade carps into blood jade carps was only one manifestation of this. After Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort and energy to remove the top layer of soil in Hu Immortal blessed land, the layer of soil exposed below already had large quantities of tender grass and exquisite flower buds growing. The grass was called blood sickle grass, and after completely maturing, the stalks would be bent like sickles, broad and with edges as sharp as a knife. And the flowers were called red axe flowers. The petals were like axe blades. They were white but gave off a hint of red light. Regarding both blood sickle grass and red axe flowers, they were excellent Gu refinement materials. Although not immortal materials, they could be used to refine rank 3 mortal Gu. Once the blood sickle grass and red axe flowers that were all over Hu Immortal blessed land matured, they would be in astonishing quantity and act as a good source of wealth. And this wealth was actually given by the last earthly calamity to Hu Immortal blessed land. In fact, there were many kinds of grass and flowers grown in Hu Immortal blessed land previously, like blue degree grass which was both blue and poisonous, water chestnut grass which were shaped like chestnuts, 6 divine grass which looked like 6 thin leaves with the feeling of jade, and also the 7th treasure flower which was in 7 colors, and the cup-shaped milk tea flower, filled with nectar that was like milk tea. However, these flowers and grasses could at most be used to refine rank 1 and rank 2 mortal Gu. Their value was far lower than blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. The poisonous blood had seeped into the soil, changing a portion of the root systems and seeds of these flowers and grasses into the seeds of blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. The key point was that the addition of bloodpath Dalmarks remodeled Hu Immortal blessed land's environment, which created the foundation for blood sickle grass and red axe flowers to grow. Rank 6 Gu Immortals experience an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, facing a total of 30 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations, they could advance to a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Earthly calamities were weaker than heavenly tribulations. Every calamity and tribulation was a difficult test from heaven. They were filled with dangers but also filled with opportunities. The newly added Dalmarks would reform the world of the blessed land to produce even more valuable resources. These resources provided the supplies required for the Gu Immortals to cultivate. In the beginning, Hu Immortal could only plant large numbers of ordinary grasses and flowers in the blessed land. At that time, the soil was weak, there was no water and no wind. Blue degree grass and chestnut grass would not be able to survive in this environment. After several earthly calamities, the flowers and grasses withered and died out several times. Hu Immortal suffered great losses, but got new additions of wood path Dalmarks and earth path Dalmarks. Because of the fire calamity, the blessed land gained fire path Dalmarks. Through the water calamity, there were water-path Dalmarks. With these Dalmarks, Who Immortal Blessed Land's environment was remodeled. Who Immortal could then plant blue degree grass, chestnut grass, six divine grass, milk tea flowers and so on. Although blessed lands were able to improve greatly with these opportunities, every earthly calamity would cause losses which would test the Who Immortal's management ability. Who Immortal weakened time and time again, her strength constantly fell, and while facing the fifth earthly calamity, she died at the hands of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. After Feng Yuan inherited the blessed land, he was barely able to pass the sixth calamity, the Desolate Beast Swamp Crab calamity. Now, Who Immortal Blessed Land had already passed 7 earthly calamities. With this last earthly calamity, Who Immortal Blessed Land gained blood path Dalmarks, producing a living environment for blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. Experienced farmers knew what to plant in particular kinds of soil to get the best harvest. Feng Yuan managed the blessed land in accordance with the conditions, developing the strong points and avoiding the weak points. He did not let Taibei Yunsheng use landscape as before, instead digging the poisonous blood lakes for this reason. In fact, it is not only these flowers and grass. With these blood path Dalmarks, I can raise blood stripe foxes. The blood stripe fox's reproduction rate is higher than any of the fox groups raised in Who Immortal Blessed Land earlier. The annual yield would be even greater, and if I buy some knowledge and experiences in raising blood stripe foxes, with some good luck, I might be able to turn them into a small source of income. However, blood stripe foxes were partway up the food chain. Feng Yuan would have to bring in some blood stripe rabbits to feed them. Then what would blood stripe rabbits eat? It would be blood sickle grass. Thus, Feng Yuan put in great effort to dig so many poisonous blood lakes. It was to use this poisonous blood as nutrition. Under the control of the Gu formations, they would seep into the soil and constantly nourish the growth of blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. To provide beneficial competition for the blood stripe foxes, Feng Yuan also planned to buy some poison-beard wolves. Previously, Who Immortal Blessed Land was not suitable for the growth of these poison-beard wolves, but with the contamination of poisonous blood now, Feng Yuan could raise some poison-beard wolves. There was no need for a lot of poison-beard wolves, he only required a small number of them to form a catfish effect with the blood stripe foxes. Feng Yuan was very busy. It was as if he was running around to and fro. Time flies quickly when one was busy. Almost in an instant, over half a month had passed by in Who Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's project of remodeling Who Immortal Blessed Land finally came to an end. Who Immortal Blessed Land was changed beyond recognition. In the eastern part, Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Root Lake mutually enhanced each other's beauty, with many small lakes and pools in the surroundings. The lakes contain dragonfish, air bubble fish, blood jade carps and blue jade carps. Beside the lakes were some numbers of sharkfin wolves, water wolves and earth skin pigs. In the western part, the number of lakes had increased sharply, surpassing the eastern part. The center of the western part was fully occupied by the charcoal lake. Every set interval of distance was a small poisonous blood lake. Hundreds of blood lakes were evenly spread over the western part. Looking from a bird's eye view, it was a magnificent spectacle. Not long later, there would be fields of blood sickle grass and seas of red axe flowers here. There were small quantities of blood stripe rabbits, poison-beard wolves and blood stripe foxes living here. But blood stripe foxes were being constantly drawn in from the outside world, and their numbers were increasing day by day. Something that was worth mentioning was the desolate beast giant horn sheep. It was also placed here to prevent the desolate beast shark-fin wolf in the eastern part from hunting it. Chapter 827, Feng Zheng wakes up. In the southern part of Who Immortal Blessed Land, a small portion of rockmen were still hibernating underground, because large numbers of blood poison carrier flowers had spawned and died in their tunnels. The underground homes of these rockmen would produce bloodstone ores after tens of years. The underground cave that hid Wisdom Gu was, however, restored with landscape as before. The Zif forest was looking weak, but it did not need to be cured and could dispel the poison on its own. There was even a certain chance of producing a Bloodzi forest. The northern part of the Blessed Land, where the terrain was narrow and the area smaller, was set up as a breeding ground for regretful spiders. In the center of the Blessed Land was Danghun Mountain. Dongfang Changfan's soul was locked up in Danghun Palace, along with the remaining dozens of Dongfang tribesmen. Large numbers of immortal materials were placed in storerooms, 5,000 kilograms of oil water, the giant dead egg of the worldly sandgull, and large numbers of Ersk goo were also kept in stock. Near Danghun Mountain were the 3 Fangyuan stone nests, where many hairy man slaves lived and refined goo without stopping. As for the small batch of mirror willows, they were already dead. The beggar moths which ate mirror willow leaves as food no longer had any use, and were sold off. By now, the 3 large-scale resource points, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders and dragonfish, were truly established. Instead of just storing them like before, this development ensured that the 3 resource points could grow and multiply in numbers, and be sold for profit. However, at present, these 3 resources points were still being built up in scale and could not be put into the market immediately. There were also large numbers of Ersk goo in Danghun Palace's storage, but Fang Yuan could not put them in the market all at once and make huge profits. With Immortal Crane sect still eyeing Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the less attention it received, the better. Selling them slowly could decrease the risks and allow the profits to come steadily. The second day after Hu Immortal Blessed Land was restored, Taibei Yunsheng bade his farewell to Fang Yuan. He had put in a lot of effort during this time period. Without his help, Fang Yuan would require half a month longer to complete such a large project. He had not only spent a lot of effort, but also lent some immortal essence stones to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence stones and he lacked capital during the initial investment of the renovation. Taibei Yunsheng gave him some immortal essence stones to make up for this shortage. Speaking of which, among the 4 who signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Taibei Yunsheng was the richest at present. He had made good progress in Eastern Sea, importing large numbers of resources into his immortal aperture, which caused his immortal aperture's foundation to be unable to keep up. The earth chi became lacking in quantity and there was instability. Just now, Taibei Yunsheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land not only to help Fang Yuan, but also for another purpose, to return to Northern Plains, place his Blessed Land down, absorb earth chi and also face the earthly calamity. However, it was not yet the time for the earthly calamity to appear, and absorbing earth chi also required some time. When the earthly calamity struck, Fang Yuan would also have to help Taibei Yunsheng. Taibei Yunsheng left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hailu Lan, however, remained behind. Soon, Fang Yuan also left Hu Immortal Blessed Land to go to Central Continent. It was because Central Continent's refinement path convention was about to start. Central Continent, Phi Mountain, Immortal Crane sect. Clouds and fog lingered around this floating mountain, with cranes flying in between the pine forests. In an underground secret room in Immortal Crane sect, it was damp and dark, and the walls were covered in moss. Besides a stone bed in the room, there was no other furniture. On the stone bed, a young Gu master was lying down. His face was pale as paper, but there were no injuries on his body, as if he was in a coma. It was Gu Yu Fangzheng. A Gu worm lied motionless on Fangzheng's chest. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the stone room, before a Gu immortal appeared. His wide sleeves were swaying. He looked like a young man with a handsome appearance. Most eye-catching of all were his eyebrows. They were green and long, reaching down to his waist. Under the eyebrows, his gaze was dark and eerie. Lord He Feng Ying. The Gu worm lying on Fangzheng's chest immediately moved its wings and flew up, excitedly greeting the newcomer. This Gu worm was the spirit incubating flea that contained Lord Sky Crane's soul. Lord, please heal Fangzheng's soul. Please awaken my disciple. Lord Sky Crane implored. Sky Crane, is your decision still this? He Feng Yang sighed. feeling somewhat disappointed. Why did he want Lord Sky Crane to revive using possession? It was because Lord Sky Crane was originally his subordinate and had handled many matters for him. His background and origin was clear, and he was quite capable himself. On the contrary, Gu Fengzheng was too young, and had been forced to sacrifice himself. If he happened to hold a grievance against Immortal Crane Sect, that would not be a pleasing scenario. Sky Crane, do you know that the possession technique our Immortal Crane Sect obtain now can be considered perfect and is extremely outstanding? If you had done possession previously, perhaps the body and soul would not match and leave behind side effects, but with this possession technique, it will be like you were born that way. The body and soul would blend together and match each other. There is not even a slight amount of shortcomings. This is your luck. You can be reborn and regain the glory you once had. Heaven is bestowing you with this opportunity. Why do you not want to take it? He Feng Yang persuaded. Lord. The spirit incubating flea flapped its wings, and said in a quiet voice, please forgive me for being obstinate. Fengzheng, he is my disciple. He resembles my past self, and this future belongs to him. If I possess him, I won't be able to face myself, to face my inner feelings. Please think of the many years of my servitude to you, and help me, Lord. You. He Feng Yang was starting to get angry. Nothing was going like he wanted recently. To save the 9 Palace Crane, Little Jiayu, he had requested help from various people and spent large amounts of wealth, but it still was not showing much effect. Now, even his former subordinate was acting willfully and disregarding his persuasion. Everything was going wrong. This possession technique was powerful, but it had a condition. It could not be used rashly, and it was best to let the soul be in contact with the possession target's body for a long period of time before this technique was used. Lord Sky Crane had intended to possess Fengzheng, thus had placed the spirit incubating flea in Fengzheng's aperture. So much time had passed already, the condition for possession was already fulfilled. But Lord Sky Crane had now changed his decision. This also meant that if Lord Sky Crane wanted to possess others, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. His soul would need to be in contact with the body of the possession target for a long time. As for Dongfeng Changfan possessing Dongfeng Yuliang, he had secretly stored a part of his soul in Dongfeng Yuliang's body. His methods were so ingenious that Dongfeng Yuliang had not sensed anything wrong. He Feng Yang was not feeling good these days. He was feeling frustrated and agitated, and wanted to berate Lord Sky Crane. But in the end, he did not speak out the words in his thoughts, because he could not help but associate his own situation with Lord Sky Crane's. Wasn't he also like Lord Sky Crane earlier? To save little Jiayu, he was determined to follow his own way and was even willing to sacrifice himself. Back then, when he was facing the hopeless situation, if not for Immortal Crane Sect's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon helping him, there would not be He Feng Yang in the present. He Feng Yang heaved a deep sigh. All right, since you are determined to do this, I, He Feng Yang, shall help you. This is the compensation for all the work you have done me. If later, you want to undergo possession and request me to help, it won't be free. He Feng Yang then waved his large sleeve, brushing it past Gu Fengzheng's face. After this movement finished, He Feng Yang disappeared from the spot. Several breaths of time later, Gu Fengzheng's soul became as firm as before, and he woke up from his coma. You are awake. The spirit incubating flea fluttered towards his eyes. Gu Fengzheng was dazed. Master, where are we? Of course we're in Immortal Crane Sect, foolish disciple. Lord Sky Crane laughed heartily. Why am I here? Gu Fengzheng was still in confusion, mumbling. Suddenly, he shivered, a terrified expression appearing on his face. He thought of that blood pool, the terrifying memory of blood vines growing over his body when he looked into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Gu Fengzheng screamed and subconsciously leaped back. The back of his head struck the firm stone wall. His raised head lowered down as he fell unconscious. Lord Sky Crane. 3 days later, Immortal Crane Sect officially announced the news of Gu Fengzheng waking up. Gu Fengzheng appeared in front of the disciples again, outrageously having rank 5 cultivation. In the morning class, Immortal Crane sect's leader publicly announced Gu Yu Fengzheng as an elder of Immortal Crane sect. For a while, the whole sect was in shock. The former rivals of Fengzheng, like Sun Yuanhua and others, were dumbstruck. Disciples and elite disciples were in a clamor, and elders also discussed this with each other. To assist in capturing Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Immortal Crane sect's Gu Immortals forcibly raised Fengzheng's cultivation to rank 5. The identity of a disciple was no longer suitable for Fengzheng. Fengzheng was just adapting to his new status, and was at a loss on what to do. When he walked around the sect, every disciple he met would bow to him in greeting. Among them were many elite disciples older than him. Sometimes he would see his past rivals like Sun Yuanhua. They would also pay respects to him. Many beautiful female disciples frequently flocked around Fengzheng. Some looked at him with watery eyes, while some sweetly called him Elder Fengzheng. Compared to other elders, Feng Yuan was extremely young. It could be said that he was unique. Like stories of legends, he attracted the attention of many female disciples, some even forming crushes on him. Even Fengzheng himself forgot his identity sometimes when he saw other elders, and would bow to these elders like a disciple. And each time this happened, the situation would turn awkward. Fortunately, Fengzheng had Lord Sky Crane with him. Immortal Crane sect's leader also occasionally called him over to ask about his well-being and if he was facing any problems, making him feel overwhelmed from the attention and favor. What made Gu Yu Fengzheng even more happy was that the sect's benefits to elders were tens of times greater than the treatment received by disciples. Lord Sky Crane could faintly see the intention behind this. Previously, the sect's higher-ups intentionally sacrificed Fengzheng, using his life to increase the possibility of capturing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, they were showering him with status and perks, to restore his loyalty to the sect. In the end, Fengzheng was not Feng Yuan. He was too young and had scant life experience, not having even the slightest sensation of this intention. In fact, he had no complaints towards Immortal Crane sect, and after becoming an elder, he had even more of a sense of belonging to Immortal Crane sect. As for the terrifying memory of looking into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was subconsciously evading it, not wanting to recall it. It was only that sometimes, deep into nights, he would dream of the scene in the blood pool, recall the pain and suffering, and wake up with his body filled with cold sweat. Chapter 828, 5 Virtues Mountain, 5 Virtues Sect. On this day, Fengzheng was returning after listening to another elder's public lecture, when he was obstructed by a disciple called Shihong. Elder Fengzheng. Shihong bowed in greeting. Fengzheng returned the greeting, but felt somewhat awkward inwardly. This elite disciple, Shihong, was older than Fengzheng, and had originally been a senior disciple several generations above Fengzheng. I would like to receive guidance from Elder Fengzheng. One of the 4 entry tasks for the current Refinement Path Convention pertains to refining Earth Treasury Flower Gu. The third last step of refining this Gu requires the use of upstream grass, matched with Zen Lion's mane, supplemented by the Gu refinement method. But this disciple has always failed in this step. I would like to know what the correct Gu refinement method for this is. This. Fengzheng was stupefied, and hesitated. His main cultivation path was enslavement path, and his battle strength when controlling cranes were at an outstanding level among mortal Gu masters. But he had entirely no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea, from which Lord Sky Crane transmitted the answer. Fengzheng replied, "This Gu refinement technique is called one after another. Its purpose is to entwine every stalk of the upstream grass with every strand of the Zen Lion's mane. To refine Earth Treasury Flower Gu, you must weave together 100 stalks and strands within 30 breaths of time. If you go beyond this time, the fire from the Gu refinement will burn these stalks and strands to ashes. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, you will easily fail in this refinement." Fengzheng repeated the words of Lord Sky Crane, and the more he spoke, the calmer he became. After explaining this, He then went to explain on how to practice the one after another Gu refinement technique. Shi Hong's expression slightly changed, showing astonishment before hurriedly bowing in thanks. Many thanks for Elder Feng Zheng's guidance. I have learned a lot. Do you still have anything you don't understand? Feng Zheng smiled, getting addicted to this feeling of teaching. There is no more, no more. This disciple shall take his leave. Shi Hong bowed, and left. After the two parted ways, Feng Zheng walked for a while before suddenly starting to slow down. He frowned and came to a realization. This Shi Hong did not come to truly ask for advice. It feels like the other way around, like he was intentionally trying to create difficulties for me. He, you noticed it? Good, good. Lord Sky Crane smiled. Feng Zheng inwardly shouted, Master, you already knew. Nonsense. Your background is extremely easy to probe. Your age is also openly on display. Everyone knows you don't cultivate refinement path. Shi Hong, however, intentionally asked such a question. What could it be if not about trying to give you trouble? Lord Sky Crane paused here, before asking Feng Zheng, do you know why he was trying to create difficulties for you? Why? Feng Zheng did not understand. Lord Sky Crane smiled brightly as he explained the reason, because Shi Hong likes a female disciple called Yi Yu. And this Yi Yu is Elder Yan Teng's daughter. Elder Yan Teng is weak, he is sidelined in Immortal Crane sect, and has had difficulties. He plans to betroth his daughter to you to form a connection, an alliance of benefits with you, the youngest elder in the history of Immortal Crane sect. Otherwise, why would he repeatedly invite you for drinking? Moreover, intentionally arrange his daughter to sit together with you every time? Ah! Feng Zheng exclaimed as he realized only at this point. He could not help but recall the beautiful appearance of Yi Yu sitting beside him, and warmly serving him dishes. Also how she frequently proposed a toast to Feng Zheng, and how after few sips of alcohol, her face would flush red, which made her even more attractive. Do you remember now? Ha ha ha, foolish boy. Lord Sky Crane was happy to see Feng Zheng looking dazed. Clearly, the spirit of gossip was commonly held between men and women, the old and young, and even the living and dead. Feng Zheng helplessly sighed, shaking his head and saying in a weary voice, schemes and benefits again, I really don't like them. From now on, I shall refuse Elder Yan Teng's invitation. I am also an elder like him anyway. Refusing shouldn't be considered rude. Foolish boy, which organization in this world is not held together by benefits? True feelings of warmth do exist, but they are rare, which makes them even more valuable. Lord Sky Crane sighed with emotions. Don't avoid these, and especially don't refuse Elder Yan Teng's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, there is also no need to ruin the relation with him, because currently, you are even more weak than Elder Yan Teng. Let's not talk about this, Master. Just now the Refinement Path Convention was mentioned, and recently everyone, both disciples and elders, are talking about it. What is this Refinement Path Convention? Feng Zheng intentionally changed the topic. It is good that you asked me this and not others. Otherwise, they would look at you as if you were stupid. I will explain it to you properly. This Refinement Path Convention is not a normal event, but a grand occasion that occurs only every 100 years in Central Continent. That means, without special lifespan prolonging methods, most Gu Masters can only participate once in their lifetimes. Lord Sky Crane explained. Refinement Path Convention. Is it an event of Refinement Path Gu Masters? Not exactly. The cultivation of Gu Masters involves three aspects: nurture, use, and refinement. The Refinement Path Convention is not an event where only Refinement Path Gu Masters can participate. As long as you have skill in the Gu refinement aspect, or experience and insight, you can participate. Lord Sky Crane continued, the scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is the biggest refinement path event in the world. Hundreds of thousands of Gu Masters participate in every refinement path convention. They come from all sizes of sects in Central Continent. Even Gu Masters from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border and Northern Plains will appear. Southern Border. A wisp of emotion rose up in Feng Zheng and he could not help but recall King Mao Mountain. He asked, after a moment, "Then what are the 4 entry tasks Shi Hong mentioned?" Lord Sky Crane spoke everything he knew without reservation. The so-called 4 entry tasks can be said to be qualifications for entering. Any Gu master, no matter who they are, will refine Gu sometimes in their cultivation journey. The Refinement Path Convention has generous rewards which attract countless Gu masters to participate. If there were not some tests set up, then there would be way too many incompetent people wanting to try their luck. Thus, the 4 entry tasks were created, to distinguish the truly skilled ones and those with refinement path attainment. That is to say, one must finish the 4 entry tasks if they want to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Feng Zheng came to a realization. He. Lord Sky Crane chuckled. Actually, these 4 entry tasks test the basic skills of Gu refinement. Usually, any Gu master with certain experience can pass it. Feng Zheng was startled. "Master, I can't pass it." "No problem. With my guidance, if you train crazily in this period of time, you can also succeed." "Truly, my vision will be expanded." Feng Zheng was joyous. Central Continent, 5 Virtues Mountain. Streams of people were busily moving around 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall. It was located in the eastern part of Central Continent and was the base of a middle-sized sect. 5 Virtues Sect. 5 Virtues Sect was considered a large influence within the surroundings. Its background was profound. In the past, the leader of 5 Virtues Sect had been an elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Heavenly Lotus Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a superforce. Thus, although 5 Virtues Sect had not been established for long, it was able to develop smoothly, and the established forces in the surroundings did not dare to sideline or suppress it. Feng Yuan, disguised as a mortal Gu master, was mixed in the stream of people, slowly moving up 5 Virtues Mountain. He was covered in a black robe. His physique was average, not tall, not short, not fat, not thin. He covered his face with a mask and his head with a rain hat. The brim of the hat was low and its shade under the sunlight covered even Feng Yuan's shoulders. But this disguise was not conspicuous in the stream of people. A lot of people's disguises were even more excessive than his. Following the slow stream of people, Feng Yuan arrived in front of 5 Virtues Sect's entrance. This tall entrance had an archway of 16 huge columns, was about 10 meters wide and taller than a 5-story building. On a plaque atop the entrance were 3 giant words shining with golden light, 5 Virtues Sect. Under the archway of the entrance were 6 magnificent stone lion statues. Behind the entrance was a wide staircase paved using the finest blue jade stones. It was like a blue river leisurely moving up 5 Virtues Mountain. The stairs were under the shade of green and verdant trees beside them. Winds of the mountain occasionally blew over, bringing cool sensations with them. People of all walks of life jostled with each other, pushing and squeezing as they moved up the stairs. Feng Yuan gazed around. In front of him and towards the left was a group of female Gu masters with long wavy hair, wearing identical striped dresses, indicating they were probably from the same sect. To his right was a white-clothed young master fanning a folding fan, seated on a leopard, and constantly glancing at that group of female Gu masters. To his left, a pair of master and disciple, clothed in shabby clothes, were in the midst of a discussion. "Master, there are so many people," the disciple said with excitement. The master chuckled. "There are many people, don't wander off." "My good disciple, you have great talent in refinement path. This is an opportunity for you to make a meteoric rise. You can pass the 4 entry tests with no difficulty, but you must make sure to get a good position. Only in that way will others change the way they look at you, and fight over each other to recruit you." The disciple proudly smiled. "Master, you can rest assured, I will definitely take first place. With the Gu worm reward of first place, I will treat your illness." The master was about to speak, when suddenly an enormous force pushed him from behind. The master was centraling on the ground, and the disciple cried out as he hurriedly moved to support his master by the arm. "Step aside, step aside." A group of 5 burly men walked over arrogantly. Behind them was an old Gu master, whose gaze shined with a dangerous light. He was sitting comfortably on a chair which was carried by 4 men in front and behind. The esteemed Lord First Elder of Flying Frost Sect is here. Are you still not making way? The burly men who were clearing a path shouted. Let's move. People of Flying Frost Sect are here. We can't afford to provoke them. Flying Frost Sect sent their first elder, and are coming with such aggression. They are probably thinking of restoring their face from 5 Virtues Sect. Right. Last time, 5 Virtues Sect and Flying Frost Sect fought for the mouth of the spring. In the end, 5 Virtues Sect barely won, while Flying Frost Sect suffered severe losses. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, and all made way, not wanting to provoke Flying Frost Sect. Damn it, this is going too far. The disciple supported his master in standing up, and was about to confront them with words. Don't. The master was an experienced person, and quickly stopped the young disciple. What kind of force is Flying Frost Sect? Ahead of Feng Yuan, a male Gu master asked his companion. After he received the answer, the Gu masters snorted disdainfully. HMPH, the whole sect has only 3 rank 5 Gu masters. This is a joke. His companion quickly advised, this is Central Continent, it is not Eastern Sea, we are outsiders here, it is better to avoid trouble whenever possible. Alright, enough now. The male Gu master thought for a moment before finally giving a snort, and without waiting for the Flying Frost Sect's people, he squeezed into the crowd to the right. What is with you? Are you deaf? Make way, I said make way. The burly men shouted furiously behind Feng Yuan, and tried to drive him away. Feng Yuan did not turn around, as if he had heard nothing. The burly men were furious, but their expressions changed immediately. Rank 5 cultivation? Feng Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 Gu master, and right now, he intentionally leaked out a trace of his aura. The burly men were bewildered, but drew back in the end. On the bamboo chair, the first elder of Flying Frost Sect, An Han, straightened up and stared at Feng Yuan's back. Rank 5 aura. It's real. Such a disguise is not that of a lone cultivator. Demonic Gu master. An Han narrowed his eyes, and moved his hand, sending the command, are you still not moving around? The burly men immediately changed direction, moving around Feng Yuan towards the front. Among mortals, rank 5 was in existence at the peak, a leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Immortal Crane Sect only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of cowardly bullies. The disciple and master converged into the crowd again, the young disciple furiously staring at the receding figures of Flying Frost Sect's people. Shortly afterwards, he looked at Feng Yuan with curiosity, probing and with a slight hint of reverence. The white-clothed young master on the right folded his fan and got off the leopard. The group of female Gu masters ahead intentionally stopped, many other Gu masters stopped as well, and took the initiative to approach Feng Yuan, trying to leave a good impression. Rank 5 Gu master. If they could build a relationship with such a character. Beside the stairs were the 5 Virtues Sect disciples in charge of maintaining order. They were hurriedly transmitting messages. Send the report, there is a rank 5 Gu master. Facing these people, Feng Yuan only said one word, scram. His tone was calm but his voice carried coldness and ruthlessness. The crowd changed expressions, a chill emerging from the bottom of their hearts. Why would they still dare to trouble Feng Yuan? The young disciple also retracted his gaze in a hurry. Feng Yuan restrained his aura again. In a range of 3 steps around him, there was no one else. Chapter 829, First Round of Gu Refinement. As one walked along the path on the mountain, they would arrive at a point partway up it. There was a huge platform here. On the mountain wall, there were the huge words of Disciple Selection Stage engraved. Every year, the aptitude of the disciples who had just entered the sect would be tested, and the elders would choose their disciples here. But here, the place had been modified roughly. There was a simple Gu formation on the ground, it separated the locations into small areas, and on each of them, there was a number. Once in a while, The people ahead would move forward by a bit. At the sides of the path, 5 Virtues sect disciples were passing out tokens with numbers on them. Fang Yuan took his token. The number on it was 63. Walking into the disciple selection stage, after finding the spot numbered 63, he sat down on the ground. A while later, when people had finished sitting in the square, an elder of 5 Virtues sect declared, "This refinement path convention has 4 entry tasks. The test begins now." At the next moment, the hundreds of Gu masters on the disciple selection stage started showing off their skills. Some of their hands were burning with flames. This was a fire refinement method. Some breathed out smoke. It was a smoke refinement method. Some released several ice snakes. The snakes worked together and breathed out cold air. This was an ice refinement method. And in Fang Yuan's hands, dozens of starlight specks were dancing. They were like blue fireflies, flying around him. In accordance with the sequence, Fang Yuan placed the Gu refinement materials in, one by one. 15 minutes later, he finished all of the tasks and stood up. Such quick speed. The 5 Virtues sect elder in charge of the event knew about Fang Yuan's rank 5 Gu master identity. He had been paying close attention. Even so, when Fang Yuan stood up, this elder showed shock on his face. Fang Yuan's speed was simply too fast. He made no mistakes at all. His technique was extremely skillful and experienced. What? Someone already completed it. Fang Yuan's movements attracted the attentions of many Gu masters who were refining Gu. It is that mysterious rank 5 Gu master. The old master stood outside the stage, seeing Fang Yuan. His pupils shrunk as he looked at his disciple in worry. He prayed inwardly, "Good disciple, please do not get distracted from this and lose your focus." Thankfully, his disciple had been concentrating on refining Gu. He was focused and did not notice the commotion around Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked onto the highest platform. As the elder from 5 Virtues sect left his seat and inspected Fang Yuan's 4 Gu worms. No negative conditions. The Gu worms look like they are well fed and in good shape. The 5 Virtues sect elder was secretly shocked. After inspecting them, he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan, saying warmly, "Lord, please come this way into the mountain." Fang Yuan nodded, slowly walking and leaving the disciple selection stage. No way. Is this possible? Someone actually got through using less than 1/3 of the time. Such high refinement path attainment. The people outside were talking among themselves. Among the Gu masters who were refining Gu, some were so shocked that their minds wavered, causing their Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan was here to join the refinement path convention. He did not need to hide his skill. He was a Gu immortal. After all, he did not need to conceal his ability. He walked up the mountain and after a while, an elder from 5 Virtues sect welcomed him. "Sir, please hold on." The elder was about to speak but Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know your intention. I have no interest. Just this mere 5 Virtues sect cannot accommodate me." The elder was stunned before rage flashed on his face. He came here with the sect leader's orders to try and recruit Fang Yuan, to invite him to be an external elder in the sect. In truth, 5 Virtues sect became one of the signing up locations for the Refinement Path Convention in order to recruit some talents. With Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, 5 Virtues sect was paying great attention to him. With the Refinement Path attainment that he displayed, even the 5 Virtues sect leader was shocked. How could he let such a talented person go? Thus, he ordered this elder to come and negotiate. But before this elder even spoke about his intentions, Fang Yuan rejected him. Being mercilessly rejected like this made the elder embarrassed. "What else do you want?" Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple. He snorted coldly, "Sir, you actually are looking down on our 5 Virtues sect. Aren't you being too arrogant? You want to duel me?" Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger subsided. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, sir. You think highly of yourself. I am sure you can obtain a good position in the Refinement Path Convention. My 5 Virtues sect will be waiting to watch it." Saying so, he waved his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan felt indifferent. He continued moving forward. He came to a cliff and arrived at the Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the woods. It was green and mixed in with the grass and trees in the surroundings. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. There were many tables and chairs inside. Elite disciples of Five Virtues sect were managing the place. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, a disciple went up. "Senior, may I ask for your name, sect, and main Gu Master cultivation path?" Fang Yuan replied, "My name is Fang Yuan. My sect will be kept as a secret. My main path will be kept as a secret." "Oh. Okay, senior. Please pay 100 primeval stones as the sign-up fee. This fee will be used in." Before the disciple finished his words, Fang Yuan tossed him the primeval stones that he had prepared. The disciple caught it flurriedly, before saying politely, "Please wait a moment." A short while later, Fang Yuan obtained a token. On the token, the words Fang Yuan were written. At the back, there was a line of words: "Sect hidden, path hidden, signed up at Five Virtues sect." At the end, there was the time of signing up. "Senior, please take good care of this token. If you lose it, you should get a replacement as soon as possible. Otherwise you will not be able to join the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue on your way up the mountain. The Fire Virtue Hall has the first round of the refinement competition. Only after senior passes this round can you join the second round." The disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left the Wood Virtue Hall. By now, the sign-up process was over. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was created by the 10 great ancient sects, but secretly, Heavenly Court was supporting it. The Refinement Path Convention was of a huge scale. There were hundreds of sign-up locations all over Central Continent. Most of them were sects similar to Five Virtues sect, having abundant strength and being closely linked to the 10 great ancient sects, or simply one of their representatives. Fang Yuan wanted to join the Refinement Path Convention. He had to sign up at one of these locations. By refining Gu on the spot, and completing the 4 tasks, he would have the qualifications to sign up and receive the token. Because there were many demonic path Gu masters signing up for the Refinement Path Convention, and even Gu masters from the other 4 regions, the details for signing up were very flexible. Names could be made up, sects and paths did not need to be stated. The only important thing was the token itself. There was also a group of special Gu masters. These people were either in sects or they themselves had obtained a good position in the previous Refinement Path Convention. Thus they could join the Refinement Path Convention automatically. For example, Hong Yi was such a case. He was in Universal Life Academy, which had obtained a placing near the end of the list 100 years ago in the Refinement Path Convention. This gave them 3 spots to join the Refinement Path Convention automatically. What was worth noting was that this treatment was only for Central Continent Gu Masters, as well as Central Continent sects. After all, this Refinement Path Convention was held by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They would favor their own region. Of course, Immortal Crane sect had a larger number of spots, but Fang Yuan was only in a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect. If he really went for it, it would be troublesome. Fang Zheng, however, was different. A portion of the spots that the sects had were distributed to disciples and elite disciples, while the other portion went to elders. Fang Zheng was now an elder of Immortal Crane sect. He could not compete with the disciples for the spot. His refinement path attainment was very low as well. He could not beat other elders. Immortal Crane sect naturally gave the free spots to those with deep foundation in Gu refinement, those Gu masters that could defend Immortal Crane sect's prestige in the Refinement Path Convention. Thus, be it Fang Zheng or Fang Yuan, they had to sign up themselves. Fang Yuan held the token and walked up the mountain, entering the Fire Virtue Hall. This was the first round of the competition in the Refinement Path Convention. If his results were bad, he would not be able to join the second round. Fang Yuan went in and was informed of the Gu refinement details. In 30 minutes, I have to refine the rank 1 water light Gu, at least 100 of them to pass and enter the second round. Refining 150 would reward me with 5 kilograms of phantom shadow petals. 180 would get me 6 basins of rootless water, 200 would get me 10 pieces of thunderstrike wood. 240 is third place, 260 is second place, and 276 is first place. I would get the rank 4 healing goo worm that is good at relieving heat toxins, green shine goo. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. This first round's difficulty was higher than the first 4 entry tasks, but it should not trouble most of the goo masters, because they only had to refine 100 water light goo to pass and move on to the second round. The rewards for refining a larger number, though, was quite tempting to these goo masters. First place would obtain a rank 4 goo worm, green shine goo. Rank 4 goo were often something that only the elder of a large force, or the leader of a small force would have. Regarding Fang Yuan, he could buy green shine goo and treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan's status was too high, these rewards had no attraction to him, but what he found interesting was the challenge of these tasks. The materials for goo refinement are provided beforehand, I can use them for free. They also gave the recipe for water light goo, and I can follow it casually. But even if I go all out and use the water refinement technique, I can only refine 250 of them. This result is only third place. But here in 5 Virtues sect, the third place position has already been taken. In regards to this, it was first come, first served. Once the conditions for the first 3 positions had been fulfilled, no matter how well someone who came later performed, it was useless. In other words, if Fang Yuan wanted to leave his name on the board, he would have to get first or second. Actually, it is not impossible to get first place. I can add inexpensive materials and increase the production of goo worms. Water light goo is only a rank 1 goo. If I use rank 2 or rank 3 materials, the production would be higher. But I will have to bear the expenses myself. I can also modify the goo recipe. With my wisdom path inheritance, I can easily modify this goo recipe without wisdom goo's help. But that way, wouldn't I lose the fun of a challenge? Maybe I can try a water fire refinement technique. Since water light goo is a water path goo, people usually use water refinement or ice refinement for it. I can do the opposite and use fire refinement. There might be an unexpected result. Chapter 830, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Inheritance Clues. Fang Yuan had a sudden inspiration. He thought of a great method. The goo recipe was given, but goo masters could refine the goo using their own techniques. For example, to fuse 2 materials, they can use fire to melt them into one, but they could also use water to fuse them together as another method. 2 different methods would be able to achieve the same results. 30 minutes later, Fang Yuan's name was on the first place spot, and he obtained green shine goo. Fang Yuan did not practice this water fire refinement method much, but the difficulty of refining water light goo was too low. Even with his rusty technique, he refined 277. He was 1 goo above the criteria for first place. Fang Yuan's exemplary performance made the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect come personally and greet him, apologizing for the poor attitude of that elder. Next, the sect leader vaguely hinted that he wanted to recruit Fang Yuan in a very tactful tone. Fang Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not upset. He became even more polite as he sent Fang Yuan out, causing everyone around them to look on with much surprise. To be able to get first place, this proved that his refinement path attainment was not low. Regardless of his cultivation level, he would be welcomed and recruited by many forces. With just his refinement path attainment, Fang Yuan had the foundation to go anywhere in the mortal world and live in the lap of luxury. Furthermore, didn't Fang Yuan have rank 5 cultivation level? Thus, the leader of 5 Virtues sect did not dare to offend Fang Yuan. He was very polite. Evidently, not only did this sect leader have a strong background, he even had good foresight. He could adapt to circumstances and place himself lowly. It was no wonder he could create a force like 5 Virtues sect. But he would never guess that Fang Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the endless number of mortals, immortals were too rare. The leader of 5 Virtues sect had been overly worried. With Fang Yuan's personality, even if that elder said worse things, Fang Yuan would be unmoved. As long as they did not obstruct his path to eternal life, whether they scolded or praised him, Fang Yuan would not care about it at all. These were all just pointless talk. There was still some time until the second round. Fang Yuan left Five Virtues sect and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He stayed in Central Continent for 1 day, while 3 days and 2 nights had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you wanted earlier, I've prepared it already. The moment Fang Yuan returned, little Hu Immortal appeared, bringing him good news with an expression of please praise me written on her face. Very good. Fang Yuan patted little Hu Immortal's head. She was very happy, her eyes closed and relaxed. Fang Yuan told the land spirit to prepare some mortal goo worms. Some were bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven, while the others were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Taking these mortal goo, Fang Yuan mobilized a small amount of star will. They flew out of his mind, into his immortal aperture. In his immortal aperture, Mo Yao's fake will was imprisoned. Fang Yuan, what will is this? Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Mo Yao's fake will felt something amiss. Fang Yuan's star will laughed. He did not speak but pounced at her. Mo Yao's will could not dodge in time. Bang! The two wills collided, entangling with each other. Mo Yao shouted in shock. She wanted to break free. She tried retreating. Where are you going? Fang Yuan sneered. At his direction, several goo worms flew out, forming a mortal killer move as they froze Mo Yao's fake will in her place. Fang Yuan, you have to think it through. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot control me. If you force me to my limits, both of us will suffer. Mo Yao's fake will was immobilized, but she could still speak while under the attack of Fang Yuan's star will. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will was escaping like liquid water. She got the edge over Fang Yuan's star will as she tried to form into a human shape again. One could see that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's will had the advantage. Her experience far surpassed Fang Yuan's. But Fang Yuan was not anxious upon seeing this. He willed and some more goo worms flew out and formed a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-edged diamond. It attacked and scattered Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan's star will counterattacked. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak. She engaged in battle and tried to defend herself. But at this time, Fang Yuan's third killer move was used. It formed into a starlight spiral as it hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will had lost control of the situation. She had no choice but to fight with Fang Yuan's star will inside the starlight spiral. As they merged, the two wills interacted rapidly. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments. Fang Yuan's star will learned about them now. At the same time, the memories in Fang Yuan's star will were read by Mo Yao's fake will. Amidst their interaction, Mo Yao screamed, "Fang Yuan, you are too foolish. You are too arrogant. In that case, so be it." Saying this, Mo Yao's fake will shrunk rapidly. She was trying to suicide and destroy herself. Fang Yuan chuckled. He had predicted this. He willed and a starlight pillar descended from the sky, onto the starlight spiral. In the spiral, Mo Yao's fake will tried to suicide as the fake will shrunk. But under the starlight's radiance, fake will was continuously produced. In fact, a portion of Fang Yuan's star will was converting into fake will, replenishing her. This forced Mo Yao's fake will to be at a certain size. She could not suicide even if she wanted to. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had accepted your fate and suicided earlier, I would have no way of stopping you at all. But now, you will die if I want you to, and if I want you to live, you have no way of dying. Be obedient and tell me everything that you know. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Mo Yao's fake will was in despair. Fang Yuan had obtained a method to suppress her so quickly. This was out of her expectations. By now, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she would have no value to him soon. She knew that she could not escape her fate. Just as Fang Yuan had said, if she had suicided earlier, Fang Yuan would not obtain anything. But all living beings in this world had their survival instincts. Anyone would want to live, as long as there was hope. Even Mo Yao's will did not want to suicide. A moment later, the battle ended in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's star will returned with many benefits. The remainder of Mo Yao's will had lost her fighting spirit. She could not even form into a human shape. Fang Yuan had many arrangements and replenished her fake will, so that he could search her will again. The vigilant Fang Yuan also left behind many mortal goo worms to immobilize Mo Yao's will, so that she could not suicide. Fang Yuan's star will, which was fighting with Mo Yao, had less than 30% of its original mass after coming out. 70% was expended earlier. Fang Yuan's star will flew into the sky, leaving the immortal aperture and flying up into Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, checking the details in the star will. Searching souls and searching wills were different. Searching souls was directly searching the soul, reading everything in their memories. Searching wills was using one's own will to forcefully interact with another will. In this process, one had to use many methods to force the other party to comply. Those who were not skilled at dealing with wills would have no gains in the end. Against different wills, the methods required were different. Thankfully, Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance was very complete. After Fang Yuan studied it, Mo Yao's will, which he had difficulty dealing with earlier, was meat on the chopping board. Each time he searched a will, it needed to recuperate for a while. After all, wills were more fragile than souls. What was worth mentioning was, there was less capacity for storing memories in wills than in souls. Most of the memories were fragments. But what Fang Yuan wanted the most were Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance clues. In this last search, Fang Yuan reached his goal. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Time Path Inheritance. A while later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, mumbling. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was set in the River of Time. Mo Yao did not know what the treasure in the inheritance was. She only knew that to inherit this unrivaled Demon Venerable inheritance, the first condition was to have Spring Autumn Cicada. Not only this, the Gu Immortal had to self-detonate and use Spring Autumn Cicada to carry their will into the River of Time. In the River of Time, they had to search for a Stone Lotus Island. Only after they reach a Stone Lotus Island would they see the will of Red Lotus left there. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. It is truly hard to obtain. Fang Yuan sighed. This was too difficult. The rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, once activated, would self-detonate the Gu Master with a certain chance of success. To find Red Lotus will, one had to risk the chance of suicide. Even if the Gu Master successfully enters the River of Time, where would they go to find a Stone Lotus Island? Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time before. Even though he had 3 precious experiences, he did not find any Stone Lotus Islands. In other words, not only did the Gu Master need to self-detonate and use Spring Autumn Cicada to carry their will into the River of Time, they had to manipulate Spring Autumn Cicada and swim in the river, searching for some Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan could not do that. He currently was using Spring Autumn Cicada only as a passenger. He could not control the direction or route. To control Spring Autumn Cicada and reach this level, I need other methods for assistance, but I don't have any. These methods would be time path methods. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was at a loss. He had nearly no knowledge in it. Currently, if Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, there was a long road to travel. He needed to make ample preparations. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was in the River of Time. It was extremely dangerous for him to try to obtain it. Fang Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside. For the time being, he was going to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land while waiting for the Refinement Path Convention's second round. At the same time, he would use the Light of Wisdom to deduce the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. He had obtained Vaguely Familiar Face in the Northern Plains auction. It was 50% complete. As for what the 3 core Immortal Gu were, the information was not concealed. The problem was that Fang Yuan did not have these 3 core Immortal Gu. They were in another person's possession. Immortal Gu were unique. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face, he would need to modify the move and change the core Immortal Gu to something else. The best situation would be an Immortal Gu he already owned. This was very difficult, because in regards to Transformation Path and Wisdom Path, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not very high. Chapter 831, Still First Place. Central Continent, East Coast. Waves were rumbling, crashing into one another. Frost energy oozed, creating white fog that covered hundreds of li. Hundreds of years ago, a piece of profound ice floated over from somewhere, into central continent's east coast. This profound ice was huge, it was like an island, it was overflowing with frost energy. Many ice path wild goo were gathered on it, the frost energy even got absorbed into nearby trees. After the profound ice was found, it attracted a lot of commotion. The goo masters living in the East Coast tried to guess the origin of this profound ice. There were two theories. One was that the profound ice came from far away in the east. It could have originated from Eastern Sea's icy sea region. This sea region had low temperatures all year round. It was icy cold. Streams of icy water flowed like dragons or snakes, coiling around deep in the sea. Once they reached close to the surface, they formed into huge pieces of ice. The second theory was that White Heaven had a crack and a piece of ice fell from it. The size of it should have been immensely larger at first, but as it fell, it melted due to the friction against the air. After it ended up in the sea, it cooled down and formed this profound ice island. The edges of this island were smooth and shiny, there were no rough edges. It resembled melted candles, attesting to the credibility of this theory. This profound ice was beached on the sandy shore. It did not move. At first, a large number of mortal goo masters were attracted and came to scour the place. These goo masters who enjoyed the benefits of being the closest and earliest to arrive all made great fortunes. The wild goo and icy trees on the profound ice were all looted. Over the next handful of years, more goo masters came to the profound ice, staying here permanently with no intention of leaving. It turned out that although the profound ice island was lacking in resources, the profound ice was hard to melt. The frost energy it gave off made it the perfect place for ice path cultivators to stay in. Central continent's east coast was tropical, it was warm all year round, it was hard for ice path goo masters to support cultivation. Thus, regarding this profound ice island, many ice path and water path goo masters were attracted here. Places with humans have conflict. The island had limited capacity. As more people came, in order to defend their own interests, the goo masters on the island gathered into an alliance, creating a tight boundary around the ice island and preventing outsiders from coming in. Thus, a moderately sized force was created. After several hundred years of development, this loose lone cultivator alliance, due to several generations of ambitious leaders, slowly became more firmly structured. They formed a sect. As they developed, the sect grew larger. It was a large force now. There was no force in the surroundings that could match them. This sect's name was Flying Frost Sect. It hinted that the profound ice island that was the foundation of this sect came from far away, long ago in history. The second round of competition of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was being held. One of the places was Flying Frost Sect. Fang Yuan held the token as he came to Flying Frost Sect. The task here was to refine the rank 2 Ghost Fire Goo. The rules had changed. It was no longer deciding the winner by quantity, but using time instead. It asked the Goo Master to refine 10 Ghost Fire Goo at once. Goo Masters using less time would get better positions. The specifications were listed. Using 15 minutes or less would be first place. Since this operated on a first-come, first-served basis, if someone gets first, then another person who beat the 15-minute requirement would only get second. If second place was taken, they would only place third. If all three positions were taken, they would get no rewards. This time, the reward for first place was 5 rank 3 Ice Path Goo Worm recipes. For Refinement Path Goo Masters, Ice Path Goo Masters, or even large forces, this had a lot of attraction. When Fang Yuan stepped into the hall to refine Goo, the first 3 positions were still open. The difficulty of the second round is much harder than the first round. It is not hard to refine 10 Ghost Fire Goo one by one. I can easily use less than 15 minutes. But the challenge is in refining 10 Ghost Fire Goo at once. Ghost Fire Goo is both a Fire Path and Soul Path Goo. The steps are quite tricky and complicated. They would expend a lot of mental energy, if I keep on refining them. Over time, My soul will turn weak very easily. This is one of the special traits of soul path goo worms. Fang Yuan considered it. He decided to use soul path and fire path techniques together to burn ghostly souls and create fake ghost fires, then using them to refine true ghost fires. Flying Frost sect was a righteous sect. Fang Yuan had to prepare the ghostly souls himself if he wanted to burn them. Flying Frost sect would not provide such a goo refinement material, evil and unorthodox methods. Seeing Fang Yuan's technique, An Han, who was outside, snorted. The leader of Flying Frost sect, who was managing the event on the stage, watched as his pupils shrunk. He thought, 5 Virtues sect's leader tried to gather this person but was rejected. This person is burning souls now in public. This is clearly a demonic act. He is an unscrupulous individual. Even if Flying Frost sect recruits this person, we will only invite trouble. Forget about it. Other than abiding by no fighting or killing, any goo master could join the refinement path convention, be they righteous or demonic. There were no limitations that bar demonic path goo masters. They could only use refinement path techniques to interact and compete. Precisely because of such freedom, the refinement path convention was such a popular event. People who did not know the true details would think that this was the magnanimity of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but only people like Fang Yuan knew this was because of the infallible inheritance. The infallible inheritance had hidden requirements. The more goo masters that participated, the better. But the righteous path and demonic path were different. Fang Yuan used souls to refine goo. This was an evil and cruel act that would be despised by the righteous path. The observing goo masters were mostly from the righteous path. Seeing a demon like Fang Yuan, they felt a strong sense of distaste inside them. They did not want to see Fang Yuan's goo refinement succeed. Maybe it was because of their collective wishes. At the crucial moment, the soul fire in front of Fang Yuan exploded. Out of the 10 ghost fire goo that were about to form, one of them had turned into ash, falling from the fire and piling on the floor. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined brightly. Some indiscreet righteous path goo masters even made joyful exclamations. But immediately recalling Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut up. Although the delight in their eyes could not be concealed, An Han showed joy on his face as well. Fang Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to his earlier progress, he was already on the last few steps before succeeding. Fang Yuan's refinement speed was very fast. The souls were burning very effectively. If he passed the next few steps, he would be able to complete the refinement in less than 15 minutes. The position of first place would go to Fang Yuan. Of course, Fang Yuan had no interest regarding the reward and position. An Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect. As the host, if he lost, he would lose face in front of his peers. Furthermore, getting first place in one of the rounds of the refinement path convention was an extremely great glory for refinement path goo masters. Finally, the first place reward also enticed An Han greatly. Alright, this way. He would need to refine goo again. If he refines 9 ghost fire goo, missing one would mean he would not pass. He can only restart from scratch and make 10 more. He has to make them at the same time to pass. An Han controlled his expression from changing, feeling great joy inwardly. Indeed, evil deeds lead to bad outcomes. Even if he is using souls to refine goo, he is still going to fail. He reached first place in the first round at 5 Virtues sect. So be it. But here in Flying Frost sect, first place has to go to Lord An Han. Evil and unorthodox methods leading to goo refinement failure. This is truly heartening. The surrounding people talked among themselves. The stage itself had a goo formation that isolated sound, preventing the goo masters from being distracted. But just when they were all rejoicing, the ghost fire in Fang Yuan's hand split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, one big and one small. Inside the large lump were 9 incomplete ghost fire goo, while the small lump had nothing. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply as he finally became more serious. Earlier, that ghost fire goo had exploded not due to his own mistake, but because refining goo had a chance of failure. Even though the failure rate of rank 2 goo was not high, and he had already performed as well as possible. When a minor stroke of bad luck like that hit him, there was nothing he could do. Now, he was holding the large lump of ghost fire and keeping it burning, while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire: a boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together, the small lump of ghost fire burst into life. There were pitiful cries of pain coming from within. He is using a human soul. In broad daylight, he is publicly burning a human soul. This, he, worthy of a demonic path rank 5 expert, being so rampant. Flying Frost sex members had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Feng Yuan was burning a human soul to refine Gu here openly. He was totally disregarding Flying Frost sect. But now was the refinement path convention. Even though Flying Frost sect was unhappy, they could not stop Feng Yuan from refining Gu, unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects and cause the downfall of their own sect. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. He was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to toss in Gu refinement materials. The ghost fire was turning between big and small from time to time, interchangeably between strong and weak. When he got to a crucial step in the middle, he tossed in a fire pellet Gu at lightning speed, as well as a soul ball Gu. The 2 Gu worms fused in the fire. They combined into one and created an incomplete ghost fire Gu. Some knowledgeable Gu masters saw this and gasped loudly. Tossing in 2 Gu worms consecutively. This is the refinement path technique. Consecutive toss. Even though consecutive toss is one of the basic refinement path techniques, this person is using it so well with much experience, it is almost like this is as easy as breathing to him. This is not something that talent alone can achieve. Countless sessions of practice and hard work are needed to reach such a stage. Does this person cultivate refinement path as his main path? Hard to say. When he signed up, he kept his sect and path a secret. He is a true demonic cultivator. He should not have a sect. His path is quite possibly refinement path. Everyone made guesses. Of course, they were completely off. Feng Yuan's main path was strength path. It had nothing to do with refinement path. He also had a proper status in a sect, being in a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects. If everyone knew that the ruthless demon in front of them was a member of Immortal Crane sect, who knew what expressions they would show? A short while later, Feng Yuan succeeded in saving his refinement attempt. The 2 lumps of ghost fires fused into one. The last few steps were done smoothly without any additional mishaps. Eventually, the ghost fire burst out and scattered. 10 ghost fire Gu flew out together. Outside the stage, not a person spoke. The expression of the elder of Flying Frost sect was dark. He announced helplessly, "Refinement succeeded, using less than 15 minutes. The first place of this round of the competition goes to Feng Yuan." Chapter 832, Senior Feng Yuan, I want to duel you. Feng Yuan quietly stood up under everyone's gazes, slowly walking out of the stage. Such deep foundation in refinement path. He can actually do 2 tasks at once. He slowed down the refinement speed of the 9 incomplete ghost fire Gu while restarting the refinement of the final ghost fire Gu with extremely high speed. Refining ghost fire Gu consumes a lot of mental energy, but he still seems energetic even now. Could it be that he has cultivated soul path or wisdom path as well? Anhan was shocked and uncertain. First elder? A disciple beside Anhan reminded him in a soft voice. What is it? Anhan came back to his senses. He could not help but feel embarrassed. Unknowingly, he had stood up from his seat. Such a loss of composure was really damaging to his reputation. At this moment, Flying Frost sect's leader looked at Anhan. This was the refinement path convention. They naturally had to use refinement path to restore their reputation. Anhan's heart skipped a beat as he realized the sect leader's intention. He had no choice but to comply. Seeing their first elder taking action, the spectating Flying Frost sect disciples applauded loudly. They no longer had the earlier listless expressions. Even outsiders could not help but cast optimistic gazes when they saw the famous Anhan exiting the stage. Among the crowd, however, where some people with discerning eyes. An old Gu master sighed softly. This Anhan situation doesn't look good. Why is that the case, master? A youth, standing beside the old Gu master, asked with confusion. This master and disciple pair was the same pair of lone cultivators who had been walking beside Feng Yuan during the registration at Five Virtues sect, and had been pushed to the side by the burly men making way for Anhan. That demonic path Gu master, Feng Yuan, is extremely terrifying. He has a high refinement path attainment level. His method just now involved far more than just doing 2 tasks at once. To do what he did, even I could only accomplish it back when I was in my peak condition. Outsiders cannot see the difficulty in this. The more proficient the refinement path Gu master is, the more they would be aware of it. This Anhan also has extraordinary skills, but because of this, he understands even more that he cannot win against this demonic cultivator, Feng Yuan. Did you see how unsettled he looked when he stood up? It was because in his mind, he has already been intimidated by Feng Yuan. The old Gu master spoke with assurance, but with a soft voice. In this state, if he tries to refine Gu, he might not be able to even show half of his true skills. Most crucially, Feng Yuan has already taken the first spot. Even if Anhan tries harder, this won't change. That is, unless he can use a new method to finish the task in far less time than Feng Yuan, then he can earn back the reputation that Flying Frost Sect lost. But if he had such talent, he would not have remained in Flying Frost Sect for so many years. The young Gu master nodded his head repeatedly in praise. Master, you are right. The sect leader of Flying Frost Sect is not an expert in Gu refinement. The move he is making now is a mistake due to his thirst for success. It is like what Master taught me, one cannot rush for quick results and be anxious when refining Gu. It seems that managing a sect also has the same logic. The old Gu Master's eyes brightened and looked at his only disciple with satisfaction. Not bad, disciple, you are truly talented, you have great ability and comprehension. The fact is, all paths lead to the great Tao. You were able to use the logic of Gu refinement and look at other aspects. It looks like your refinement path attainment has already reached a certain mastery level. You can definitely achieve success in this second competition. The young Gu master smiled. This is all because of Master teaching me unreservedly. If I was not picked out by Master, I would have already starved to death. My accomplishments today are all because of Master nurturing me. Disciple had a well-thought-out plan and could have captured first place by using just 13 Gu refinement techniques. But now, first place is already taken by that demonic path Gu master. Master, let disciple seize that green shine Gu for you. What? The old master was greatly startled, quickly blocking him. Disciple, don't. But it was already too late. Youth knows no fear. The young Gu master shouted loudly, Senior Feng Yuan, may I be so bold as to request a duel with you? The entire conversation between the master and disciple seemed to have taken a long time, but only a few moments had passed. Feng Yuan had just left the stage and had not gone far because he still needed to receive the first place reward from Flying Frost Sect. At the other end, Anhan had stood up and was about to step onto the stage. The young Gu master's words caused a huge commotion that immediately attracted everyone's attention. There's a duel. They're going to duel. Who is that young man? He actually dares to duel with that rank 5 demon. I know him. He was second place at Five Virtues Sect. He is a genuine refinement path genius. A young tiger does not fear an old lion's might. This will be a good show to watch. The old master had a pale expression. He could no longer stop this and could do nothing. He was feeling extremely worried and regretful deep inside. I only made efforts to impart refinement path knowledge to my disciple and forgot to teach him the dangers of worldly affairs. This is my mistake. I should not have neglected it. Meanwhile, the young Gu master, under everyone's gazes, walked slowly with his head held high, leaving the crowd and appearing in front of Feng Yuan with a shining gaze and firm expression. The first elder, Anhan, had just stepped into the spotlight when such a situation occurred. All of the determination that he had just built up left him like a leaking balloon. He normally was a famous person, His every move would attract attention. But today was really difficult for him. He had made a fool of himself and was now ignored by the crowd. He was furious and hateful. Duel? Who wants to duel me? Fang Yuan smiled slightly and turned around to look at the challenger. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was held once every 100 years. It was a grand event in all the 5 regions. Competitions were divided into large-scale and small-scale. Fang Yuan was currently participating in the large-scale competition of the 5 regions, which was the competition of the largest scale. First, the registration spots everywhere in Central Continent would eliminate large numbers of Gu Master through various rounds. Finally, only a handful of participants could participate in the final contest. Small-scale competitions were often held in each region. According to past conventions, they were divided into Central Continent small-scale competitions, Southern Border small-scale competitions, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert. These competitions were divided according to the geographical origins, and were rather official. There were also many other small-scale competitions, for instance at the East Coast, which would be jointly held by Flying Frost Sect, Five Virtues Sect and others. The eliminated Gu Masters from the large-scale competition could participate in these small-scale competitions of East Coast. The largest number of small-scale competitions were held by small circles of people. For instance, 3 to 5 friends would set a time, put out wagers or simply have a friendly contest with no rewards. The competitions could be further divided into open and private. Open battles could naturally be observed by others, but most of them sent invitations in advance, inviting limited number of distinguished guests to enjoy or evaluate. Private battles did not allow spectators and the results were also not publicized. Large-scale competitions were the most open battles. They did not restrict anyone from viewing but forbid the spectators from using any Gu worms. Every time Central Continent held the Refinement Path Convention, it would create a trend of Gu refinement flourishing everywhere in Central Continent. It was similar to the Earth's World Cup, the grand event of football that was held every 4 years. Often, at this time, even those who did not play football would try to play a bit of it. Those who did not pay attention to football would also give some attention to the matches. In this world, Gu refinement was one of the 3 great aspects of Gu master cultivation. It was much more significant than the sport for entertainment, football. Thus, the Gu refinement trend it created was even larger and lasted longer. In this time, experiences and insights related to Gu refinement were greatly interchanged, largely pushing forward the growth of refinement path. Thus, almost every participating Gu master would reap some benefits. According to the different formats, the Refinement Path Convention could be divided into sect contests, duels, task contests, arena contests and so on. Sect contests were contests where 2 or more sects sent similar numbers of Refinement Path Gu masters to compete in Gu refinement. Generally speaking, sect contests were used to solve conflicts of interests. In task contests, one side would give a difficult problem while the other side had to solve it. In arena contests, the Gu masters who were very skilled at certain areas of Gu refinement would set the arena and invite refinement path experts from all parties to compete. The arena organizer would put forward a wager, and each challenger also had to put up a wager. These arena contests often had plentiful amounts of rewards. As for duels, they were what Fang Yuan was encountering right now. It is this junior who wants to duel. The young Gu master walked towards Fang Yuan. His expression was neither haughty nor humble. Fang Yuan sized him up, and felt some interest when he saw the youth in high spirits. Lad, since you want to duel, then bet something that can interest me. Otherwise, I won't duel. Fang Yuan naturally had the right to refuse the duel. The Refinement Path Convention allowed duels but did not have an unreasonable rule that said one had to accept duels no matter what. The young Gu master gave a serious nod. I have a rank 5 Gu worms recipe with me. Senior, you are a rank 5 expert. This Gu recipe will suit you. This junior wants to bet against the rank 4 Green Shine Gu Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. Green Shine Gu is a rare rank 4 Gu. Its value is equal to normal rank 5 Gu. But lad, do you know what my path is? Are you certain the Gu recipe you are betting suits my path? The young Gu master was stunned. Senior, aren't you in refinement path? Judging from his words, the Gu recipe he was betting was a refinement path Gu recipe. Fang Yuan chuckled. My main cultivation path is naturally not refinement path. Lad, you are actually using only one Gu recipe to bet against my rare rank 4 Gu. Do you not know that if the refinement of the rank 5 Gu fails, even people at my level can be injured? You are trying to harm me like this but still think I am stupid enough to agree to your conditions? The young Gu master gulped a few times, but he could not say anything. For a while, he stood motionless on the spot. His master quickly hurried over and gave a deep bow to Fang Yuan. Since Sir is refusing the duel, then we won't duel. What, no duel? The spectators jeered, as they were going to miss a good show. The first place position holder of 5 Virtues Sect competition, the mysterious demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan, and the second place position holder, the young Gu master Zheng Shanchuan. The battle between Dragon and Tiger is not going to be held because of insufficient betting capital. Come, let us all lend a hand. A pile of rocks can build a mountain. A nosy individual suggested. There is no need, it was my disciple's rashness. Thank you everyone, thank you. The old master was frightened and quickly bowed to everyone, cupping his hands to salvage this situation. And Han's eyes flashed ominously. He immediately sent out his instructions in a quiet voice. Soon, someone among the crowd put forward some resources. Many others responded and started to contribute one after another, urging this duel to continue. Chapter 833, Shanchuan Hall Creator. The atmosphere on the stage was getting more intense. Fang Yuan and the young Gu master, Zheng Shanchuan, could no longer avoid this issue. The elderly master also noticed that most of the Gu masters encouraging this came from Flying Frost sect. His wrinkles became deeper, as he showed a bitter expression. Fang Yuan thought about the name Zheng Shanchuan. He felt that it was familiar. But as an immortal zombie, his mind was not as sharp as if he was a living person. He could not remember it instantly. He stopped the star thoughts in his mind and activated memory thoughts to excavate his memories. He finally remembered. As it turns out, in Central Continent's east coast, hundreds of years later, there was a super force called Shanchuan Hall. Its creator was named Zheng Shanchuan. Shanchuan Hall was skilled in refinement path. When Dream Realms manifested and Dream Path was flourishing, Shanchuan Hall's leader benefited alongside the trends of that age and became a Gu immortal. But during that great era, mortals becoming Gu immortals was nothing special. Especially after Dream Realms appeared, there were countless opportunities given to ordinary Gu masters. Dragons and snakes were hiding in bushes. Most of them only lacked an opportunity. The manifestation of Dream Realms gave people their fortuitous encounters. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, large numbers of Gu masters at the bottom of the hierarchy were given a chance to rise up. In the midst of the 5 regions' chaotic war, all sorts of people emerged. They were numerous like the stars in the sky. They all had their stories. The 10 great ancient sects gradually lost control, with the rise of many forces, including 10 outstanding ones who called themselves the 10 new great sects. They opposed the 10 ancient sects openly. It was quite the spectacle. Unlike now, where the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had control over the situation in Central Continent, even if super forces which had Gu immortals wanted to separate from the 10 ancient sects, and free themselves from the status of a subsidiary, it was difficult. In accordance with this time period, don't tell me that this Zheng Shanchuan in front of me is the creator of Shanchuan Hall. Since he could reach second place in 5 Virtues sect, he definitely has master level attainment in refinement path. Being a refinement path master at such a young age, he truly is a genius. This fits the description of Zheng Shanchuan as well. A great teacher produces great students. This old man must be Old Man Qi Shan. Old Man Qi Shan was secretly poisoned by someone. It had been causing him great torment. Zheng Shanchuan was filial. He tried all ways to heal his master. That's right. Green shine goo is among the best healing goo for treating heat toxins. Unfortunately, even Old Man Qi Shan did not know that the poison in him was a transforming poison. On the surface, it was a heat toxin, but after using green shine goo, it would become a cold poison. The toxicity would intensify, becoming at least twice as severe. But eventually, Zheng Shanchuan succeeded in treating his master's poison. He gathered green shine goo, blue shine goo, red shine goo, and others up to a total of 9 types of shine goo, forming the killer move 9 shine. It could subdue all sorts of poisons. Later, his bloodline descendant became a goo immortal, being Shanchuan Hall's leader, promoting this killer move and changing it into the immortal killer move Profound Light 9 shine. He became a light path healing expert, becoming quite famous during the 5 regions chaotic war. Fang Yuan used memory thoughts to excavate his memories. He quickly remembered these minute details that were deep in his memories. He understood everything going on around him, including Enhan's schemes. After observing for a while, he felt that these two people were Old Man Qi Shan and Zheng Shanchuan. He used luck inspection goo on the two of them. Flying Frost Sect was a test location for the Refinement Path Convention. There were goo worms set up to prevent goo masters from using their goo worms casually. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body. He had strength path Dao marks on his body, and his immortal aperture was part of his body. When he used luck inspection goo, these mortals were defenseless. Immediately, Fang Yuan saw the luck of these two. Above his head, Zheng Shanchuan's luck was like a 7-colored rainbow, bright and imposing. It was out of the norm. Meanwhile, Old Man Qi Shan's luck was like a broken jade bowl. Traces of grey luck were leaking out of the bowl. Old Man Qi Shan's luck was terrible, but Zheng Shanchuan was intimately linked with him. The luck of the two were joined together. The 7-colored rainbow luck split out a portion of itself into Old Man Qi Shan's jade bowl luck, causing his grey luck to be moderated to a large extent. Fang Yuan felt interested, musing, to think that I would encounter the creator of Shanchuan Hall here. If I kill him, in several hundred years, the East Coast would not have a super force called Shanchuan Hall. The moment Fang Yuan had killing intent, the luck of the both of them wavered. It was like a huge wind was blowing, causing the rainbow light to fade and be on the verge of destruction. But what benefit would I get if I do that? Northern Plains is already in chaos thanks to me, but that was not my intention. It was all because of Mo Yao's fake will. But who am I going to explain that to? I will leave Zheng Shanchuan alive. These people should continue on their original paths so that my rebirth advantage can be maintained. Fang Yuan thought again. When Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, he knew about Ma Hongyun, but he did not kill him. This was not fear, this was the ambition of a demonic overlord. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 goo immortal, only a step from rank 7, but it was mostly due to his fortuitous encounters. He had actually wasted a lot of time during his life. Fang Yuan had self-confidence. Even if these people grow up or even achieve greater accomplishments than in his memories, Fang Yuan could still contest with them and gain profits. He could even stomp on these people, carving out a path of blood as he sprints towards eternal life. As to whether eternal life really existed or not, did that matter? Even if he died along the way, would there be regret? This was the life that Fang Yuan wanted to live. It was full of challenge, fun, and bitterness. Other than that, beauty, wealth, and authority were all nothing more than tools that he could make use of. Fang Yuan thought about this and his killing intent towards this pair of master and disciple dissipated. Immediately, he saw that the luck of Zheng Shanchuan and Old Man Qi Shan recovered back to their original points. It was even vaguely greater than before. Luck path is truly mystical. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed inwardly. Recently, he had a greater understanding of luck path. Luck was not omnipotent, it largely depended on one's strength and cultivation level. A thought from Fang Yuan could change the luck of the two of them. This was because he was an immortal zombie. Killing the two of them was as easy as killing ants. Back then, Ma Hongyun had many people going after him, but he instead turned danger into blessings. But now that he was in old ancestor Zhu Hu's hands, he could not turn the situation around. The rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven could not make up for the huge difference in their strength, or rather, old ancestor Zhu Hu, as a rank 8 great expert, had the power to suppress it. There was also Hu Immortal Blessed Land's calamity. Feng Yuan used time assist luck. In the end, because of connect luck, the increase in luck was split into 4 and Feng Yuan only kept 1 portion. The 3 of them had their gains and fortuitous opportunities, while Feng Yuan barely had any. That was because Feng Yuan was too strong. He was already an immortal. He needed much more good luck to obtain the same benefits as them. It was much more difficult to influence him than mortals. On the stage, more and more clamoring could be heard. The urging of the crowd drew more and more people to join in. Those in Flying Frost sect no longer had to steer this matter. Feng Yuan waved his hand. We can duel, but I have no interest in these things. If I lose, I will give you green shine gu. But if you lose, I want you to be my slave, and be under my command for life. Ah, disciple, you cannot agree. Old man Qi Shan's face paled as he shouted. Everyone looked at each other. This was a great plan by Feng Yuan. The other party was a refinement path genius. He had a bright future. If he won, he would obtain a refinement path master level slave. Senior, isn't his request too much? Zheng Shanchuan was young, but he would not agree so easily. After all, his future was at stake. This would affect his whole life. Of course you can reject me, but I will tell you now, if you do not use yourself as the wager, I will not duel. Feng Yuan sneered, saying, do you think there are lots of green shine goo around? This is the perfect goo for treating heat toxins. Lad, the tree may wish to be yet the wind continues to blow. The son wants to fulfill his duty but his parents are no longer around. Time waits for no man. Often, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. Does this person know that my master is afflicted with heat toxins? Zheng Shanchuan was shocked. These words from Feng Yuan like the son wants to fulfill his duty but his parents are no longer around, and if you miss it, you will regret it for life, were affecting him greatly. Disciple, you must not agree to the duel. We can think of another way. Old man Qi Shan's expression was grim. He was an experienced person. Feng Yuan's words were like bait. He had evil intentions. He was trying to trick a young and inexperienced person like Zheng Shanchuan. The duel is their matter. Outsiders are not to interfere. A Flying Frost sect elder came over. His face was austere as he spoke to Feng Yuan and Zheng Shanchuan. Both of you have disrupted the competition. Are you going to duel? If you are dueling, our sect's first elder is magnanimous and is willing to give you an area to compete in. Please decide quickly. Old man Qi Shan felt an alarm blaring inside him. He was about to speak but Feng Yuan said, Lad, I am giving you this opportunity because I am touched by your filial piety. If you miss it, in the future, I will not agree to any duels even if you ask me. I will not bully a kid like you. I will give you a chance. You can propose the duel task. What, senior, you are letting me choose? Zheng Shanchuan was moved. Originally, the duel would be initiated by one party, and both sides would put up a wager, but the content of the duel would need to be agreed upon by both sides. If they refined a goo that one party was familiar with, while the other has not refined it before, that would not be fair. Now, Feng Yuan was letting Zheng Shanchuan choose. That was to say, Zheng Shanchuan could use his forte and trouble Feng Yuan. He could only accept it with no way to change the task. Once he said that, the surrounding goo masters gasped. They were thinking that Feng Yuan was too arrogant. Their money was on the young goo master, Zheng Shanchuan. Now, disciple, do not duel. Our real business is on the competition. Old man Qi Shan continued to urge him. Even though Zheng Shanchuan had a huge advantage, this old man was still worrying. He did not want any mishaps to happen to his disciple. But Zheng Shanchuan was a young man. He was hot-blooded. Master's heat toxins are very severe. It will be too late if we do not treat it soon. The other party is so arrogant. He is looking down on my age. The goo I am most familiar with is careful goo. This goo is a specialty of ours. It is rank 3 and has many complex steps. The techniques needed for it are numerous. I spent 3 years, putting in so much hard work, only now having an 80% chance of success. I will duel him with this. Thinking of this, Zheng Shanchuan made up his mind, saying to Feng Yuan, I will duel. Chapter 834, Refinement Path Killer Move, Spinning Golden Bell. Disciple. Old man Qi Shan was extremely anxious. Zheng Shanchuan turned around and faced old man Qi Shan. On his young face, his eyes were bright and clear. Master, I am unfilial. I will have to go against your wishes. Master, he is letting me pose the problem. This is a huge advantage. I have no reason not to duel. If under such conditions, I refuse to duel, this will become a scar in my heart. Would I have any courage to progress further in refinement path? Old man Qi Shan heard his words and fell into silence. He sighed inwardly. Oh, disciple, you have little experience of the world. You do not know the deviousness of men. Since the other party is relenting to this extent, he is definitely confident of winning. He has his trump cards. You have been fooled. It is a pity. It is regretful. I am old and weak now. The situation has already been set. I cannot do anything to stop it. On the surface, old man Qi Shan stretched out his hand, grabbing Zheng Shanchuan's shoulder. Disciple, I understand your filial intentions. Alright, you can make your own decision. I will support you on this. Use Careful Gu as the dual task. We will not bet on the success of the Gu refinement, but the time. Whoever refines Careful Gu first will win. Master. Zheng Shanchuan was so touched his eyes turned red. Careful Gu was the sole secret inheritance of old man Qi Shan. It was not circulated to the outside world. To support his disciple, old man Qi Shan took out this precious Gu recipe, allowing his opponent, Feng Yuan, to see it. He even suggested that they competed in terms of time. This was Feng Yuan's first time refining Careful Gu. He would not be familiar with it. If they competed using time, he would face more pressure than just needing success. As expected, the old were the wisest. Feng Yuan allowed his opponent to choose the Gu. He gave a huge advantage to him. He was in a passive situation. Zheng Shanchuan hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's suggestion was taking advantage of his opponent. Even if he won, it was not a glorious win. But he immediately thought about the fact that this matter involved his master's safety. Even if he won unfairly, he needed to win the Green Shine Gu. Thus, he turned around and gave his decision to the Flying Frost Sect Elder. Flying Frost Sect quickly arranged it. First Elder and Han was overjoyed. He took the initiative to leave, giving them the venue in his place. Feng Yuan and Zheng Shanchuan went onto the stage, engaging in their duel. The surroundings went quiet. Both parties were dozens of steps away from each other. Sitting on the ground, Zheng Shanchuan first took out the Gu recipe of Careful Gu and gave it to Feng Yuan. Soon, Flying Frost Sect announced the commencement of this duel. Below the stage, discussions could be heard. I've never heard of Careful Gu. It is definitely their specialty Gu recipe. That Feng Yuan only has had a short time to look at it before the duel started. Isn't this going overboard? Hee. This is Feng Yuan's fault for being too arrogant. He allowed the opponent to choose the Gu. He made a really stupid decision. The young Gu master is not simple. He was second place in the previous round, but his score was good enough to hit first place. Many people are guessing that he is a refinement path master. Hearing this, many people scoffed. How is this possible? How old is he? At this age, he is already a refinement path master. In that case, with my age, have I been living like a dog all this time? But as the competition progressed, under everyone's watchful gazes, Zheng Shanchuan used nearly 10 Gu refinement techniques with extremely skillful manipulation. It was a dazzling sight. Among the spectators, those who guessed that Zheng Shanchuan had master-level refinement path attainment soared in numbers. But Feng Yuan was still researching the Gu recipe. He had not started the Gu refinement. Looking at this, the crowd did not think well of Feng Yuan. Oh no! Old man Qi Shan frowned. This person has such a calm nature. He is trying to decipher each step before refining the Gu. This is the demeanor of an expert. calm under any situation. Thankfully, I use time as the factor. Whoever refines the gu first wins. The process of refining careful gu is complex. He cannot win unless he is familiar with the gu recipe, and has practiced with it more than Little Chuan. That was impossible. Of course, this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this careful gu recipe. Careful gu was, strictly speaking, a wisdom path gu worm, but it had a huge use in refinement path. Fang Yuan guessed that this was the core gu in Zheng Shanchuan's inheritance. History had recorded that Shanchuan Hall's gu masters were most skilled at refining those gu worms, which had crucial steps that directly affected the success rate of the refinement. Careful gu was best in assisting the refinement path gu master to settle these problems. After Fang Yuan looked at the recipe several times, he understood it deeply and could use it properly. He was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. It was not hard to understand a rank 3 gu recipe. In truth, not only did he read the gu recipe, he also observed Zheng Shanchuan's techniques. Zheng Shanchuan was already at the middle part of the gu refinement. Fang Yuan had watched the first part closely. Even Fang Yuan had to nod his head in acknowledgement. With Zheng Shanchuan's age, it was very hard to get to his level. But as a refinement path quasi-grandmaster, Fang Yuan could see that his techniques were not skilled enough. There were still flaws when he dealt with the materials. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands and started to refine the gu. He is finally refining the gu. Outside the stage, quiet mocking voices could be heard. He is not anxious at all. Someone evaluated impartially. Fang Yuan started to refine the gu. It attracted Zheng Shanchuan's gaze, but he only took one look before concentrating on his own task again. Fang Yuan started gu refinement. He went through it step by step. All of the bystanders were staring in disdain. These were Zheng Shanchuan's techniques. But soon, Fang Yuan made some modifications. He used a different technique, and his gu refinement speed got faster. The mocking sounds in the crowd vanished. Everyone watching his hands moving at lightning speed in shock. He has already used more than 10 gu refinement techniques. Such experienced gu refinement techniques with deep foundation. He is unfathomable. He is getting faster. He is chasing up to Zheng Shanchuan. Old man Qi Shan frowned tightly. He was shocked inwardly. This person's speed is not scary. The problem is, he is fast without any anxiety. His techniques are so calm and collected. Impressive, very impressive. This person's refinement path attainment is probably not just master level. Little Chuan is going to feel pressure. He cannot lose control of himself and become anxious. Careful gu gets harder as the refinement proceeds. Little Chuan has the advantage. He needs to maintain it. The enemy is strong. If he loses his bearings, he is bound to lose. Zheng Shanchuan's pressure was high indeed. This was very normal. In running competitions, the person at the very front has the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many strategies revolved around conserving energy, only attempting to go all out at the end. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the burden on the body, especially when Zheng Shanchuan was seeing Fang Yuan refining gu rapidly and catching up to him. He could not help but be flustered. Such ability. He used more than 10 refinement techniques, and he is still continuing. His mind is too strong. I cannot compete with him on this. Oh no, he is catching up. Zheng Shanchuan was a youngster. Fang Yuan's rapid speed was making his mouth dry. His heart was pounding. His gaze was firm. Forget it, I'll use my trump card and leave you in the dust. Zheng Shanchuan made up his mind. His refinement speed slowed. His mind entered his aperture as he activated his gu worms. Is Little Chuan going to? The master and disciple had great mutual understanding. After seeing his actions, old man Qi Shan understood Zheng Shanchuan's plan. He became nervous. Zheng Shanchuan's gu refinement speed is slowing. Soon, the spectators noticed this change. Are the steps ahead going to be very difficult? He needs to recompose himself? Many people were making guesses. They did not know the recipe of careful gu. They were inaccurate in their conjectures. At this time, Zheng Shanchuan breathed in deeply. His eyes shined with a golden light as his body was covered in a golden glow. He stretched out his right hand rapidly. His open palm was facing down and pressing heavily. In an instant, all of the golden light in his eyes and body gathered on his right hand. The golden light condensed and formed into a small golden bell. The golden bell spun slowly, covering all of the fire in which the refinement was occurring. It became faster and faster as it emitted a suction force. The goo refinement materials that were gathered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell. The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it faded. But at the next moment, before everyone's eyes, an incomplete careful goo was formed. The crowd was in a commotion. This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves can be considered rarer than killer moves of other paths. Zheng Shanchuan is still so young, yet he already knows a refinement path killer move. What is most precious is that he actually succeeded in using it. This lad's talent is incredible. His future is unpredictable. Feng Yuan is in danger. He has the ability, but he was too careless. HMPH, Zheng Shanchuan already had such a huge advantage, but he still used a killer move. It was all for victory. He is really stopping at nothing. In my opinion, even if Feng Yuan loses this, it was not disgraceful. Zheng Shanchuan let out a breath of turbid air. His expression was spirited. I am definitely winning. I used my killer move and instantly grinded 6 goo refinement materials. I completed the longest step in this goo refinement already. I am way ahead of Feng Yuan now. Old man Qi Shan's heart settled. Even if Feng Yuan has a similar refinement path killer move, this is his first time refining careful goo. He has 0 experience. The usual procedure for this is to refine the 6 materials one by one while controlling the fire meticulously. If he uses a killer move to rush it, he would be causing his own doom. Even though Little Chuan took a risk, it was a good decision. He is definitely going to win. The other goo masters were not familiar with careful goo. They did not understand the situation. But Feng Yuan was in dire straits. Any person could tell. By completing this step in advance, he really did solidify his victory. Zheng Shanchuan stabilized his emotions and continued to refine goo. His technique was fast and stable. He did not give Feng Yuan a chance. Feng Yuan was unmoved. He started to slowly refine the 6 materials, slowly boiling them as he refined the materials. This step was not hard at all. It was just time-consuming. But Feng Yuan was not anxious in the least. Chapter 835, Promise of 3 Matters. Time passed. Zheng Shanchuan was finally at the last few steps of the refinement. The incomplete goo worm in the fire was becoming more clear. To play safe, he looked at Feng Yuan again. He saw that Feng Yuan had just finished the previous step. He had fused the 6 materials together. By this point, Zheng Shanchuan has to admire Feng Yuan's calmness. It is a pity. I am the victor of this duel. I will definitely get this green shine goo. Zheng Shanchuan was oozing with confidence, but when he retracted his gaze, Feng Yuan suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Zheng Shanchuan, you lost. Look at my refinement path killer move. What? Zheng Shanchuan's heart shuddered. He immediately turned to look at Feng Yuan, only to see that Feng Yuan took out a goo worm and squashed it. Instantly, Zheng Shanchuan's pupils shrunk to the size of pins. As he was about to jump, he screamed at Feng Yuan angrily. You actually destroyed green shine goo. As he said this, the fire in his hands became unstable. It went out of control and exploded. The explosion was not intense, but after it occurred, Zheng Shanchuan's clean face was covered in soot. He was like charcoal. It was a sad sight. Zheng Shanchuan was stunned on the spot. He froze like a statue. Such a huge change had occurred in mere moments. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths before reacting. They were all shocked. Their voices overlapped and caused a huge wave of chattering. What a ruthless demonic path goo master. He directly destroyed green shine goo, causing Zheng Shanchuan to lose control and fail the goo refinement. All his hard work was wasted. This Feng Yuan is too good at scheming. He flipped the situation around instantly. Zheng Shanchuan failed and has to restart the refinement now. Feng Yuan's advantage is too great now. Even if Zheng Shanchuan repeats the process, he cannot catch up to Feng Yuan. Most importantly, He only destroyed his own ghoul. This cannot be determined as him maliciously interfering with his opponent. Oh no, he actually did this. This actually happened. Old man Qi Shan was flustered. Zheng Shanchuan suffered a huge blow. He took a long while before recovering. When he regained control of his mental state and restarted the Gu refinement, Feng Yuan was at the last step already. This duel no longer had any surprises. Feng Yuan was the eventual winner. Exciting. This was too exciting. The spectators were commenting with much enthusiasm. Zheng Shanchuan was too young and naive. He lost his bright future now. Sigh. Some people felt pity. Of course, some people were happy. For example, An Han. But he was the first elder of a righteous sect. He could only be happy in secret. He had to express his sympathy towards Zheng Shanchuan's fate on the outside. The duel was over. Feng Yuan stood up as Zheng Shanchuan stared at the flame in his hands blankly. He lost his life, his bright future to a mysterious demonic path Gu master in a duel. How could this be? What should he do? Zheng Shanchuan felt that his future was bleak. There was no hope. Senior, please spare him. Both of us had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We offended Senior. Please be magnanimous. My disciple is still young and innocent. Please let him go. I am willing to replace him and contribute all of my savings in exchange for his freedom. Please have mercy on us. Please spare us. Old man Qi Shan knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Feng Yuan non-stop. The old man's head hit the floor, causing a wave of loud thudding sounds. His face was covered in blood. Master! Zheng Shanchuan was jolted to awareness. He hurried over and tried to help Old Man Qi Shan get up. But Old Man Qi Shan was insistent. He pushed his disciple away as he continued to kowtow, begging for mercy. Master! Zheng Shanchuan's face was full of tears. With a splat, he knelt down facing Old Man Qi Shan. Everyone looked at this with varying expressions. Flying Frost Sect's leader showed a look of regret and sympathy. An Han was coldly sneering internally. But the duel was over. How could the terms be changed under everyone's watchful gazes? Unless Feng Yuan was willing to let them go. But he was a ruthless demonic cultivator. Zheng Shanchuan was a refinement path master at such a young age. How could Feng Yuan let him go? Even if it were the righteous path Gu masters in his position, they would not let Zheng Shanchuan go. The cruel and harsh side of the refinement path convention was displayed in front of everyone. But at the next moment, Feng Yuan said to Old Man Qi Shan, "It is not impossible to let him go." An Han's mental sneer froze. The place went silent. What? Zheng Shanchuan was stunned. Old Man Qi Shan was the first to react. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior, for your magnanimity. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness." Feng Yuan smiled. His tone was warm and kind. People should be kind to one another. That is also being kind to oneself. Everyone heard this and showed looks of disbelief. Weren't his words too fake? Who was it who destroyed the green shine Gu earlier and made a young lad lose? An Han's expression changed. He screamed inwardly, "Hey, are you still a demonic path Gu master? Quickly act ruthless." What are you saying? Are you not cold at all? Are you trying to make the entire demonic path lose face? Feng Yuan's words changed. But, since you offended me, you need to be punished. Everyone immediately restored their composure. An Han calmed down. He was overjoyed. Oh, so this is it. He is trying to toy with their relationship. Ha ha ha, that is right. This is the demeanor of the demonic path. Zheng Shanchuan's expression tightened. Old Man Qi Shan started to kowtow again. He shouted, "Lord, please have mercy." "Forget it. I will not make you my slave for life. I want you to do 3 things. But now, you are not qualified yet to do things for me. As for what these 3 matters are, I have not decided yet. Maybe I will not make you do any in your entire life. Maybe in the next moment, I will ask you to do 3 matters. It will all depend on my mood." Feng Yuan said slowly. His voice was not loud, but the people were quiet, listening to him. Old Man Qi Shan sighed out in relief. He shouted while holding back his tears, "Thank you, Lord, for your mercy." Zheng Shanchuan lowered his head. "Junior thanks Senior. 3 matters compared to being a slave for life. The former was much easier to accept. Central Continent was dominated by the righteous path. If Zheng Shanchuan had the identity of a demonic path Gu Master's slave, even if he had refinement path talent, he would be unable to be successful and make a name for himself. But handling these three matters was just an agreement. Having an agreement between righteous path and demonic path Gu Masters was nothing much. Zheng Shanchuan's future was still very bright. Looking at the master and disciple who were extremely grateful to him, Feng Yuan laughed, ordering, "Both of you, bite your tongues and give me a drop of blood from the tips of your tongues." Old man Qi Shan and Zheng Shanchuan looked at each other. They bit their tongues and gave the blood to Feng Yuan with much fear. Feng Yuan stretched out his right arm and his 5 fingers closed up, grasping the 2 drops of blood in his hand. Next, he moved his hand, grinding with his fingers as black smoke emerged from the spaces between his fingertips. When the black smoke faded, Feng Yuan opened his hand, showing 2 gu worms. Old man Qi Shan and Zheng Shanchuan were staring with wide-opened eyes. These 2 gu were a pair of rank 4 gu. Everyone gasped. Feng Yuan was actually so formidable. He refined a pair of rank 4 gu in a few breaths' time. This is the technique of blood path. He actually has such astounding blood path gu refinement techniques. Flying Frost Sect's higher-ups were showing dark expressions. Even the demonic path gu masters outside showed looks of wariness. Blood path was notorious. It was even more vile than using soul path techniques to burn human souls. Righteous path members would hunt it down. Even the demonic path often excluded it. This pair of rank 4 gu can sense each other. You two will take one, I will take the other. If I have anything to request of you, I will send someone over carrying this blood path gu worm as the symbol. These 2 blood path gu worms can sense each other and tell if they are real. Even if you die in the future, these 3 matters will extend to your children, descendants, disciples and other later generations. Are you willing? If not, be my slave. Feng Yuan said. Willing, we are willing. Old man Qi Shan replied hurriedly. Feng Yuan's hand moved, and one of the blood path gu worms was tossed to old man Qi Shan. He tossed Zheng Shanchuan another gu. When Zheng Shanchuan received this gu, he was stunned. He stammered, This is green shine gu? Feng Yuan stored the other blood path gu worm away as he said slowly, laughing, "Did you really think I destroyed green shine gu?" As he laughed, he left the dumbfounded gu masters behind, turning around and leaving. Zheng Shanchuan looked blankly at Feng Yuan leaving, as old man Qi Shan stored the blood path gu worm carefully. He did not dare to violate this agreement. Their witnesses were not just Flying Frost Sect, but the entire Refinement Path Convention itself. All of the competitions, including this duel, were recorded. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and all of the forces that joined the Refinement Path Convention had the evidence. He could not deny it. "Master, you need to heal the injury on your head." Zheng Shanchuan quickly got up, helping old man Qi Shan up. "Go, quickly leave. We cannot stay here anymore." Old man Qi Shan was intimidated by Feng Yuan's methods. He was truly shell-shocked now. He urged his disciple to leave this terrifying place. With this, Zheng Shanchuan backed out of the competition, no longer joining the rest of the rounds. But he had obtained green shine gu, his original goal. After this matter, old man Qi Shan gave Zheng Shanchuan a good lesson using this as an example. Telling him how vicious Feng Yuan's methods were. He truly had a grasp on the nature of people. He next told Zheng Shanchuan about the jealousy of Flying Frost Sect's first elder, An Han, towards the talents of others. He was the person surreptitiously encouraging this duel. Zheng Shanchuan matured greatly from this matter. He finally understood his own shortfalls, as well as the vicious nature of the world. For most of his life, he tried all sorts of ways to treat old man Qi Shan while raising his refinement path attainment, keeping a low profile. When he was 53 years old, he healed old man Qi Shan's poison. When he was 88 years old, he became a refinement path grandmaster without causing much of a disturbance. In his final years, he returned to Central Continent's East Coast, creating a sect that he named after himself. It was called Shanchuan Hall. His life ended at 150 years old. He did not join the Refinement Path Convention ever again. As for the agreement of those three matters, that was another story. Chapter 836, Preliminary Success of Vaguely Familiar Face. After the second round of the Refinement Path Convention ended, Feng Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Some time had passed in the Blessed Land already. Mo Yao's will had recovered from Feng Yuan's arrangements. He could search again. Feng Yuan had no pity for her. He conducted will searching on Mo Yao's will. This time, he obtained quite a few Gu refinement techniques that Mo Yao knew, including a refinement path killer move. In these memories of Mo Yao's fake will, many were related to details of Gu refinement. In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, while Feng Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was also a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. The refinement path techniques that she had expanded his vision quite a bit. After Feng Yuan learned them, he felt that he benefited greatly. Usually, when masters teach their disciples, they might keep some secrets to themselves or hide their trump cards. As the saying goes, a teacher dies of starvation after teaching his student. Mo Yao's will was now Feng Yuan's master, but she was teaching him without reserving anything. Feng Yuan had many benefits. On one hand, he learned all sorts of new Gu refinement techniques from Mo Yao's fake will. On the other hand, he was revising the things he had learned. He intended to show his skills in the Refinement Path Convention, using all his ability to get the best result he could obtain, because this concerned the infallible inheritance. Looking over the current situation, Feng Yuan estimated that it was still safe for him to join the Refinement Path Convention. But as time passes, the risk of undertaking such actions would be uncertain. The toppling of 88 True Yang Building was too huge of a matter. Feng Yuan was a lone force. He could only stall them. It was impossible to completely hide the truth from the investigative forces of Northern Plains and Central Continent. If the five regions' chaotic war was soon to occur, the five regions would be busy fending for themselves. Feng Yuan would be able to conceal the truth. But unfortunately, the five regions' chaotic war was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent did not have much chaos under the control of the 10 great ancient sects. Northern Plains' situation had improved in stability after the battle between old ancestor Zhu Hu against Heavenly Lord Beizu and Yao Huang. One day, the truth that I caused True Yang Building's collapse will be exposed. By then, I will have arrest warrants from Central Continent and Northern Plains. The other three regions might also come after me due to Giant Sun's true inheritance. Hu Immortal Blessed Land would no longer be unaffected by the outside world, it would be attacked immediately. Thus, before the truth is exposed, I have to develop myself during this period of time. Feng Yuan could clearly discern his future circumstances. Once the truth was exposed, Feng Yuan would have to start a life as a fugitive. Thus, he has to increase his strength as much as he could, using all opportunities that came, or even create them if they didn't come. Right now, the Refinement Path Convention was a huge opportunity. This was only the second round of the Refinement Path Convention. Towards the middle and late stages, the first place rewards would be immortal essence stones, immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes, or immortal killer moves. If one obtained a good position during the final competition, they would be qualified to obtain the reward from the infallible inheritance. Thus, even if he attracted the attentions of people and was high profile, Feng Yuan could not care less. Also, his duel with Feng Jinhuang was well known by everyone already. Almost all of the higher-ups in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent knew about it. Feng Yuan could not lay low even if he wanted to. One day, when news that he was the culprit behind True Yang Building's collapse gets exposed, his name would spread over the 5 regions. He would be extremely famous. By then, he would face a difficult and dangerous challenge. The entire world would be his enemy. Countless Gu immortals would chase down Feng Yuan. In their opinions, Feng Yuan certainly would have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I have to use this last stretch of time to develop, accumulating immortal essence stones, immortal materials, and raising my battle strength to the limit. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body, and regain a living body. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence. Even his usual cultivation expenses were dragging Feng Yuan down. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to be careful and calculative in every battle. If Feng Yuan was still an immortal zombie when he was a fugitive, he would face immense danger. It might even be the cause of his demise. Thus, in the following days, Feng Yuan had to join the Refinement Path Convention and practice his Gu refinement techniques, but he also had to deduce and use large numbers of Star Thought Gu to modify the immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. This killer move was an urgent matter. It was his best way to change the situation for the better. Other matters could not compare to it. They were put aside by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan got through the third, fourth, and fifth rounds. He had outstanding capability. His quasi-grandmaster refinement path attainment was uncommon even among Gu immortals. He got first place in all 5 competitions. With such a record, his reputation was surging. Feng Yuan's name started to circulate everywhere. Everyone who heard of it knew that he was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was skilled in refinement path and had many Gu refinement techniques. He had a deep foundation. The day before the 6th round, Feng Yuan finally reached preliminary success in the deduction of the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. It was not easy at all. Feng Yuan walked out of the underground cave. He was really excited, almost to the point of tears. The process of deducing and modifying this immortal killer move was very difficult. Feng Yuan's wisdom path and transformation path attainment levels were entirely too low. He was like a child pushing a stone mill, going one step at a time. To get his current results, Feng Yuan had expended all of the Star Thought Gu he had obtained from Dongfeng Changfan by the 4th round of the competition. Thankfully, he had the stone nests and large numbers of hairy men. He had been continuously refining and accumulating Star Thought Gu. That gave Feng Yuan enough resources in order to obtain a vaguely familiar face that he could utilize. As has been mentioned previously, immortal Gu were unique. Feng Yuan did not have a single one of Vaguely Familiar Face's 3 core immortal Gu. They were in Feng Jiayuji's hands. If Feng Yuan wanted to use Vaguely Familiar Face, he could only change the core Gu and modify the killer move. Furthermore, it would be best if this immortal Gu was one that Feng Yuan currently had. Right now, Feng Yuan achieved this aim. The modified Vaguely Familiar Face that he deduced was greatly simplified in comparison to the original. It only had 1 core immortal Gu, Eat Strength immortal Gu. His other immortal Gu, like Fixed Immortal Travel, Self-Strength, Iron Crown Eagle Strength immortal Gu and so on were incompatible. Or rather, Feng Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not make use of these Gu in this regard. Feng Yuan could use Eat Strength immortal Gu as the core to activate Vaguely Familiar Face. This was mostly due to his rich foundation as a Strength Path Grandmaster. Using Eat Strength Immortal Gu as the core to use Vaguely Familiar Face, the effect was very limited. Once the killer move was used, it could not change Feng Yuan's appearance, but it could change his aura. Feng Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Once he had to exert himself seriously, his aura would leak out and be exposed, along with his identity. But if he used this version of Vaguely Familiar Face activated by Eat Strength Immortal Gu, he could change his aura and turn his Northern Plains Gu immortal aura into that of Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, or Western Desert. If the other party was not a Gu immortal skilled in investigation, they would not be able to expose him. In fact, Old Lord Kanyang had such a method. When Old Lord Kanyang helped Dongfeng Changfan, he fought with the band of demonic path immortals in an intense battle. But from start to finish, he was showing a Northern Plains aura. He did not display any relationship with Central Continent. This was evidently an immortal killer move. This was an indication of Immortal Crane Sect's plentiful foundation. But Feng Yuan created Vaguely Familiar Face in a rush. The effect was weaker than Old Lord Kanyang's move. Old Lord Kanyang could fight intensely against a large number of Northern Plains Gu immortals without exposing his true Central Continent aura. Feng Yuan knew clearly that his version of Vaguely Familiar Face could not do that. Furthermore, The use of this killer had a huge weakness: the price was very high. Each time he used it, he would need to consume several strength path Dalmarks. Eat strength immortal goo's effect was to allow the goo immortal to eat immortal materials that were full of pure strength path Dalmarks, and extract the natural strength path Dalmarks from them, adding them to the goo immortal's body. Fang Yuan faced many failures in his deductions. He eventually racked his brains and placed his target on himself. As a strength path immortal zombie, his body purely consisted of strength path Dalmarks. As for the time path and space path Dalmarks in his immortal aperture, they were not related to his body. Looking at another example, who immortal blessed land had earth path, space path, time path, and enslavement path Dalmarks, but who immortal's body when she was alive only had enslavement path Dalmarks. After she died, the enslavement path Dalmarks on her body were all transferred into her blessed land. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to eat his own body. He used Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core. By supplementing large numbers of mortal goo, he expended strength path Dalmarks in order to disguise his aura. Even though this immortal killer move effect was not great, it could not meet Fang Yuan's requirements, and also had a huge drawback, but it was at least usable. It was already very fortunate that he obtained such a result. He had thought that his deduction would end in utter failure. Having a preliminary success was already very satisfactory to him. The highest credit had to go to Wisdom Goo. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration. He could forcefully make the strength path immortal goo into the core of vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan entered the 6th round of the competition and got first place. Returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a short while before using fixed immortal travel to go to Western Desert. Western Desert, impassable dunes. Winds were blowing as sand was scattered in the air. The Goo Masters of Zhao Clan were all in a battle formation. They were fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants. Their bodies were covered in a layer of glazed exoskeleton. They were skilled at moving in the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand. Their mouths were sharp and dangerous. They attacked the Zhao Clan Goo Masters. Fang Yuan watched them from the sky. He estimated that there were at least 30,000 of these hidden sand spiders. But Zhao Clan was a super force of Western Desert. The Zhao Clan Goo Masters had exemplary skill in battle. They also had rich experience in dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, the situation was tilted in favor of the humans. Fang Yuan only took a look before moving his gaze to behind the hidden sand spider group. This was a huge area of sand dunes. Within this area, fierce winds were moving about as the sky turned dark. Countless beasts were growling. If one looked closely, they would realize that these sand dunes were moving slowly. Chapter 837, Doing Business in Western Desert. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert, the movement of hundreds of thousands of sand dunes. It was like heaven was using a brush to sweep past most of the Western Desert, drawing a curved line. In this fixed curved path of moving sand dunes, there were no oases, no beasts and no rocks. There was only yellow sand. No one could stop it. Even rank 8 Goo Immortals were powerless, for these enormous moving sand dunes. Western Desert's people name them impassable dunes, revealing their helplessness and confusion towards nature's might. Impassable dunes. Fang Yuan, however, narrowed his eyes, and flew straight towards the sand dunes. He had concealed his figure, and flew right above the battlefield on the ground. But no one detected him. Several of Zhao Clan's Goo Immortals were fighting on the impassable dunes, but they were at the periphery. Even these Goo Immortals could not explore the inner areas. Their opponents were 3 enormous hidden sand spider queens. Each was a desolate beast. These hidden sand spider queens were like fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Their hill-like colossal bodies were constantly letting out hidden sand spider groups. However, Zhao Clan's Goo Immortals were well arranged and in good order. Zhao Hukai led the charge as the leader, shouting and roaring as he immersed himself in the thrill of battle. The deputy leader, Zhao Shirang, sighed, transmitting, "Leader, it is almost time. We have already achieved our objective of training them. We should order our Gu masters to retreat now. If you had not said this, I would have forgotten it. Handle this by yourself. Ha ha ha. These 3 hidden sand spider queens have weakened greatly. It is time to capture them. Zhao Hukai laughed wildly and was just about to attack, when his gaze suddenly focused in front of him and towards his left. He shouted, "Who's there?" Boom. The reply was a giant hand that passed through the sandstorm with an imposing air, directly grabbing a hidden sand spider queen. Zhao Hukai stared with a furious expression, but this giant hand's timing was perfect. That hidden sand spider queen had just been forced back by Zhao Clan's Gu immortals when the giant hand smoothly grabbed it from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen had gone straight into a trap. Such guts! You dare to challenge Zhao Clan in our territory, thief? You want to reap the fruits of our labor? You are unforgivable. Everyone, attack and capture this person. I, Zhao Hukai, must see who is so daring. Zhao Clan's Gu immortals were furiously about to attack when suddenly, 7 strength path giant hands emerged from the sandstorm. Bam bam bam. Intense banging sounded out. 5 rank 6 Gu immortals of Zhao Clan were routed in panic. Only Zhao Hukai and Zhao Shirang, the 2 rank 7s, were able to fight equally with 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The enemy is extremely powerful. The 2 leaders have used their signature killer moves, but they actually haven't made progress. The other party still doesn't seem to have used all their strength. This is the first time I have seen this strength path killer move. Who in the world is this person? Immediately, Zhao Clan's Gu immortals revealed heavy expressions. No need to be nervous, I have no malicious intentions. Look. Fang Yuan slowly flew out and revealed his appearance, his expression having a slight smile. Everyone's gazes turned towards that hidden sand spider queen, which was already clenched firmly in the grasp of the strength path giant hand, screeching in pain and struggling desperately. Captured just like that. This immortal killer move is really strong. Zhao Hukai and Zhao Shirang glanced at each other, seeing the vigilance in each other's eyes. If it were them, they could not accomplish this so easily. Otherwise, Zhao Clan would not have sent so many Gu immortals to capture the hidden sand spider queens. Fang Yuan was able to accomplish this easily. One reason was because he had grasped the correct timing, when the hidden sand spider queen was greatly weakened. Another reason was that after the merging of a second immortal Gu, pulling mountain, into myriad self-giant hand, its might had greatly increased and had even more power against Earth Path desolate beasts like hidden sand spider queens. After grabbing the hidden sand spider queen, Fang Yuan appeared in front of Zhao Clan's Gu immortals of his own accord. "Sir, who might you be? What is your intention?" Sensing Fang Yuan's good intention, Zhao Hukai asked in a low voice. Fang Yuan chuckled, "I am nothing more than a nameless lone cultivator of Western Desert, living in seclusion over my life. Not long ago, I had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Only then did I come out into the open. I am here because I want to do a long-term trade with your esteemed clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spider groups?" "Oh, regretful spiders?" Zhao Clan's Gu immortals felt joyous. Zhao Clan possessed an immortal Gu house, 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. 10,000 Li was only a general name. The entire immortal Gu house was far longer than 10,000 Li. This immortal Gu house had a very special function. As long as there were enough mortal spider Gu, it could be spread out and built everywhere. If looked on from a bird's eye point of view, it would resemble a giant spider web spread over Western Desert. And the surface of the floor of this 10,000 Li silk corridor was smooth like silk. Anything placed on it could be transported at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Clan was one of the richest among Western Desert's super forces. The most important reason was because Zhao Clan possessed this 10,000 Li silk corridor. Any immortal Gu house was a unified construct involving defense, attack, movement, healing, investigative and other aspects. Be it 88 True Yang Building, Wada Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House or any other immortal Gu house, they all were like this. They could be considered war fortresses. Zhao Clan spread 10,000 li silk corridor everywhere, transporting goods and earning a fortune. However, 10,000 li silk corridors usage consumed large numbers of mortal spider goo. 10,000 li silk corridor was Zhao Clan's economic lifeline. Thus Zhao Clan had to gather a very large quantity of mortal spider goo every year to maintain 10,000 li silk corridor. This time, Zhao Hukai and Zhao Shirang led the group to capture hidden sand spider queens. It was to raise them in the clan's headquarters. Every set interval of time, the blood of the hidden sand spider queen would be drawn and their flesh would be cut. Then the clan's goo masters would gather to refine large amounts of mortal spider goo. Despite Zhao Clan's own management fulfilling a portion of the requirement, there was still a shortfall left, which would have to be filled by purchasing large numbers of mortal spider goo from the market. Moreover, the larger the number of mortal spider goo and the greater the variety of them, the more beneficial it would be in the operation of 10,000 li silk corridor. Zhao Clan's goo immortal group was naturally excited. Zhao Hukai asked immediately, "How many regretful spiders do you have, sir, and how will we make the transaction?" Fang Yuan laughed, reporting a number. The joyous light in Zhao Hukai's eyes faded in an instant. Fang Yuan then spoke, "I can supply your esteemed clan with this number of mortal spider goo every month." Zhao Hukai beamed with delight. "As for how to trade them," Fang Yuan said slowly, "isn't your 10,000 li silk corridor the best way? Give me a token for a nearby node of 10,000 li silk corridor. Every month on the 30th, I will arrive at this node, place the goods and take the payment." "Then what is the price of sir's goods?" Zhao Shirang chipped in. "No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Let's discuss the price after you look at the quality of the goods." Fang Yuan took out a sample. Zhao Clan's goo immortals were greatly pleased at the quality. These regretful spiders came from a superforce of northern plains, Dongfang tribe. It would be strange if Zhao Clan's goo immortals were not satisfied. Fang Yuan quoted a price. After a round of bargaining, the two sides settled on a price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Zhao Hukai made the payment on behalf of Zhao Clan, and Fang Yuan also obtained a node token. After the completion of the transaction, he turned around and left. Zhao Hukai and the rest of the group returned to Zhao Clan's headquarters, and immediately reported this to Zhao Clan's first Supreme Elder. The first Supreme Elder slowly nodded his head after learning of the details. "Little Hu, you did well. The contribution points for this task will be doubled." Zhao Hukai said in a heavy voice, "Lord, it is just that this person appeared too suddenly. A rank 6 immortal zombie with rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know of his origins?" The first Supreme Elder smiled indifferently. "Western Desert is vast. There are naturally many goo immortals who remain in seclusion. This is not something I can know completely. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence by themselves. It is not strange for them to be forced to come out of seclusion. Since this person wants to do business sincerely, we will cooperate with them for now. Our clan has an unceasing demand for mortal spider goo. If the cooperation is pleasant, there is no problem with handing out one of Zhao Clan's transaction tokens to him." "Lord, are we not going to investigate him?" The first Supreme Elder thought for a moment before saying, "I know what you mean. Since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he must have other blessed lands." "Okay. Investigate him a little for a while. We cannot treat him like a normal immortal zombie. The most important thing right now is the contest with Dongclan to occupy the market in the northwest side. We need to spread 10,000 li silk corridor as fast as possible." "I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder." Zhao Hukai saw the First Supreme Elder shutting his eyes to rest. He understood the message and gave a respectful bow before quietly leaving. A few days later, Central Continent, Floating Flower River Bank, Hearing Wave Pavilion. The large force, Hearing Wave Pavilion, was generally a secluded sect, but it was now bustling like a market. This was the one of the test locations for the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention. A round of the competition had just ended. Everyone in the audience was discussing and exclaiming, with countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was clothed in a black robe, he wore a mask on his face, Just like previously, silently and unhurriedly, he walked out of the stage. Many gazes followed his slow movement, while another portion of people stared at the rankings on the wall with shock. Right now, Fang Yuan's name was imprinted on first place. Demonic cultivator Fang Yuan has seized first place 7 times in a row. Amazing, truly amazing. This performance means he has master level attainment at least. With such talents and ability, there is a high chance that he can pass the famous nightmarish 8th round of the Refinement Path Convention. When can I have such ability? Among the crowd, Hong Yi gazed at Fang Yuan's receding figure, his heart filled with yearning. For some reason, while others disliked Fang Yuan's style as a demonic cultivator, Hong Yi, as a disciple of the Righteous Path's Universal Life Academy, did not feel any dislike towards Fang Yuan. Hong Yi had great luck and huge potential, but his skills were too thinly spread out and he was eliminated pitifully at the 2nd round. Do you guys think Fang Yuan can fight his way into the finals just like this? Youngster, you are thinking about the finals now? He. It is too early, too early. That's right. Who knows how many dragons and snakes are in Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention. The water here is too deep. The previous 7 rounds were no more than the initial portion of the competition. The true essence and brilliance of the Refinement Path Convention lies in the later parts of the competition. Chapter 838, Origin of the Refinement Path Convention. Under everyone's discussions, Fang Yuan slowly started walking out of Hearing Wave Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the crowds of people opened up a path for him. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path cultivator, those of the Righteous Path felt distaste and repulsion regarding it, but they had no choice but to admire his Refinement Path attainment, especially in such a special environment like the Refinement Path Convention. This was a special time where demonic cultivators could enter the Righteous Path forces openly. The mentality of Gu Masters was slightly different now. They were focusing on champions of Refinement Path. At the outer gate of Hearing Wave Pavilion, several Gu Masters from their respective forces were shouting loudly and selling information. It was a booming business. Attention, attention, the newest information has been updated. There is the most comprehensive results list in this Refinement Path Convention. We even have the results of the 7th round. Do you want to know the top 100 Gu refinement geniuses most favored in this competition? Then come take a look. 1 shadow image Gu for a minimum price of 50 primeval stones. We will sell it for the highest prices offered, until we run out of stock. A famous Wisdom Path Gu Master's conjecture towards the ranking of the participants in this small competition of Central Continent sects. There are also the grudges of the 10 great ancient sects. A set of information for only 10 primeval stones. It is a steal. To think that the results of the 7th round are already out. Fang Yuan heard this and he was inwardly moved. But when he saw the attire of the Gu Master selling the information, he understood why. This Gu Master selling the information of the 7th round was wearing the clothes of Lightning Information Sect. Lightning Information Sect was a super force created by a Gu immortal. It was obviously far inferior to the 10 great ancient sects. Lightning Information Sect's creator, Mi Lan Guang, was originally a Lightning Path Gu immortal from Wind Cloud Manor. Because he broke the sect rules, he was crippled in his cultivation and expelled from the sect. In order to sustain a living, he was forced to cultivate Information Path. Combined with his Lightning Path cultivation experience, he created a set of unique Information Path Gu worms. In the end, he developed at a much faster pace than before. He created Lightning Information Sect. After more than 100 years of development, it was already a first-rate sect that was skilled in Information Path among the forces of Central Continent. Even the 10 great ancient sects bought information from them at times. Fang Yuan walked to this Gu Master and threw him 10 primeval stones. Give me a copy. The Lightning Information Sect Gu Master received the primeval stones in a hurry. He took a look at Fang Yuan and was shocked. Oh, sir. Is Sir Lord Fang Yuan? It is my greatest honor to be able to provide this information to you. How could I accept any primeval stones? Sir, please take it back. This information will be given to you for free. Saying so, He passed the 10 primeval stones back to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "It is your reward." The Gu Masters smiled in a fawning manner. "Then I will thank Lord for the reward." "Lord, this is the information you want. I thank you for purchasing this on behalf of Lightning Information Sect. If you could spare us a moment of your time and accept the interview of our sect, we will give you immortal materials as compensation." Fang Yuan waved his hand, receiving the Gu Master's information path Gu Worm as he walked away. "Lord, take care." The Gu Masters saw that Fang Yuan rejected him and did not say anything else. After all, Fang Yuan was a rank 5 demonic cultivator. He stood on the spot and sent Fang Yuan off, gazing after him. Only until Fang Yuan was gone did he continue to shout loudly and promote his information. Fang Yuan walked as he diverted a portion of his thoughts into the new information path Gu Worm. This information path Gu was only rank 1, it was simple to refine, it was not worth mentioning. But the point was the information inside. That was the thing that was valued at 10 primeval stones. Fang Yuan inspected it and found out that there were over 8,000 people that got through all 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention. These people were able to get through the 7 rounds. They would essentially be quasi-masters at least. Of course, among them, there were some lucky ones with lower attainment levels. But here, speaking of those with lower capability was only relative to the experts. They were not at Hong Yi's level. People like him were already completely eliminated by the 3rd round. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of people who signed up. Most of these people were Central Continent Gu Masters. There were also people from Southern Border and the other regions. After 7 rounds, only 8,000 were left. It was not even 10,000. One could see how intense the elimination rate was. And among them, only 400 or so were people who had gotten the top 3 places in all 7 rounds of the competition. These were talented people who were at least Refinement Path Masters. This number of 400 might appear high, but in a huge region like Central Continent, they were truly a small fraction. These people were at the top of the pyramid. In any path, people of master level were rare. Compared to other paths, Refinement Path could be considered much deeper and harder. The proportion of masters was even lower. Among these 400, only 80 or so had gotten first place in all 7 rounds. Undeniably, these 80 were the focal group of the focal group. They were the pivotal characters. Fang Yuan was among them. According to the experts' evaluation, his name was only at the middle upper position. This was the result when Fang Yuan did not bother concealing his ability. One could see how intense the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was. Talented people were emerging everywhere. It was not easy to defeat these Refinement Path geniuses and stand at the top. Of course, this ranking was only an estimate. It did not represent their true level. The tests in the 7 rounds could not evaluate Fang Yuan's limits. At the same time, he had a mysterious background. Even if they wanted to make a guess, they had no way to do so. These reasons caused his ranking to be at the 30th position or so. Fang Yuan looked at this ranking and found many familiar names: Firesmith Dragon Chief, Fang Hui, Tian Minitsme, Fang Jinhuang, Yu Chun, Luopin Tian, Dping Tan, Ku Wen. All these people had high statuses in Fang Yuan's previous life. Undeniably, they were all outstanding people. Shining stars lined up one after another. Fang Yuan felt a strong, piercing light coming from them. Among these people, some were superstars during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Even though some of their rankings might be low now, they were immortals in the future. Some even were Refinement Path Grandmasters during their lifetimes. Fang Yuan felt pressure inwardly. Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster. He was one step away from Grandmaster level. But this one step was very far away. It required great accumulation to make the breakthrough. Actually, in terms of Refinement Path talent, Fang Yuan was very ordinary. If his talent was insufficient, he could only make up for it with hard work. Fang Yuan's accumulations from his previous life, along with his current life, forcefully elevated his Refinement Path attainment from master level to quasi-grandmaster level. 500 years of cultivation but only becoming a quasi-grandmaster, Wasn't he really useless? Look at Xing Shanchuan. He is so young but already a refinement path master. Talent was undeniably important, but there was another factor. Xing Shanchuan was a Gu master that cultivated refinement path mainly, all of his efforts were placed in it. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan in both lives only cultivated refinement path on the side. During his previous life, he lived 300 years at first, only cultivating blood path for the last 200 years. And in this life he cultivated strength path. Being one's main cultivation as opposed to being cultivated on the side, the amount of effort put into them was vastly different. If Feng Yuan did not cultivate blood path and strength path mainly, he might not have lived up to now. He was not fortunate like Xing Shanchuan, having a master to protect and nurture him along the way. Furthermore, attainment levels of paths were hard to raise. The higher one went, the more difficult it was. Before Dream Realms changed the 5 regions, to raise one's attainment level, one could only work hard and accumulate their foundation while having ample talent. One could say that it was not easy for Feng Yuan to reach his current quasi-grandmaster attainment level. With my ability, it will be difficult to even reach the top 10 of the refinement path convention. Meanwhile, to benefit from the infallible inheritance, I need to be at least top 6. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. Central Continent's refinement path convention had expanded over the years. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to fight over the infallible inheritance and split its benefits, using refinement path to hold a competition and determine the winner, to gain the most benefits for one's own sect. But later, because the infallible inheritance's benefits were too great, it could even help in the recovery of Fate Gu, therefore Heavenly Court took over it. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were representatives under Heavenly Court to manage affairs. Heavenly Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. Since the boss wanted to take over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate to the best of their efforts. With Heavenly Court controlling it, Central Continent's refinement path convention became famous throughout the region, and even expanded its influence over the world. Right now, each refinement path convention would attract many people from the other 4 regions to participate. Based on records from previous competitions, those who can reach the top 3 are refinement path grandmasters, or even quasi-great grandmaster level occasionally. The quality of each competition's Gu masters vary, but the top 10 were usually mostly refinement path grandmasters. Sometimes, the 7th to 10th positions were refinement path quasi-grandmasters. When there were few people joining, and there were only 3 to 4 refinement path grandmasters, there would be refinement path quasi-grandmasters in the top 6. But when there were many people, there would be 7 to 8 refinement path grandmasters in the top 10, then there would be few quasi-grandmasters who could reach a top 10 position. This time, the standard was neither high nor low. There were 5 refinement path grandmasters. I am best at blood path Gu refinement techniques, but right now, I do not have many blood path Gu worms, and if I use those blood path refinement techniques openly, I would be giving Immortal Crane Sect an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To get top 6, I need to scheme. Feng Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent, Unzi Earth Trench, Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force. There were 3 Gu Immortals in it. Its sphere of influence spread over an enormous range. It covered dozens of large forces, hundreds of middle-sized forces, and countless small forces, including the insignificant Gu Master families. To be a test location of the 8th round was something Demon Expelling Sect's main headquarters definitely had the qualifications for. Tens of thousands of Gu Masters rushed in on this day, to watch the exciting competitions of Gu refinement. Of course, the actual location was limited in space and could only hold 1,000 people. But these 1,000 people were not ordinary Gu Masters. Demon Expelling Sect had already made appropriate arrangements for the huge squares that could hold many ordinary spectators. Once the 8th round started, the real-time broadcast of the competition would play in the air. Chapter 839, Feng Zheng's Inner Thoughts. Feng Zheng and another immortal crane sect elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. It was a hubbub of sound outside the stage. Over 1,000 Gu masters were sitting in the surroundings, discussing in murmurs while waiting for the 8th round to start. However, because there were too many people, even the softest whispers converged together to become an extremely clamorous scene. Immortal crane sect's elders and disciples. Once they saw Feng Zheng's group, the surrounding Gu masters could not help but stare at them. The sounds of their discussions became softer. Compared to large and small forces, members of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sect members gave the feeling of royalty walking among common people. That young man is actually wearing the attire of an immortal crane sect elder. I am not hallucinating, right? Quiet down, can't you sense his aura? He is a genuine rank 5 Gu master. Making a fuss over nothing. It's not like there aren't Gu worms to maintain a youthful appearance. Look over there. They are Myriad Dragon Doc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted towards another group of people. The number of this group of Gu masters was twice that of immortal crane sects, with 4 elders leading the way and many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragon Doc, an elder of immortal crane sect, couldn't help but focus his gaze. Of the 10 great ancient sects, Myriad Dragon Doc could be said to have been in the limelight recently, and the reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. During his 2 years of closed cultivation, he created the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After coming out of seclusion, he roamed around Central Continent, challenging countless Gu immortals in his journey. Most ended in his victory. There were few draws and very rarely did he lose. The more Vicious Lightning Fiend won, the greater his reputation soared, because he gained a lot of resources from the spars and duels. The amount of lightning deities that he owned increased instead of decreasing. There were a total of 3 now. Even before he had Lightning Deity, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive achievement of battling a rank 7 Gu immortal to a draw. Now with 3 lightning deities, his battle strength had increased explosively, even surpassing normal rank 7 Gu immortals. In his challenges, he had achievements of defeating many rank 7 Gu immortals. With rank 6 cultivation, winning against rank 7 Gu immortal was extremely rare. Especially praiseworthy was that Vicious Lightning Fiend had repeatedly challenged and won against rank 7 Gu immortals. He was at the peak of fame now, and the reputation of Myriad Dragon Doc, his affiliated sect, was also soaring with him. This was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu immortal world was starting to recognize Vicious Lightning Fiend as the strongest among rank 6 Gu immortals of the current generation in Central Continent. Some battle-hungry elders of Myriad Dragon Doc were so encouraged that they even proclaimed that Vicious Lightning Fiend was the next Shilei, the next Feng Jiayuj. Vicious Lightning Fiend had immediately reprimanded them when he heard news of it. Leave Shilei aside, but Lord Feng Jiayuj is not someone I am qualified to compare with. Speak less of such things from now on. The implication of his words was that he was able to match Shilei. Immortal Monkey King Shilei was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Combat Immortal sect with outstanding battle strength, but he had firmly been pushed down by Feng Jiayuj, unable to turn the situation around. It was rare to see a monster like Feng Jiayuj even once in thousands of years. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had been forced to accept it, respecting and fearing him. A series of victory fostered Vicious Lightning Fiend's swagger, till he began to publicly challenge Shilei. Combat Immortal sect's people were naturally extremely indignant, but strangely, the violent-natured Shilei was maintaining silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragon Doc's confidence, as they felt Shilei did not have certainty in dealing with Vicious Lightning Fiend, and was hiding like a coward. Of course, people who knew some of the inside story were aware that Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge was nothing more than Myriad Dragon Doc probing at Combat Immortal sect. Combat Immortal sect discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm within it. They had already covertly started attacking the Grotto Heaven, and because they had withdrawn their Gu Immortal level battle strength from everywhere, the other 9 sects were already starting to sense something amiss. However, such secrets were generally only known by Gu Immortal level higher-ups and characters. Thus, when myriad Dragon Doc's elders and disciples saw Feng Zheng's group, they were clearly filled with arrogance. "Ah, it is Immortal Crane Sect's people. He. What are you here for? To see how your elders fail? It's useless. Our myriad Dragon Doc's Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final winner, no doubt of it." Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Masters immediately taunted and jeered. The competition between Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was extremely intense. There was much rivalry between either side, especially when Immortal Crane Sect had been showing weakness for a long time now. Myriad Dragon Doc's members, with their increasing reputation, further looked down on Immortal Crane Sect. Immortal Crane Sect's disciples felt suffocated by anger, but they could not retort to them, maintaining their silence as Myriad Dragon Doc's group brushed past them, before they sat at their arranged seats. "A bunch of cowards," someone said in disdain. Someone else ridiculed, "Ha ha ha. This is indeed the style of Immortal Crane Sect." Immortal Crane Sect's group looked even more unsightly. Some spectators were surprised at this and asked, "Immortal Crane Sect and Myriad Dragon Doc are both of the 10 great ancient sects. Why is Myriad Dragon Doc being so rampant?" Someone immediately replied, "There are stronger and weaker sects even among the 10 great ancient sects. Immortal Crane Sect is weaker than Myriad Dragon Doc. This is known by everyone." Besides this, the participating Gu Master of Myriad Dragon Doc in this test is truly strong. It is that Refinement Path Gu Master who is called Firesmith Dragon Chief. What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually a Gu Master of Myriad Dragon Doc. Isn't he a lone cultivator? He. Didn't you read the information from Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief had violated sect rules in his early years and was thrown out of Myriad Dragon Doc. He is participating in this Refinement Path convention to get a good placing and return to Myriad Dragon Doc. So it was like that. It is said this Firesmith Dragon Chief has Grandmaster attainment in Refinement Path. Even a person like this is begging to return to Myriad Dragon Doc. The appeal of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is really enormous. Over at Immortal Crane Sect, Feng Zheng and the other elder were quietly discussing. Feng Zheng asked, "I wonder, what is the possibility of our sect's elder Yan Tang succeeding in this round?" Feng Zheng did not have much skill in Gu refinement. He had trained hard and barely passed the 4 entry tasks, registering his name. However, he was miserably eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, large-scale competitions were all open contests and did not prohibit anyone from spectating. Feng Zheng's status was also high, as an elder of Immortal Crane Sect. Elder Yan Tang, who had invited him to many banquets and drinks, was participating this time, be it privately or publicly. He had to come in support of Elder Yan Tang. The Immortal Crane Sect elder, sitting beside Feng Zheng, frowned at his question and sighed. "Elder Feng Zheng, you are also aware that Elder Yan Tang's main cultivation is Fire Path, and he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. Meanwhile Firesmith Dragon Chief's main cultivation is Refinement Path and he cultivates Fire Path on the side. The gap is too large." Feng Zheng still did not understand completely. Even so, with Elder Yan Tang's Refinement Path attainment, he should be able to place in the top 3. Sigh. The Immortal Crane Sect elder shook his head while smiling bitterly. "Elder Feng Zheng, you are not aware, after the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, it uses a cruel system of a single winner. In this huge demon-expelling sect test venue, only one Gu Master will be able to win and advance." "What? It is actually like that?" Feng Zheng was shocked and was only able to react after a few breaths. He had experienced many setbacks, as such. The way he thought had changed. Since the opponent is so strong, then why didn't Elder Yan Tang go to another test venue? The Refinement Path Convention doesn't restrict the participants from choosing the venue. Elder Feng Zheng, you are right in thinking of that. After all, retreating to progress forward is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, Other test venues have already been occupied by refinement path experts. Moreover, it was the higher-ups' decision to arrange Elder Yan Tang in this venue. The final words were spoken quietly by the Immortal Crane sect elder. Feng Zheng was alarmed and startled. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the higher-ups had already made the decision to sacrifice Elder Yan Tang to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief. He suddenly recalled his master, Lord Sky Crane's words. Elder Yan Tang was isolated in Immortal Crane sect, so he is inviting you to drinks to form a political alliance with you. Because he is alone, he was chosen to be a sacrifice. Elder Yan Tang is probably filled with discontent. What if I was treated as a sacrifice one day? The moment he thought of this, Feng Zheng suddenly remembered the miserable scene of him in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over him. Ugh! The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Feng Zheng shuddered and gasped. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked with concern. Nothing. Feng Zheng wiped his forehead, his palms wiping away a layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think more. He was filled with panic and hesitation inside. Right at this time, the elder's voice resounded in his ears. All the participants have entered the venue. This round of the competition is about to begin. Feng Zheng quickly raised his head, and saw over 100 Gu masters slowly stepping onto the stage. Feng Zheng saw Immortal Crane sect's elder Yan Tang, who was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with discontent and helplessness. At another side, the red-robed Firesmith Dragon Chief, however, had an arrogant expression as he gazed around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding participants. A group of weaklings, it is my win for sure. Start already. Firesmith Dragon Chief indifferently laughed loudly, openly urging demon-expelling sects hosting elder. The surrounding refinement path Gu masters did not dare to refute this because of Firesmith Dragon Chief's strength. Immortal Crane sect's elder Yan Tang clenched his fists tightly and looked furious, but he unexpectedly remained silent. Victory to Myriad Dragon Dock. Victory. Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Dock's group was cheering loudly, as if injected with morale. They were rampant. The surrounding spectators, however, could only sit quietly and watch all this happening. Repulsive, truly repulsive. Feng Zheng still had the nature of a young man. He was clenching his teeth and shouting furiously inwardly, "Damn it! If only I had enough strength. I really hope someone will beat down this Firesmith Dragon Chief right now, and destroy this Myriad Dragon Dock group's arrogance." Seemingly responding to his wish, a figure quietly appeared. At first, no one paid attention, but when he stepped on the stage, countless gazes turned towards him. Black robe, mask, rank 5 demonic cultivator, Feng Yuan. Why is he here? The whole venue was silent before being sent into an uproar. Chapter 840, Feng Zheng's Nightmare. Nobody expected that Feng Yuan would show up here. According to the competition rules of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention, from the 8th round onwards, there can only be one winner from each test venue. Thus, gradually, the whole of Central Continent's test venues became domains to be dominated by skilled refinement path Gu masters, like fierce beasts ruling over a territory. Unless they were forced to have no other choice, no beast would move out of their territory to challenge another beast. This was not sensible. The further they advanced, the higher the glory and rewards they could obtain. Having a decisive showdown early on would only let someone else reap the benefits. Thus, when they saw Feng Yuan, many Gu masters guessed, does Feng Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief? The demon-expelling sect elder hosting this round of the competition also felt baffled, but showed no expression on his face. Feng Yuan's entry was in accordance to the competition's rules. As long as someone entered any test venue within the set time, their results would be recorded. Thus, even if there were people who wanted to obstruct someone, they could not do so under everyone's gazes. This person is Feng Yuan? Is he that famous owner of who immortal blessed land in our sect? Immortal Crane sect's disciples also began to guess. Truthfully speaking, Our sex lord Feng Yuan is truly mysterious. I have yet to see his true appearance. This is Feng Yuan? Impossible. Central continent is so large. There are also Gu masters with the same name. Feng Yuan and Feng Jinhuang's agreement has already been widely spread. Our immortal crane sect has many exemption quotas. Feng Yuan could have simply conserved his energy and participated from the 10th round onwards. Immortal crane sect's disciples discussed, many of them stealthily glancing at Feng Zheng's face. Feng Zheng's lips were pursed tight. His face looked pale white and his hands were clenched tightly within his large sleeves. They were brothers by blood. The moment Feng Yuan appeared, Feng Zheng could intuitively tell that it was his big brother. Feng Zheng was caught unprepared. The shadow during his childhood years suddenly fell and shrouded over him again at this moment, seemingly like a pair of black hands were tightly clenching his neck. Feng Zheng felt suffocated. The nightmare that he had done his best to evade from since he woke up from his coma attacked his mind once again. The arrogant exclamations and cheers of Myriad Dragon Dock Group gradually turned quieter. Feng Yuan had displayed high refinement path attainment, seizing first place in all the past 7 rounds, the same as Firesmith Dragon Chief. Myriad Dragon Dock's elders and disciples had to admit Feng Yuan was a powerful opponent. I heard this Feng Yuan's achievement is the same as that of our Firesmith Dragon Chief, seizing first place in all 7 rounds. Is he that person who is dueling Feng Jinhuang? If it is truly him, then that is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He should be very affluent. So what, HMPH? Haven't you seen the rankings? Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked at 7th, but where is Feng Yuan placed at? It is beyond 30th place. Right, he is simply looking for humiliation by coming here. I believe Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will definitely defeat him. Although Myriad Dragon Dock's group said this, other spectators did not have the same thoughts. Feng Yuan entered on his own accord, showing an extremely aggressive stance. Feng Yuan was clearly not a fool. He surely had confidence and trump cards to move out of his territory and attack. Feng Yuan's unorthodox behavior made Firesmith Dragon Chief startled, furious and doubtful. Thereupon, Firesmith Dragon Chief probed, Feng Yuan of Immortal Crane Sect, are you coming to lose in advance? What Firesmith Dragon Chief truly wanted to ask was, why are you coming here to compete? Couldn't you have just stayed in your territory and advanced safely? You must be smoking something. At the same time as he asked this, he felt gloomy inwardly. We don't have any grudges. What are you trying to do by disturbing me? Don't you still have the duel with Feng Jinhuang? Do I look that easy to bully? The moment he spoke, the uproar turned even louder. What? This Feng Yuan is actually a member of Immortal Crane Sect. Isn't he a demonic cultivator? It should be true. Firesmith Dragon Chief has personally confirmed it. Can it still be false? This is big news. Who could have thought he was actually a disciple of one of the 10 great ancient sects? But why did he come here? Did Immortal Crane Sect have a fight with Myriad Dragon Dock? I haven't heard rumors about any disputes. Even the hosting elder was looking with eyes wide open, staring at Feng Yuan blankly. At once, Feng Yuan became the focal point of everyone's gazes. Big brother. Feng Zheng gritted his teeth, his face pale as paper and his body filled with cold sweat unknowingly. He was feeling difficulty in breathing, and also physical weakness, as if he had collapsed after doing intense exercise. Fortunately, everyone was gazing at Feng Yuan and no one noticed his miserable state. Lord Sky Crane consoled him from his aperture, but there was almost no effect. Other Immortal Crane Sect members were excitedly gazing at Feng Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Feng Yuan had never officially appeared in Immortal Crane Sect's headquarters. However, his legends were spread widely in Immortal Crane Sect. Mysterious and powerful, with countless rumors regarding him. It was said that he had outstanding talents, such that he was taken in as a legacy disciple by a Gu Immortal the moment he stepped into Immortal Crane Sect. This was of course a rumor, purely speculative and completely unreliable. However, Immortal Crane Sect's higher-ups could not refute them. Once they spoke the truth, where would their reputation as one of the 10 great ancient sects remain? Moreover, Immortal Crane Sect's disciples were more willing to believe the proof in front of them. The greatest proof was Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng had a great aptitude and already had rank 5 cultivation now, becoming a sect elder. They could only imagine, as his big brother, how outstanding Fang Yuan's aptitude must be. Otherwise, how could he have won against Feng Jinhuang and seized Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Right now, Immortal Crane Sect's members was stretching their necks, firmly fixing their gazes upon Fang Yuan like glue. Uncertainty and curiosity was overflowing from within their hearts. I really want to see Lord Fang Yuan's true appearance. It should be similar to Elder Fang Zheng's. Sigh. Why did he have to wear a mask? This is a test venue. If we carelessly use investigative goo, we will be thrown out. The disciples communicated excitedly. The other Immortal Crane Sect elder finally discovered Fang Zheng's state and asked with concern, "Elder Fang Zheng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Nothing, nothing." Fang Zheng's heart skipped a beat, hurriedly replying, "Why does Elder Fang Zheng seem to be afraid of Fang Yuan? Is the relationship between these brothers not good?" A strange look flashed past the elder's eyes. Fang Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly glanced around, pausing a moment on Fang Zheng before slowly landing on Firesmith Dragon Chief. He chuckled, breaking the long silence, his voice somewhat hoarse as he proudly proclaimed to everyone present, "Right, I am Immortal Crane Sect's Fang Yuan." Ha ha, it was true. Elder Fang Yuan. Best of luck. Elder Fang Yuan and Elder Fang Zheng are our sect's heroes. The most intense response was from Immortal Crane Sect's group. Some disciples almost jumped in excitement. They felt pride and a strong sense of honor in their sect, after being suppressed by Myriad Dragon Doc. Right now, with Fang Yuan's words, they felt really relieved and avenged. "What are you so happy about?" "Right, what is there to be pleased about?" Myriad Dragon Doc's group retorted. Hatred flashed past Fang Zheng's eyes, as he said with clenched teeth, "Don't compare my brother with me." These words, however, had another meaning when heard by others. "Did you hear it? Even Elder Fang Zheng, with his aptitude, admits he is inferior to Lord Fang Yuan." "That's right. Reportedly Fang Yuan is a Gu immortal seed and the higher-ups are nurturing him with all their strength." Immortal Crane Sect's disciples talked in a soft volume, but the sound was not soft at all. "You guys." Fang Zheng's expression turned ashen and he felt an intense dizziness. The expressions of Myriad Dragon Doc's group turned even more unsightly. The atmosphere of conflict intensified. One elder of Myriad Dragon Doc sneered and cursed in a quiet voice. "Let's see what kind of downcast expressions you guys will have when he loses." The bustle outside the stage already made the other participants on the stage into props to be ignored. Fang Yuan continued to gaze at Firesmith Dragon Chief, and intentionally raised his voice, "Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here to defeat you. It is way too boring to defeat those incompetents. You are a slightly decent opponent. You will add some radiance to my path of advancement. So use your true strength, don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is, what was it? Mad Deity's blazing flames? Use it and fight me, this way when I defeat you, I can feel a little satisfaction." Hearing such provocative words from Fang Yuan, whether it was on the stage or outside the stage, all the Gu masters had the same feeling, arrogant, too arrogant. Everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Fang Yuan, they realized the saying "no matter how good you are, there is always someone better than you" was completely true. Look at Fang Yuan, this was the true master of arrogance. Firesmith Dragon Chief was startled. "He actually knows about my hidden trump card? This is impossible. I have never exposed this technique." "How did he find out?" After the astonishment, anger rose in him as he countered, "Alright, since you, Junior, are boasting so shamelessly, let me teach you a thorough lesson. I will make you understand what true pain is." At the same time, he furiously shouted inwardly, "Will I, a grand rank 6 Gu immortal who has undergone 2 heavenly tribulations and is only 1 away from rank 7, be afraid of you, a bottom-tier immortal zombie? Kid, you think too highly of yourself. I will step on you and make you lose all your face. Blindly challenging me will be the greatest regret of your life. Chapter 841, Fang Yuan's public provocation. Seemingly hearing Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Fang Yuan continued to ridicule with even more intensity. Good, this gaze, this mood, this rage, only like this can you bring out all your strength to fight me. Only such an opponent can make me feel some interest. Remember, you must use all your strength, otherwise you will be Myriad Dragon Doc's disgrace. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan spoke with such arrogance while pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief. At once, all the Gu Masters were speechless. Wasn't this way too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Doc's members gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Fang Yuan was even more arrogant. Firesmith Dragon Chief trembled in anger, staring at Fang Yuan with such fury that flames seemed to spout out. Unlike the imagination of outsiders, Fang Yuan had a bold demeanor on the surface, but inwardly, he was extremely vigilant. Differing from the information in the outside world, this Firesmith Dragon Chief's main cultivation is actually not Refinement Path but Fire Path. Back when he was at Myriad Dragon Doc, he was a Refinement Path Gu Master, and he was also indeed thrown out of the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a certain Fire Path Gu Immortal's inheritance. After he became a Fire Path Gu Immortal, he tried to enter Myriad Dragon Doc again. Myriad Dragon Doc naturally would not let go of a Gu Immortal and had actually already secretly taken him in. It was just that it happened to be time for the Refinement Path Convention, and seeing his Refinement Path attainment was Grandmaster level, they hurriedly made him join the competition to try to seize the top spot and get more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's Refinement Path attainment level is above mine. In my previous life, he was ranked at second of this convention. A Refinement Path Grandmaster cannot be taken lightly, especially during the Gu refinement in the 10th round. He impressively suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters on the spot. Such an enemy must be beaten down early. If I let go of this chance, according to my previous life's memories, there will be almost no chance of suppressing him. Firesmith Dragon Chief was a Gu Immortal, but he did not disclose it, instead disguising himself as immortal. He naturally could not conceal his Gu Immortal cultivation from other Gu Immortals, but it was okay for them to know it. No one would expose this. Maintaining their mysteriousness helped Gu Immortals to maintain their dominion. There was also another reason. By any chance, if they lost to Immortal in the Refinement Path Convention, that would be too disgraceful. Why would Gu Immortals lose to mortals? There were actually many cases of mortals defeating Gu Immortals in the Refinement Path Convention. Gu refinement was not like fighting or killing. It was purely technical. The most important reason was that Immortal Gu were unique and were extremely difficult to successfully refine. Without Immortal Gu as a benchmark, the competition between Gu Immortals and mortals depended on refining Mortal Gu. Everyone could refine Mortal Gu, and to a great extent, it could not embody the gap between Immortal and Mortal. Thus, normally speaking, all Gu Immortals would hide their identities when participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Start. Fang Yuan urged the demon-expelling Sex Elder. Begin quickly. Firesmith Dragon Chief shouted. He was already impatient to crush this rampant Fang Yuan. Demon-expelling Sex Elder endured the pressure from the two, and said firmly with gritted teeth, "It is not yet time. The competition cannot be started. There are still 3 breaths of time left. 3, 2, 1, okay, activate the Isolation Gu formation, close the entrance of the venue, release the task." In the previous 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention, because of too many participants, they could only let the participants take the test in turns. Now, at the 8th round, the number of participants had greatly reduced. Each test venue only held the competition once. The Gu Masters who missed this chance would be regarded as voluntarily giving up. The Gu worms that contained the tasks were also very specific. This Information Path Rank 5 Mortal Gu was a method of Heavenly Court, and had extraordinary ability in preserving secrets. The tasks were not stored inside, but controlled by Heavenly Court. The instant the competition was about to begin, The true tasks would be transmitted. Everyone, inside and outside the stage, went quiet when the task was released. They were holding their breaths as they fixed their gazes on the task. It was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. The 8th task: refine a keep silent goo, a rank 5 sound path goo worm. The participant who successfully refines it first will be the winner and can advance to the next round. The remaining goo masters will be eliminated. The materials provided were immortal soul grass, worry stones, a rank 4 apathy goo, 6 rank 3 muted mouth goo, 2 rank 4 sinking goo. And the test did not allow the use of other materials. The goo recipes provided were 6 different keep silent goo recipes, 3 different apathy goo recipes and 1 collusion goo recipe. Everyone was frowning. The difficulty of this task could be considered about 10 times higher than the 7th round. Not only were there 10 different goo recipes, it also demanded a discerning eye, so the goo master could choose those most suitable for themselves. Moreover, the supplied materials were limited and did not allow the goo master to use materials they brought. In addition, these materials could not satisfy the requirements of any one goo recipe. This meant that the goo masters would need to reverse refine apathy goo, muted mouth goo or sinking goo to obtain more refinement materials. They would have to make use of these materials to finally refine the rank 5 sound path keep silent goo. Another method was for the participating goo masters to use wisdom path methods to sum up these goo recipes and improve them, deducing a goo recipe that met the conditions using the supplied materials as the base. However, between these two methods, the first one was naturally the most worthwhile and effective. The second method required extremely high wisdom path attainment, and by this stage, it was rare to see goo masters who also had deep wisdom path attainment. More importantly, this test took time into consideration. Only the first one to refine the goo successfully could be the winner, while the rest were eliminated. The mental pressure was high, and during the final steps, it was likely for there to be those who could not endure the mental pressure, making a mistake and failing. Firesmith Dragon Chief almost coughed out blood when he saw the task. What kind of shitty task was this? Firesmith Dragon Chief almost cursed out loud. He was actually a Fire Path Goo Immortal, and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Goo worms. This Sound Path Goo worm clearly did not fall within his proficiency range. Moreover, several of the crucial refinement materials could not be handled with fire refinement techniques. This was awkward. Fang Yuan had rampantly asked Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest goo refinement killer move, Mad Deity's Blazing Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and had also planned to use this killer move to completely humiliate Fang Yuan. However, with such a task, what would Firesmith Dragon Chief use Mad Deity's Blazing Flames for? Using the fire to burn air? This task was extremely at odds with Firesmith Dragon Chief. Relatively speaking, out of his entire goo refinement attainment, he could only display 80%. Even if he was a goo immortal, they also had areas where they were proficient in and those that they were not. This task just happened to be an aspect which Firesmith Dragon Chief was most unskilled in. Naturally, refinement path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could absolutely succeed in refining the goo. However, the key thing was the appearance of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's true skills were enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Among experts of similar levels, just a slight decrease in capability could determine the winner and the loser, let alone when Firesmith Dragon Chief was weakened by a whole 20%. This guy chose such great timing. His luck is seriously too good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore to himself, and glanced at Fang Yuan. However, at the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out. Fang Yuan had already started refining. How was it possible? How could he start so fast? The supplied goo recipes and materials could not be matched together. Goo masters had to reverse refine goo worms to create materials, or sum up the goo recipes and deduce a new one. In short, refining rank 5 keep silent goo at the end. Thus, this required the goo master to think deeply, making deductions constantly in their mind. and consider the probabilities of orthodox refining and reverse refining. From there, combining many ideas to make the most concise GU refinement plan. This thought process was extremely important. The ideas from the thoughts needed to have low risks. If the risks were high, there could be many failures, resulting in materials being wasted and not leaving enough for the GU refinement, and with the condition of not being able to use one's own materials, they could only admit defeat. While seeking low risk, they also needed to consume the least amount of time. If you consume too much time, someone else might have already finished, and even if you succeeded in refining, you would be eliminated. Demanding low risk and also low time consumption, this was quite difficult. They would require meticulous thinking, constant comparisons and arrangements, and then choosing the best plan out of them all. Even though Firesmith Dragon Chief was a grandmaster in refinement path, he estimated he would also need about 8 minutes of time. However, this Feng Yuan, how could he start refining GU at the very start? Is there a mistake? He really has such confidence. Foolish. A workman must sharpen his tools if he is to work well. The correct way is to calm down and think. The participating GU masters glanced at Feng Yuan a few times before concentrating on thinking. Feng Yuan had the lead and was progressing extremely quickly. Other GU masters had not even begun refining, only he had started. This naturally led to most of the spectators gazing at him. Exclamations of praise sounded out repeatedly. Such dazzling methods. Skilled, too skilled. It is simply like an instinct that has seeped into his bones. But is this okay? Haste makes waste. Feng Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he knew the contents of this task. In Feng Yuan's previous life, after he became a Blood Path GU Immortal, he had once planned to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. The reason? Because even the Demonic Path could participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Even wanted criminals could register their names overtly, and the Righteous Path would not arrest them. During that time, Feng Yuan did not have a single immortal GU and was putting his efforts in gathering immortal materials to refine immortal GU. The whole process was extremely arduous. In comparison, although he was an immortal zombie in this life, his financial circumstances were many times better. Feng Yuan had considered almost any possible method to gather immortal materials. He realized that the Refinement Path Convention was an opportunity to obtain large amounts of immortal materials. Chapter 842, Capturing Feng Zheng in Public. In Feng Yuan's previous life, by the time he placed his attention on the Refinement Path Convention, only a time period of over a decade had passed since the previous competition. To join the Refinement Path Convention, Feng Yuan had started preparing for it over 80 years in advance during his previous life. Every day, he spent some time practicing both day and night. During this process of practicing, Feng Yuan had the mindset of a youngster on earth facing a mountain of exam practice. He collected all of the different tasks throughout the years of competitions and practiced them laboriously, trying to discern the intention of the set task. He easily obtained all of the questions. There were people in Central Continent specialized in selling such information. These were easy to buy and sell. People seeking intelligence were simply everywhere. Thinking back to the times when he buried himself in practice, they were truly terrifying memories. But in actuality, Feng Yuan's Refinement Path Foundation was built during that time. Without that period, he would not reach his current Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster level. Thus, Feng Yuan not only remembered this competition's contents, he even knew the contents of many previous competitions, and even future competitions. With such a huge advantage, even if his Refinement Path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief, so what? Of course, this had a drawback. That was the butterfly effect. Since rebirth, Feng Yuan had altered the developments of many events. By burning a tree, it could cause a forest fire. Those skilled in swimming could drown. Those skilled in riding could fall. By relying solely on his advantage, would Feng Yuan cause his own demise due to a change in the questions this time? This was entirely possible, but this was only a possibility. According to Feng Yuan's deductions, There was a very small probability of this happening. Fang Yuan decided to take a risk, and he succeeded. The contents did not change at all. Time continued to pass. The state of the intense Gu refinement competition was starting to become clear. Fang Yuan was in the lead. He was ahead of the second-place Firesmith Dragon Chief by a large margin. He was radiating with confidence. He refined Gu calmly, maintaining his huge lead and gradually fermenting despair in all of the competitors who were trying to catch up to him. Some Gu masters outside the stage started to see some deeper things. They praised, "Fang Yuan has such quick wits." He did not think about it excessively. He designed this Gu refinement plan straight away. Incredible. His plan can not only keep a stable refinement speed, there are also fewer steps, allowing some mistakes. Even if he fails several times, the amount of materials are enough for him to try again. This was natural. The plan Fang Yuan used was the finalized perfect plan that countless Gu masters had come up with after many attempts in his previous life. There were more people gasping at Fang Yuan's Gu refinement techniques. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement techniques are truly incredible. He has so many of them. They are like his inborn skills. This is truly the result of immense practice and hard work. Now, he is refining Keep Silent Gu, involving many techniques that are not used normally, but he could actually use them so skillfully. It is hard to imagine his proficiency with normal techniques. This was natural. For this 8th round, Fang Yuan had made many preparations. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had specially trained and refined Keep Silent Gu. He did the entire procedure over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most notably, he is radiating with confidence from inside to outside. He believes in his success, as if the failure rate of the Gu refinement does not exist. This is the demeanor of a refinement path expert. The 3 olds of refinement path in history were just like this. That's right. Looking at him refine Gu is like watching a dazzling performance. How great is his confidence? It is almost as if victory is kept in his pocket. His advantage is too great. Even if Fang Yuan fails the Gu refinement once or twice, he can still fight for first place with Firesmith Dragon Chief, who is currently second. Under the gazes of countless people, Fang Yuan won this competition with a huge lead, without any surprises. Throughout the process, Fang Yuan unquestionably suppressed his competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief lost to him by a great margin. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief lost. He was eliminated like this. Spectators from Myriad Dragon Dock could not believe their eyes. They muttered dazedly, "Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan." The people from Immortal Crane Sect shouted. They cheered loudly. Only Fang Zheng was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. He felt as if the black robe was shrouded over his heart. Perhaps in my lifetime, I'll never get a chance to take revenge. At this moment, Fang Zheng was extremely discouraged. He had no fighting spirit left in him. Even though he had deep hatred, Fang Zheng felt extremely weak in front of Fang Yuan. There was nothing he could do. Firesmith Dragon Chief was staring with wide-opened eyes. He gazed at Fang Yuan fixedly. He was unwilling to accept this. He did not even use his strongest killer move. This damned question restricted him. But he had to admit that Fang Yuan's mind was very sharp and fast. He actually designed such a flawless Gu refinement plan in such a short time. Is this Fang Yuan guy really an immortal zombie? Is there an error with the information? Immortal zombies were worse in thinking. The plan that Fang Yuan thought of made this Gu immortal, Firesmith Dragon Chief, feel extremely ashamed. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief was suspicious of Fang Yuan's status as an immortal zombie. This round of the competition was over. Fang Yuan walked down slowly as he left the stage. He did not mock or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief. The latter couldn't help but relax slightly. Since he had won, there was no point in humiliating the other party. If he provoked Firesmith Dragon Chief and caused him to issue a challenge for a duel, Fang Yuan would only be inviting trouble for himself. Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief brought the people from Myriad Dragon Dock away, leaving with regret. Fang Yuan obtained the victor's reward from Demon Expelling Sect. It was a number of immortal materials. There was a huge variety of them, but each of them had little quantity. Starting from the 8th round, The rewards were far more valuable than the first 7 rounds. There were immortal materials as well as immortal goo recipes and others. If this was not the case, why would Feng Yuan treat the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a method to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Feng Yuan kept the immortal materials. He rejected Demon Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. He walked all the way to the exit. At the mountain gate, Immortal Crane Sect's group was waiting already. Lord Feng Yuan. Seeing Feng Yuan's arrival, Elder Yan Tang and another elder greeted him together. Feng Zheng was helpless. He was also an elder that had come along, but he was standing behind the two of them with an expressionless face. He did not even make any greetings. Fellow sect members, a good day to you all. Under the mask, Feng Yuan's warm voice could be heard. Immortal Crane Sect's group was very excited. From Feng Yuan's earlier arrogance, they felt that he would be hard to talk to, but now, he spoke with a kind and warm tone. They felt that Feng Yuan was truly different when facing his fellow sect members, compared to dealing with outsiders. Feng Yuan first looked at Elder Yan Tang. In the competition earlier, this elder had participated as well. Feng Yuan gave pointers casually. Your refinement path attainment is not low, but your plan had several flaws. This is how you should deal with them. For example, at the first step. Elder Yan Tang heard this and felt great admiration towards Feng Yuan. He thanked him profusely. The disciples behind him had shining eyes, filled with admiration and praise. Feng Yuan directed his gaze at Feng Zheng now. His voice turned cold as he said with a tone filled with disappointment, "My brother, what expression are you showing? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance is just as disappointing as always. You did not even pass the first round of the Refinement Path Convention. You simply make us lose face." The atmosphere turned heavy. The disciples were grimacing as they thought, Feng Yuan is such a fierce brother. Immortal Crane Sect's elders were stunned. It seemed that these two brothers had a rather cold relationship. Feng Zheng showed a look of hatred as he snorted. About to speak, Feng Yuan waved his hand. He was going to attack him in public. Feng Zheng was a rank 5 Goo Master, at the peak of the mortal world. But he was an enslavement path Goo Master. Most of his battle strength relied on crane groups, and he also did not expect Feng Yuan to attack him in public under everyone's sight without caring for the consequences. Feng Yuan's attack was premeditated. He not only used several mortal killer moves, among them was a Wisdom Path killer move from Dongfeng Changfan. While Immortal Crane Sect was staring blankly, Feng Yuan struck, immediately immobilizing Feng Zheng while at a distance. Feng Zheng, you are too disappointing. At this stage, you are still moving around outside. Why are you not settling down and cultivating? With such strength, you still want to attract attention outside. What is the point? Our parents are gone. As your brother, I hold the duty of a father to educate you. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards, you will stay by my side, and I will impart to you my refinement path experience. You have to cultivate with all your heart, until I am satisfied. Feng Yuan chided. I don't want you to take care of me. I am an elder of Immortal Crane Sect. I have grown up already. Feng Zheng screamed. He resembled the rebellious youth, refusing to accept discipline. But in fact, he was feeling an icy chill inside. He could not control himself. The words that he shouted were not words that he wanted to say. This was a Wisdom Path killer move from Dongfeng Changfan. It directly controlled Feng Zheng's mind and created fake thoughts that infiltrated Feng Zheng, causing him to act in accordance with these thoughts. This was similar to the way enslavement path Goo Masters controlled beasts. But the difference was, enslavement path Goo Masters usually only control beasts. They had simple thoughts. Controlling humans was much harder. They had complex minds. Feng Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Against Feng Zheng, a rank 5 Goo Master, he had to use and coordinate several killer moves at once to smoothly capture Feng Zheng. No, save me, will anyone save me? Master, Master. Fang Zheng screamed inwardly. But there was no response from the spirit incubating flea. Fang Yuan had cut off Fang Zheng's connection to his aperture. Fang Zheng stared at Fang Yuan with a furious expression. He did not think that Fang Yuan would be so crazy, attacking him here. He was simply a lunatic. He had no reservations towards offending Immortal Crane Sect. Chapter 843, Immortal Gu Change Form. Fang Yuan was in an alliance with Immortal Crane Sect. How could he dare to attack a member of Immortal Crane Sect? Fang Zheng knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples here. Earlier, when he Feng Ying and Kang Yu attacked two Immortal Blessed Land and failed, because of the benefits of Gut School, they reached an agreement. One of the clauses in the agreement was that members from both sides were not to attack each other. This was why Fang Zheng felt he was safe. Fang Yuan retracted his hand. Fang Zheng was immobilized. Nor could he shout. He could not resist as a formless force pulled him up and sent him into Fang Yuan's hands. Immortal Crane Sect's group was looking on with dumbfounded expressions. Such terrifying strength. Elder Fang Zheng has rank 5 cultivation level, but he was captured without putting up any resistance. Even though Fang Zheng is an enslavement path Gu master, isn't that too absurd? Fang Yuan's unbelievable abilities struck fear in these people. Fang Zheng screamed internally, "Are you people watching a show? Quickly save me, he is no longer my brother, he killed our aunt and uncle, he killed all the clansmen in our clan, he is a demon, he is a great demon." At the same time, Fang Zheng opened his mouth and shouted, "I will not go to your place. Why should I listen to you? You want to lecture me again? I can decide my own life, I have my own goals, how can you understand my dreams? I can work hard myself, I can surpass you." It was just like he was a completely rebellious and out-of-control youth. Fang Zheng heard his own yells and lost all hope. Fang Yuan sighed. He said to the people in Immortal Crane Sect, "During this period of time, my good-for-nothing brother has caused you trouble." "No trouble, no trouble at all." Immortal Crane Sect's members waved their hands in dismissal quickly. Fang Yuan nodded. He said, "I will bring Fang Zheng with me and educate him personally. I have talked to your sect leader regarding this matter already, you just need to go back and inform him." Fang Yuan was spouting nonsense. He did not even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of their last bits of hesitation. In order for Immortal Crane Sect to maintain its reputation, Fang Yuan's matter had always been covered in lies. Right now, Fang Yuan was using these lies to trick the members of Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan carried Fang Zheng and left. The surrounding Gu masters felt a peculiar feeling when they saw this, but since Immortal Crane Sect was saying nothing, why would they interfere? Furthermore, the target was the renowned refinement path expert Fang Yuan. There were Gu masters of Demon Expelling Sect who were worried. They went over to ask. Elder Yan Tang smiled as he said, "There's no issue, Lord Fang Yuan and Elder Fang Zheng are brothers. Right now, the elder brother is teaching his younger brother." Demon Expelling Sect was convinced and left. Immortal Crane Sect's gang watched as Fang Yuan left. Many disciples gazed towards Fang Zheng with a look of envy. Someone sighed. Even though Lord Fang Yuan speaks in a cold tone, he is really concerned about his one and only precious brother. That's right, it is such a rare opportunity to receive the teachings of a refinement path grandmaster. You know, after Fang Zheng accepted the sect mission last time, he came back and became a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by his brother, would he come back as a refinement path grandmaster? No way, that is too exaggerated. Even so, the guidance of such an expert is incredible precious, he has lots to gain from it. Sigh, why don't I have a brother like this? A disciple said the sentence that everyone was thinking about. If at this moment, they knew that Fang Yuan had captured Fang Zheng as a backup plan for his possession, what wondrous expressions would they show? Pipe! Fang Yuan threw Fang Zheng on the ground. Fang Zheng struggled to get up. He screamed internally, "Fang Yuan, you vile demon, what do you want with me?" "You and Immortal Crane Sect had made an agreement. You cannot kill me, an elder of Immortal Crane Sect." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "I am not going to kill you. Why are you so agitated? Oh dear brother, just wait here obediently and quietly." Fang Zheng showed fear on his face. he cried out from within. Feng Yuan is not my master, Lord Sky Crane. How can he hear my inner thoughts? Feng Yuan smiled arrogantly, looking at Feng Zheng, who was at his feet. He said, "Your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he were to be alive, he was only a rank 5 Gu master in his prime." Saying this, Feng Yuan grabbed with a hand and plundered all of the mortal Gu on Feng Zheng's body. The spirit incubating flea trembled weakly. This was the fierce resistance of Lord Sky Crane. But how could he succeed? If this was back on King Mao Mountain, 100 Feng Yuans would not be Lord Sky Crane's match. But now, Feng Yuan was completely different. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Lord Sky Crane had even become merely a soul. Feng Yuan, even if you do not kill us, capturing us violates the alliance agreement. You will face fierce backlash from breaking it. I urge you to let us go. As a Grand Gu immortal, how can you take interest in us mortals? Are you not afraid that doing this would ruin your relationship with Immortal Crane's sect? Don't think Immortal Crane sect cannot subdue you. The foundation of the 10 great ancient sects is beyond your imagination. Lord Sky Crane screamed in the spirit incubating flea. He knew that Feng Yuan could hear him. Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, Lord Sky Crane, I need to thank you. If you did not attack King Mao Mountain, I would not have gotten to this level today through various opportunities. What can Immortal Crane sect do even if I capture you too? Since you know many secrets, you should know that the 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. Everything is based on benefits and self-interest. What do you think is more important, the one and only Gutsku, or the two of you? Lord Sky Crane was speechless. A cold light shined in Feng Yuan's eyes. He mobilized countless Gu worms as he formed a soul path killer move at once. Give me information about everything you know. Soul search. 2 hours later, Feng Yuan walked out of this underground prison. Behind him, the entrance shut tightly. Feng Yuan's red eyes were shining with light as he muttered, Lord Sky Crane, First General Gu Yu. Blood path true inheritance. Through soul searching, he had learned all about Lord Sky Crane and First General Gu Yu's enmity. He even learned many of Immortal Crane sect's secrets. This Lord Sky Crane is a capable subordinate of He Feng Yang. If I capture him, will He Feng Yang come and ask for him? This is slightly troublesome. He actually did not want to use possession and wanted to protect Feng Zheng. This Lord Sky Crane holds on to his beliefs resolutely. Towards this, Feng Yuan praised without holding back. Even though he was a demonic overlord, he could appreciate and admire such an act of sacrificing oneself for another person, looking at it from a neutral perspective. The same kind of rice raises many different people. People in their lives all have their own goals and motivations. Towards these kinds of people with different value systems, Feng Yuan could accept and appreciate their existence. If he was not so open-minded, he would not have his current achievements. Judging from this, old Lord Kan Yang must have gotten the possession technique from Dongfang Changfen and brought it back to Immortal Crane sect. Lord Sky Crane's memories were not very helpful to Feng Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master. He did not know any deep secrets of Immortal Crane sect. Feng Yuan could make little use of them. As for Feng Zheng, Feng Yuan did not let him off. He searched his soul too. Feng Yuan intended to keep his brother in captivity for a long time. If one day, he had no other choice, Feng Yuan would have to use this last resort and possess Feng Zheng, regaining his living status. But this way, he would lose his second aperture. All of the strength path Dao marks on him would be gone. He would need to undergo immortal ascension again. The loss was huge. Second aperture Immortal Gu was created using countless precious immortal materials, among which was Lifespan Gu. One could say that in the short term, Feng Yuan could not refine second aperture Immortal Gu. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. Even if Feng Yuan could find them, with his current situation, he might use it directly to raise his lifespan. If possible, I would rather not possess Feng Zheng, but if my identity gets exposed and I do not manage to revive, I would need to use possession. My current target is the Refinement Path Convention. If I get into the top 6, I would be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and get a chance to refine Gu with assured success. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What did being named infallible mean? It meant no failure in Gu refinement. Once he got into the top 6 places, he would be transported into a hidden blessed land. Feng Yuan planned to refine the immortal Gu change form after this. This was a rank 6 transformation path immortal Gu. Once he had it, Feng Yuan's vaguely familiar face would be elevated to another level. It would not be such a weak version of only concealing his regional aura. As for the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu, Feng Yuan already had it. This was all thanks to Lang Yulan's spirit. Long ago, when Feng Yuan first obtained wisdom Gu, he had made a deal with Lang Yulan's spirit to complete immortal Gu recipes for him. Feng Yuan profited from this and not only got out of his financial troubles, he even obtained a large number of immortal Gu recipes, and this change form immortal Gu recipe was one of them. As for the immortal materials to refine change form immortal Gu, Feng Yuan was almost finished in preparing them. He bought half of the immortal materials from Northern Plains auction. For the other half, Feng Yuan asked Tai Lulan to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven using her blessed land. Feng Yuan used his remaining immortal materials to sell or trade, and after many transactions, he obtained most of the ones he needed. The last remaining portion was filled by the immortal material rewards from winning the 8th round by Feng Yuan. In the subsequent rounds, Feng Yuan went on the offensive and used his rebirth advantage to defeat all of the tough foes in advance. At once, Feng Yuan's reputation was soaring, forces of all sizes, and countless Gu immortals were focusing their gazes on him. Other people were progressing normally, staying in their own territories and advancing safely. Only Feng Yuan was an exception, moving about and challenging different people, but he won every single round. Chapter 844, Contest between Two Fangs. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. The entire stage's focus was on 2 people. One was wearing a black robe, his body was strong and muscular. He wore a mask as he manipulated the flame in front of him. It was Feng Yuan. The other was wearing a plain white robe, his hair was white as snow and he had a tattoo on his forehead. It was Feng Hui. This is a contest between 2 fangs. Feng Hui is amazing. He used 3 refinement path killer moves and reduced the lead. Even so, Feng Yuan still has the advantage. Sigh. He is too amazing. He probably is the best in quick thinking in this competition. This time, the moment the Gu refinement started, he took the lead by a huge margin. There are still uncertainties. Both Feng Hui and Feng Yuan have one chance left in their hands. If they use it, they can remove a portion of immortal materials from the other party. Be it on the stage or below it, audiences were discussing among themselves enthusiastically. By now, all of the other Gu masters in this round had been eliminated. Only Feng Hui and Feng Yuan were left. Feng Yuan's gaze was calm as he focused on controlling the fire in front of him. Feng Hui. He even had the time to turn around and look at Feng Hui on his left, observing his opponent. Feng Hui was a Gu immortal as well. He placed 3rd in Feng Yuan's previous life. He was a wood path Gu immortal. In the entire competition, this round's task was the most unfavorable for him. Feng Yuan used this opportunity to challenge and attempt to get rid of him in advance. But Feng Hui had gone all out in the middle to later stage, using 3 refinement path killer moves. Among them was a refinement path immortal killer move. He pulled his distance closer to Feng Yuan in an instant. It caused the result of this Gu refinement to become uncertain again. Worthy of someone who achieved 3rd place in my previous life. He is so hard to deal with. Feng Yuan's expression changed suddenly. The flame in front of him flickered. The blue peacock's head that had halfway been melted suddenly turned into ash and fell onto the ground. Feng Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I happened to hit the chance of failure. He reacted quickly, turning around and grabbing at his right side, towards the final blue peacock there. But just as he killed the blue peacock and was about to throw its head towards the fire, Feng Hui spoke. I am using my chance to remove the Gu refinement material, blue peacock. from Feng Yuan. The elder hosting the competition immediately responded, approved. The moment he said that, the blue peacock beside Feng Yuan vanished and was taken away. The crowd gasped. Each person was given 2 live blue peacocks. Feng Yuan wanted to use a peacock's head to refine goo and failed once. Right now, his only remaining blue peacock was taken away. Beautiful, a beautiful choice. Feng Hui picked his timing really well. Feng Yuan is in trouble. Indeed, Feng Yuan was at the last few steps, but after losing the crucial materials, he can only change the goo recipe and take a huge detour towards the finish line. Looking at Feng Hui, he was not far behind Feng Yuan originally. Right now, he should be able to catch up and eliminate Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan is going to be eliminated. Noticing this point, the crowd was in a commotion. Recently, Feng Yuan went ahead and challenged many goo refinement experts. His power was ingrained in them. The outside world had greatly raised their evaluation towards his strength. Most people thought that Feng Yuan had reached the attainment of a refinement path grandmaster. A small number of people even felt that the ability Feng Yuan displayed had exceeded the level of a refinement path grandmaster. They thought he had reached refinement path quasi-great grandmaster attainment. Not mentioning refinement path grandmaster, the evaluation of him being at quasi-great grandmaster in refinement path was too absurdly high. Out of the refinement path attainment levels of ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster, only 3 people had reached the highest level in history. They were the 3 olds of refinement path. Their names were Old Eccentric Tiannan, Old Immortal Kongju, and Long-Hair Ancestor. But even quasi-great grandmasters were very rare. Among the refinement path goo masters publicly known in Northern Plains, there were only 4 at that level or higher. They were Yao Huang, Murong Zhuxiang, Lady Wan Shao, and Lady Miao Li. These were the 4 highest experts of refinement path in Northern Plains. In terms of refinement path attainment, it was impossible for Feng Yuan to be on the same level as them. But it was not strange that people had such thoughts. The capability that Feng Yuan displayed was simply too great. He knew all of the questions in advance. This allowed him to stay far ahead of those at second place in every round. When one walks along a river's banks, how can they not wet their shoes? This time, Feng Yuan struck and wanted to eliminate Feng Hui, but he caused harm to himself instead. Ha ha ha. Some people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I couldn't stand him since long ago. Well done Feng Hui. This Feng Hui is too despicable. Lord Feng Yuan, you have to hang on. Immortal Crane sect disciples, who were watching, shouted to cheer on Feng Yuan. After Feng Yuan captured Feng Zheng, Immortal Crane sect did not make a response. It seemed like they acknowledged this matter. Feng Yuan, I win. Feng Hui spoke with a clear smile. He was very confident. It was as if he had already grasped victory in his hands. Is that so? Feng Yuan sneered. He grabbed with his hand and the headless peacock corpse flew towards him. There were 2 live blue peacocks among the goo refinement materials. Feng Yuan killed one of them and took the head. In the end, he failed and the second peacock got taken away. Right now, the corpse that he had was left behind from the first. Feng Yuan opened his fist as a gush of thick blood-colored fog burst out from his hand. In a few breaths' time, the fog covered the headless corpse entirely. Bystanders could not see what was going on. This is an evil blood refinement art again. HMPH. This is not the first time Feng Yuan has used blood refinement techniques. Why is such a person an elder of Immortal Crane sect? One of the 10 great ancient sects, Immortal Crane sect, is also starting to fall from grace. Many goo masters exclaimed after seeing this. Some people even shouted, why is such a person not on the demon judgment board? Feng Yuan used blood refinement techniques time and time again in public. Immortal Crane sect was facing strong public criticism. What do you know? Blood refinement is just blood refinement. It is only a technique. If used in the hands of righteousness, it is righteous. When used in the hands of evil, it is evil. It all depends on oneself. An Immortal Crane sect disciple was indignant. He rebuked loudly, but the elder that brought them scolded him loudly. Quiet. Do not spout nonsense. This disciple could only lower his head and sit down quietly and resentfully. In just a while, the blood-colored fog faded, and the headless peacock corpse shrunk by 20%, but a blue peacock head had appeared instead. This is a blood path goo refinement killer move. It is so amazing, able to collect corpses and transform the material. This kind of material conversion can be done in other paths too, but isn't his rate of conversion too fast? Everyone's gazes were fixed on this. Fang Yuan tossed this peacock head into the fire. As the fire burned, the peacock head started to melt, the molten head fusing into the incomplete goo that was in the fire. A moment later, the bird head melted and fused into the incomplete goo fully. Fang Yuan went to the next step. It is as good as over. Seeing this, some people sighed. That's right, the last few steps have no risks. Without any mishaps, Fang Yuan will be the winner. The failure earlier was just an unexpected surprise. It had a low probability and will likely never happen again. Sigh. To think that Feng Hui could not stop Fang Yuan either. Just as everyone was sighing, Feng Hui laughed loudly inwardly. This is the way. This is the way. You think you've won, huh? I took away your blue peacock. The objective to waste your time has been achieved. With my final refinement path killer move, I can surpass you and become the winner of this round. Fang Yuan, I need to thank you. You approached me personally. Once I defeat you, it would be like I defeated everyone that you defeated. Ha ha ha, this is great. But just at this moment, Fang Yuan spoke. I want to use a chance and remove one of my opponent's materials. The hosting elder immediately replied, please speak. Feng Hui was slightly shocked, but he soon smiled coldly to himself, thinking, remove it. Remove whatever you want. Fang Yuan took a look at Feng Hui as his gaze was calm as water. I will remove the goo refinement material, Wild Bull Eyeball. Feng Hui's cold smile froze. The hosting elder was stunned too. The audience was confused. Didn't Feng Hui already use the crucial material, Wild Bull Eyeball, and fuse it into his incomplete goo? Fang Yuan wanted to take away a goo refinement material that had already been used. This was not allowed by the rules, but Fang Yuan was insistent on it. He said to Feng Hui, are you not handing over the Wild Bull Eyeball that you are secretly hiding? Are you trying to break the rules of the competition? Feng Hui's face showed extreme disbelief. He hid the Wild Bull Eyeball using his unique technique. Fang Yuan actually sensed it. Wild Bull Eyeball was an important goo refinement material. Feng Hui had long ago during the refinement made preparations for it, and the refinement path killer move that would bring him victory relied on it. Without the Wild Bull Eyeball, Feng Hui would not have the necessary components. How could he defeat Fang Yuan? But if he did not take it out, he could not hide it from anyone else anyway. Even if he could, if Fang Yuan raised an objection, the refinement path convention would undergo a thorough search. Feng Hui's reputation would be ruined. Thus, Feng Hui had to take it out regardless of his intentions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he gritted his teeth as he took out the Wild Bull Eyeball from the fire. Here. He smashed the Wild Bull Eyeball on the ground in rage. He scattered the goo refinement flame as he walked away. This was the same as admitting his defeat. The crowd was silent before bursting into a commotion. Fang Yuan ignored these voices. He refined the goo worms in his hands unhurriedly until he obtained success. I finally won. This way, there should be no problem in getting top 6. Fang Yuan was bathed in everyone's shock, admiration, praise, and envy, but he had no expression as he let out a breath of cloudy air. Thankfully, I had my previous life's memories. I knew about Feng Hui's trump card, otherwise, he might have won. He looked like he had an easy time, but he actually faced great pressure internally. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster, even with the advantage of rebirth. It was very difficult to eliminate these competitors. The case of Firesmith Dragon Chief was only an exception. Though Fang Yuan managed to beat these people, it was not like what the outside world was saying, that he had an easy time, or he had huge superiority. Chapter 845, Failure Has Value. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. The sky was clear and bright. Countless exquisite halls made of white jade emitted translucent light. A rank 8 goo immortal, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord slowly pushed open the large door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall while leaning on a walking cane. In an instant, the wills of over 20 Gu immortals inside the hall turned towards him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you have worked hard for the last 100 years. After completing this segment of Fixing Fate Gu, please take a good rest. Heavenly Court needs a senior expert like you. There aren't any unexpected situations in this refinement path convention, right? The Gu immortals will started talking, breaking the silence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his cloudy eyes and looked around, before fixing his gaze on a will seated at a high position. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke, Lian Jiu Sheng, you should awaken. The current refinement path convention is reaching its end. We still need some preparations for the recovery of fate. Lian Jiu Sheng's will nodded as he slowly stood up. He then spoke, to restore fate, it won't be possible with just myself and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. We still need the power of 2 rank 8s. I wonder which friends will lend a hand? My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in Falling Heavenly River. I am unable to help. My physical body has rested for long enough, but my soul is researching a rank 9 immortal Gu recipe and is at the crucial moment. Let me help. Maybe this time I can find several portions of profound eerie wind in the underground depths. The wills communicated for a while. Finally 2 wills decided to wake up. It's decided then. Lian Jiu Sheng's will nodded towards Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, before soaring to the sky. Following him were other 2 wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky, towards the entrance leading outside, before vanishing from everyone's sight. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned around to leave. The door to the discussion hall slowly closed behind him. 3 days later, Central Continent, Harryfoot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the air above Harryfoot Mountain. They completely concealed their rank 8 auras as they looked down at the mountain below. It was the 4 Gu immortals from Heavenly Court. Harryfoot Mountain. The white-haired man with a young appearance, Lian Jiu Sheng, sighed, unknowingly. Another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's start quickly. I am pressed for time during this period of awakening. I still have many things to do. Bai Chen Tian, who had red eyebrows and green pupils, urged. Alright, let me start this off. Bai Kang Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands. Instantly, white fog started rising slowly in the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, Bai Chen Tian opened his eyes, emitting 2 bright pillars of light that shot straight at Harryfoot Mountain. Harryfoot Mountain looked ordinary. It was small and lacked resources. Even the surrounding small to middle-sized forces did not want to occupy it. However, right now, it looked mystical as it shined under the immortal killer move of Bai Chen Tian. Space fluctuated intensely, creating countless ripples. The entirety of Harryfoot Mountain shook slightly. Bai Chen Tian's attacking immortal killer move had terrifying might, but was not the least bit effective right now. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was the 3rd to make a move, after which was Lian Jiu Sheng at the end. 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were working together, but it was still far from enough. The Gu immortals already had an estimate, thus they continued to undertake a second round of attacks. A third round. Finally, at the 6th round, Lian Jiu Sheng cried out and dealt the crucial blow. He triggered a qualitative change, producing an effect. Harryfoot Mountain disappeared from its spot, and a blessed land opened up in front of the 4 Gu immortals. This is infallible blessed land, which holds the infallible inheritance. Lian Jiu Sheng sighed as he spoke. Bai Chen Tian looked several times, speaking with a smile. There are more mortal failure Gu than the previous time. It seems the scale of the refinement path convention is becoming bigger and bigger. Bai Kang Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Every time, we have to spend so much energy to open this place. Lian Jiu Sheng, can't you completely take down this blessed land? It is difficult. You are also aware that the owner of this blessed land is a refinement path great expert who made things difficult for Renzu. Lian Jiu Sheng sighed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord nodded. Heavenly Court has made moves against this blessed land for thousands of years, but even until now, We could only take out 30 success Dalmarks. Every time the infallible inheritance accumulates to the limit, it will have 36 success Dalmarks. We have taken away 30, which leaves behind 6 Dalmarks for those participants of the Refinement Path Convention, and even if we want to seize these, we can't. Lian Jiaoshi added, this blessed land is extremely special. It is perfectly enclosed and has no entrances at all. It is not that we cannot break open this blessed land, but if we forcibly cause mayhem, it will be hard to reproduce the wonders of this blessed land. Under this restraint, we can only proceed this way. To capture this blessed land, we not only need Refinement Path Gu immortals but also Rule Path great experts. Unfortunately, whether it be Refinement Path or Rule Path, there are extremely few who can cultivate to rank 8. The four were silent for a while. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Fortunately, after restoring Fate Gu this time, it will be able to display 50% of its might. This is a qualitative change compared to before. From now on, we can search for even more Fate escapees, and restore the immortal Gu even faster. Speaking of which, how many escapees did you discover this time? Have you already dealt with them? Bai Chen Tian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord replied, I discovered several. I cannot do anything against those in southern border and northern plains, but the 2 over here in central continent are already being dealt with. The Legends of Renzu states, after Renzu climbed the giant tree and walked out of Ordinary Abyss, he left behind his daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had become extraordinary, no longer able to enter Ordinary Abyss. Renzu saw that pacing around this place was not going to help. He decided to set out again to find a way to rescue his eldest child, Verdant Great Son, and his 4th child, Boundless Forest Samsara. He started a new journey, beginning his road of life. On this day, he came across a hairy man. The hairy man stopped him, and was clearly happy. Renzu, I had a tough time looking for you. Renzu felt strange. I don't recognize you. Why are you searching for me? The hairy man explained, it is like this, Renzu. I am the leader of all the hairy men in the world. No hairy man can match my Gu refinement attainment. But I have recently encountered a problem when refining Gu. I want to refine success Gu, but I am unable to confirm if it is success or failure. Renzu had wanted to continue traveling, but he had a thought well up in his mind. If the hairy man leader could truly refine success Gu and he borrowed this Gu, couldn't he rescue his eldest child or his 4th child? Therefore, Renzu stopped and talked with the hairy man. But what do you need from me? The hairy man cautiously took out a Gu. This Gu resembled an ordinary rock and was covered with a thick layer of hair. The hairy man spoke, I do not dare to break it. If it is success Gu, that is fine. But if it is failure Gu, the moment I break it, I will completely lose my sense of self. But Renzu, you are different. You are walking on a path that solely belongs to you. This means you have self Gu. Since you have self Gu, even if you break the failure Gu, you will not lose yourself. So I want to request you to appraise it. Renzu was happy. So it is like that. I can help you, but if it is success Gu, please give it to me. I have an urgent need for it. The hairy man said, alright, that is no problem. Renzu touched the Gu worm in front of him. He made a wish upon this Gu, please return my 4th child, Boundless Forest Samsara, to my side. At the next moment, the Gu worm crumbled. Failure. The hairy man was dejected. It seems I refined a failure Gu. Courage Gu on Renzu flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. I am leaving you. Courage Gu left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man, however, was invigorated. It doesn't matter. I can improve the Gu recipe. Renzu, wait a moment. I will refine it again. Renzu wanted to chase after Courage Gu and take it back. But he had an even greater desire for success Gu to rescue his children. He thought for a moment, and decided to wait for the hairy man leader to refine the Gu. The hairy man refined the second Gu and gave it to Renzu for inspection. Renzu touched the Gu and made a wish. The Gu worm crumbled again. Another failure Gu. The hairy man sighed in dejection. Faith Gu on Renzu flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. You are not worthy of me." Faith Gu also left Renzu. Renzu stamped his foot, and wanted to chase after it, but the hairy man tugged him. "Don't be in a hurry, I have thought it through. This time I can definitely refine success Gu." Faith Gu had already flown far away. Renzu realized he could not catch up to it, and said with a sigh, "Hairy man, refine it quickly, this is the last time I am trusting you." The hairy man's third Gu worm was still the failure Gu. Strength Gu also flew out. "Renzu, you are a failure, you are unworthy of possessing me." Strength Gu flew away. Renzu felt bitter as he knew chasing after it would not give any result, so he could only gaze as Strength Gu flew far away. However, right at this time, Self Gu in his heart suddenly flew out and bit Strength Gu. Strength Gu shrieked and flew even faster as a piece of it was bitten away. It soon disappeared like a streak of smoke. Renzo and the hairy man watched with stupefied expressions. Self Gu leisurely flew back, and said proudly to Renzu, "Any failure has its value." "Renzu, I went through repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now, I took a bite of Strength Gu. From now on, you will have your own strength. I can still become stronger. I can devour any Gu worms to possess all their strength." Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh, shouting, "I know how to refine success Gu. It is through failures. The more failures there are, the closer I will be to success." I understand now," he shouted happily as he rushed away, leaving Renzu behind. According to the research of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, this infallible blessed land was the possession of the hairy man leader. Hairyfoot Mountain was the place where the hairy man leader had once resided. After his death, the hairy man leader left behind an inheritance. It was to gather other people's failures and refine them into mortal failure Gu. As the mortal Gu increased in numbers, they would then condense into success Dalmarks. After Heavenly Court discovered this, they captured the blessed land and used it as the foundation to develop and urge the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to help the infallible inheritance quickly accumulate mortal failure Gu. They will then use the gathered success Dalmarks to restore Fate Gu. This was the origin of it all. Chapter 846, Persuading Feng Zheng. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In Danghun Palace, Feng Yuan showed his true form, his 8-armed immortal zombie body seated on his bed, and his eyes shut. In his immortal aperture, there was an intense battle of wills. "Feng Yuan, you will die a terrible death." Mo Yao's will screamed in anger, but the next moment, Feng Yuan's star will pounced at her. Two wills mixed together, they went into dangerous combat. Soon, Feng Yuan's star will shrunk at a visible pace. Even though Mo Yao's fake will also suffered losses, her losses were much lower than those of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not mind it, he only observed the battle. He did not use many wisdom path killer moves, like previously, to help his star will fight. When Feng Yuan's star will was about to lose, Feng Yuan smiled as he sent a lump of star will into the battle of wills. Soon, Feng Yuan's star will suffered great losses again, and he sent in a third batch. Mo Yao's will did not have a source to draw replenishment from, but Feng Yuan did. He sent in batches of star will until he finally got Mo Yao's will to an extremely weak state. Feng Yuan withdrew his star will from the battlefield. He activated multiple killer moves and immobilized Mo Yao's fake will again. He next nourished it and let her recover slowly so that he could search again next time. Mo Yao's fake will was scattered into a lump by Feng Yuan. She did not even have the energy to curse at him or maintain a human-shaped form. The information of greatest value in this fake will of Mo Yao's was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance clues. He had already obtained them. The only things left were memories of her Gu refinement experiences. During the time he participated in the Refinement Path Convention, Feng Yuan did not forget to search the Gu refinement memories that Mo Yao's will had. In addition, he wanted to train himself in how to engage in battles of wills. Initially, without using wisdom path methods, Feng Yuan's star will would be losing and was not the match of Mo Yao's fake will at all. Mo Yao was indeed a former fairy of Spirit Affinity House, with the identity of a female Inkman. She was loved by Sword Immortal Bo King, becoming his only wife. Even among all the different generations of fairies in Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao was one of the most accomplished ones. Even though this old hag mainly cultivated refinement path, her wisdom path attainment surpassed Feng Yuan greatly. In order to train himself, Feng Yuan purposely engaged in pure battles of wills with Mo Yao's will. His losses in battle were at an astounding rate of 1 to 100. Feng Yuan would lose 100 portions in exchange for 1 portion lost by Mo Yao's will. But later, the more they fought, the more experience Feng Yuan gained. Most importantly, he had the guidance of Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. He grew rapidly as he engaged in the battles more frequently. From an almost blank state, he grew to a level that could fight Mo Yao's fake will head-on. His improvements were huge. From 1 to 100, his loss ratio went to 1 to 4. That was to say, 4 portions of Feng Yuan's star will could defeat Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will was extremely indignant in regards to Feng Yuan stealing her experiences and using her as a practice dummy, treating her like a stepping stone. But because she was restricted, she could not do anything despite her anger. Star will entered his mind, and Feng Yuan inspected the memories of Mo Yao that the star will stole. Soon after, he opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Interesting. This memory was not related to Gu refinement experiences. Instead, the information was from back when Mo Yao and Sword Immortal Bo King had been traveling together, in central continent's Truyang mountain range. They killed a group of desolate beasts and were about to take their loot when they found a hibiscus stalactite in the cave. Hibiscus stalactites were a rare rank 7 immortal material. This stalactite produced a drop of stone heart liquid every year. This liquid was even more precious. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Bo King was going to cut the stalactite, but Mo Yao stopped him. If he cut the stalactite, he would only get a rank 7 immortal material, but if he left it alone, many years later, there would be a large amount of stone heart liquid. The value of a rank 8 immortal material was much greater than a rank 7 immortal material. Bo King listened to Mo Yao's suggestion and set up many exquisite Gu formation arrangements to perfectly conceal this cave. So many years have passed. If this cave is still not found, the amount of rank 8 immortal material, stone heart liquid, inside would be huge. Even if I cannot use it, I can collect it. In the future, I can sell it inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, or trade it to obtain immortal materials that I want. A rank 8 immortal material is something coveted by many Gu immortals. Feng Yuan was overjoyed, but also gained an even deeper understanding about Mo Yao's fake will. This fake will of Mo Yao's has many techniques. She purposely concealed this precious memory. I only found out after searching most of her memories. Such a technique is not recorded even in Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. I have to get it from her. Feng Yuan urged himself internally, but for now, he could not continue ravaging Mo Yao. Her fake will needed to recover, otherwise, she would not be able to take further damage. Feng Yuan did not go to Truyang mountain range to take the stone heart liquid. He got up and opened the prison entrance, arriving in front of his little brother, Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng was in a strange state. He had his eyes shut, lying on the ground, interchanging between ruthless and relaxed expressions from time to time. He would scream and even move his limbs around randomly. It was like he was in a nightmare. This was obviously the work of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan waved his hand and the method was ended. Feng Zheng was breathing roughly and covered in sweat. After a while, he got up and asked, "What did you do to me?" He looked at Feng Yuan with a gaze filled with hatred. Feng Yuan chuckled. He said plainly, "My good brother, what I showed you were the true events that happened. This is the combination of my memories and Lord Sky Crane's memories. You should know now that the disaster on King Mao Mountain was not caused by me. It was because of your so-called master, Lord Sky Crane. If he did not come and try to take the blood path true inheritance, we might still be living happily on King Mao Mountain as a family." Feng Zheng was stunned. At this moment, he forgot how to speak, or rather, he did not know what to say. Feng Yuan spoke the truth. Even though the clansmen were killed by Feng Yuan, He was forced to do so in order to survive. If not for Lord Sky Crane's attempt to take the Blood Sea true inheritance, King Mao Mountain's 3 tribes would not have been destroyed. Of course, Lord Sky Crane did not hide the origin of this matter from Feng Zheng, he only explained it in a more pleasant manner that was in his favor. Feng Zheng had considered this problem before, but every time he thought about it, he would subconsciously avoid the issue. But now, Feng Yuan had searched Lord Sky Crane's soul and played his memories directly in Feng Zheng's mind. This was simply placing the cruel truth and facts in front of Feng Zheng. He could not avoid them even if he wanted to. He. Feng Yuan's laughter could be heard in the air. My beloved brother, don't tell me you had never considered that your master, Lord Sky Crane, had unquestionable responsibility towards the destruction of King Mao Mountain. You even acknowledged him as your master. You are truly a traitor. Feng Yuan's words were very sharp, they pierced into Feng Zheng's inner depths. Shut up! Feng Zheng screamed. He had never felt so angry in his life. Shut up! Stop talking! You demon! You were the one who murdered the clan. You killed uncle and aunt. It was you, you murderer. Without master's help, I would have died long ago. I will not allow you to slander my master. Oh? Feng Yuan smiled, curled up mockingly. He chuckled. Didn't Lord Sky Crane save you in order to make use of you and find me? He. Earlier, Immortal Crane sect tried to use you to attack my Hu immortal blessed land. Didn't you almost die then? My stupid brother, they are taking advantage of you, and you are actually a willing party? Stop talking. Shut up. Shut up. Feng Zheng covered his ears. He shut his eyes. His face was flashing with rage and panic. Feng Yuan's expression turned cold. His tone was icy. My weak-willed brother, you do not even have the courage to face the truth. Even if you have the power of a rank 5 Gu master right now, deep inside, you are still just a child who has not matured. But you are my blood kin. As your elder brother, I will give you a chance. Join me. I will train you and make you strong. You will grow up and mature. No. Feng Zheng opened his eyes. They were bloodshot as he stared at Feng Yuan with rage. You murderer! You want me to work myself to death for you? Forget about it. Even if Immortal Crane sect is making use of me, I do not hate them, because they were the ones who nurtured me. And you are the one who killed uncle and aunt. You killed our entire clan. I hate you. I will never forgive you. If given a chance, I will kill you personally and take revenge. Feng Yuan squinted his eyes as he looked at Feng Zheng quietly. He laughed instead of being angry. He. It seems you've learned a lot in Immortal Crane sect. Seeing your desire to kill me, I am looking forward to it. Saying this, Feng Yuan turned around and left the cell. These days, Feng Yuan had placed most of his effort on the Refinement Path Convention, but he did not forget to use Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to undergo deductions. Deducing vaguely familiar face to this point had expended all of Feng Yuan's capabilities. Thus, Feng Yuan went to deduce the killer move, Myriad Self, and successfully fused Pulling Water Immortal Gu into it. At this point, Myriad Self had 3 strength path cores. After that, Feng Yuan modified the recipe of Ersk Gu. The mass production of the Gu now had more steps that were simpler to complete. The danger of the refinement had been reduced by 30%. When he modified Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu, he encountered a wall. Feng Yuan's wisdom path cultivation had just started. His wisdom path attainment level was too low. It greatly slowed down his deduction speed of these recipes. These last few days, Feng Yuan placed his attention on the Immortal Gu recipe of Blood Deity. He slowly completed the Blood Deity recipe, finding out some details. Even if he refined Blood Deity, he would need a blood relation to use it. Killing a blood relation would allow him to obtain a Blood Deity from the power of Blood Deity Immortal Gu. If this relative did not resist and contributed their life willingly, then the Blood Deity produced would be closely connected to the Gu Immortal. It could be manipulated with ease. In contrast, if the relative carried hatred and anger, the Blood Deity might cause a backlash to the owner. This was the reason why Feng Yuan was trying to persuade Feng Zheng. If he had any other way to remove his immortal zombie status, he would use Fang Zheng for this instead. All in all, Fang Zheng had caused much trouble to Fang Yuan in the past. Fang Yuan was not going to let him off. Chapter 847, Bloodpath Demon's Might. This matter was troublesome. There were actually many unconventional methods to make someone loyal. The Gu Master world never lacked such methods. For instance, Enslavement Path was especially proficient in dealing with this issue. But to turn Fang Zheng into a blood deity, these methods could not be used. A blood deity was equivalent to another life form. During the moment the transformation succeeds, all the methods used on Fang Zheng previously would lose their effects. Fang Zheng's original thoughts and intentions would influence the blood deity. The power of a blood deity could certainly be foreseen, because the lightning deities derived from blood deities were extremely powerful. Vicious Lightning Fiend was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but by relying on 3 lightning deities, he made challenges everywhere, and his reputation kept on rising as even rank 7 Gu immortals lost to him. A blood deity was similar. It had battle strength on the level of a Gu immortal. Adding 1 would mean a battle of 2 against 1. Adding 2 would mean 3 against 1. If the number increased further, it would become a group fighting on one side. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie right now. His cultivation could not advance. Using numbers to make up for it was also only a temporary solution. All dreams, desires and ambitions were built on the premise of survival. Once one died, all would turn to dust. Blood deities could greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength, and Fang Yuan was also a blood path grandmaster. If one day, something went wrong, where Fang Yuan was hunted down and the situation turned dire, he could only choose to once again cultivate blood path, his old specialty. Time path, wisdom path, blood path. Fang Yuan was cautious and prepared for everything. He would never look down on making excessive preparations. However, the current situation was still not too bad. Converting Fang Zheng to my side cannot be done quickly. I need to take it slowly. No matter how much Immortal Crane sect has brainwashed him, with my methods, as long as I put in effort, I will definitely reach my goal one day. At present, the trade of both Gutsuku and Regretful Spiders has been established. Now I only have to wait for the transaction token to use Western Desert's Zhao Clan as a starting point, to openly enter Western Desert's market in the businesses of dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. When that happens, I will be earning large amounts of wealth every day. My main priority for now is still refining change form Immortal Gu. I have already eliminated most of the tough opponents. My placement in the top 6 is basically guaranteed. The only variable is Feng Jinhuang. Fang Yuan thought of the current situation and his plan. Because of her defeat to Fang Yuan, Feng Jinhuang learned the true usage of Dream Wings Immortal Gu in advance. By exploring dream realms, her refinement path attainment had already reached quasi-grandmaster level. Exploring dream realms was truly the best shortcut to raise one's attainment level. Feng Jinhuang had Immortal Gu with her, and also had her mother, Fairy Bei King, who took care of her wholeheartedly. The speed at which her refinement path attainment increased was simply absurd. Fang Yuan had to make accumulations over 500 years to become a quasi-grandmaster in refinement path. Meanwhile, Feng Jinhuang had caught up to him in such a short time period. During the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, battle raged everywhere fiercely, forming an extraordinary era where countless champions emerged from the lower levels. In regards to this era, other than the 5 regions chaotic war and the turbulence in social order, dream realms were one of the main causes of it. Dream realms might be filled with dangers, but if one could explore them successfully, their foundation would be raised directly. This was an extremely great fortuitous encounter, allowing many minor characters to make astounding accomplishments. Often, what champions lacked was only an opportunity to develop. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had been secretly gathering much information on Feng Jinhuang's participation in the Refinement Path Convention. At first, her methods were rather clumsy, but after gaining some experience, she rapidly grew up into a strong opponent for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was familiar with the tests in the competition, thus his ability was overrated by the outside world. However, The duel with Feng Jinhuang was an unknown variable. It had not occurred in his previous life and thus his rebirth advantage could not be shown. I must pay attention to Feng Jinhuang. If I don't deal with this properly, I might even lose out on the infallible inheritance. But after passing this hurdle, I can use this precious opportunity to refine change form immortal Gu. Fang Yuan knew many inside details regarding the infallible inheritance. The top 6 winners would be rewarded with 6 success Dao marks, which would be imprinted on the Gu master's body on the spot. Outsiders had no chance to seize them. However, even though it was named infallible, it was not a definite success. The success Dao mark could only eliminate the natural probability of failure during the process of refining Gu. There was always a possibility of failure while refining Gu. Even if there was no error from the person during the whole process, the refinement could still fail randomly. This was the failure probability. For instance, during the second round of the refinement path convention at Flying Frost Sect, Fang Yuan refined 10 Ghost Fire Gu. He did not make any mistake, but a Ghost Fire Gu had exploded for no reason. There was also the time during the battle with Feng Hui when the blue peacock's head had inexplicably turned into ash when merging with the incomplete Gu. During the whole process, there was no error with Fang Yuan's control over the fire. Later, when he succeeded in refining the Gu, he had used the same method, without any changes. There were various opinions regarding this failure probability. The most popular reasoning was that it was because of laws. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Why is it that they possess all sorts of mysterious powers? It was because they contained the natural laws of heaven and earth. Mortal Gu contained meager traces of laws, while immortal Gu contained fragments. Gu refinement was a process of combining these traces of laws into one, forming larger law traces. It was also reverse refining a larger law trace into smaller ones. Because it involved laws, there would always be situations where these laws would have subtle differences, and during the refinement, instead of merging together like the person wished, they would collide and conflict, ending up with the result of failure. Fang Yuan also accepted this reasoning and acknowledged it was sensible. The smaller the law traces, the fewer the characteristics, the more easy it was to combine them. This was why the lower the rank of the mortal Gu, the easier they were to refine. The bigger the traces, the more differences in characteristics they would have from other traces, which made them more difficult to combine. At the level of immortal Gu, the law fragments had individual characteristics that were unique to themselves. So, all immortal Gu was unique. Thus refining immortal Gu was extremely difficult to succeed. The success Dao marks in the infallible inheritance could remove the failure probability. One success Dao mark could at most be used in rank 6 immortal Gu. To succeed in refining rank 7 and rank 8, the success Dao marks required would not be just one. However, during the refinement process, if Fang Yuan made a major mistake in his technique, the immortal Gu refinement could fail. Even if there are no errors in the methods, and the failure probability was completely eliminated by the success Dao mark, but if the immortal Gu being refined already existed, then at the final juncture, the Gu refinement would still fail. Immortal Gu were unique. Since the immortal Gu already existed, it signified the unique characteristic law fragment had already condensed. Thinking of forming another of the same law fragment was impossible. As for the change form immortal Gu Fang Yuan was thinking of refining, he had not yet heard of any Gu immortal possessing it. Naturally, Fang Yuan based this on his previous life's memories, the information he gathered in this life, as well as using wisdom path methods to make deductions. Based on all this, the probability for change form immortal Gu to already be in existence was very low. If it truly existed and the Gu refinement failed in the end, Fang Yuan could not do anything other than to admit his own bad luck. This was the harshness of Gu refinement, and at the same time, the beauty of it. Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. Vicious Lightning Fiend slowly landed down on top of a mountain peak and gazed at the opposite mountain peak, where there was already a rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal. Vicious Lightning Fiend, you have challenged me, but if you can't put up a decent wager, I won't accept it. The demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal spoke. He looked middle-aged and vigorous, He was wearing tight-fitting martial arts attire with a red cape draping behind. His surname was Dan and his given name was Kiao. He was known as Blazing Demonic Immortal. His main cultivation was Fire Path and his vicious reputation had spread far and wide. Ha ha ha. Vicious Lightning Fiend laughed heartily. Blazing Demonic Immortal, you indeed belong to the demonic path. Speaking of benefits in all things, you are a strong opponent, so I specially prepared 1,500 kilograms of hibiscus branches. What? 1,500 kilograms of hibiscus branches? Dan Kiao was moved. The wager Vicious Lightning Fiend put forward directly spoke to his deepest desires. Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Kiao snorted, it seems you made many preparations for this. Even finding out my urgent need for hibiscus branches to refine immortal goo. Alright, if I lose, I will give you 600 strands of 29 Thunder Heavenly Chi. The agreement is set. Both were people who came straight to point and were resolute. After setting the challenge agreement, they began the fight straight away. World-decimating fire crows. Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Kiao waved his hand. Untold numbers of fire crows flew, shrouding the sky and earth as they raised a boundless inferno. Lightning Dragon Purgatory. Vicious Lightning Fiend laughed strangely as he pushed forward with his hands open, emitting endless lightning bolts, thunderbolts and lightning gathered into hundreds of lightning dragons that charged forward madly. Everywhere they passed, the landscape collapsed, displaying their terrifying might. Lightning dragons and fire crows clashed, causing the entirety of their surroundings to be filled with the red blaze of fire and the deep blue radiance of lightning. Boom boom boom. The explosions were unceasing. Blazing Demonic Immortal and Vicious Lightning Fiend appeared like mirages, as they moved extremely fast, clashing viciously several times in the midst of the hell of fire and lightning. They did not make any probing moves. They just used powerful skills in succession. Since Vicious Lightning Fiend challenged Blazing Demonic Immortal to increase his reputation, he had already gathered the necessary information. And since Dan Kiao had agreed to Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge, he also had made sufficient preparations and had enough understanding of Vicious Lightning Fiend, and also the confidence of attaining victory. After a while, Blazing Demonic Immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves in a row, leaving Vicious Lightning Fiend unable to make ground. Dan Kiao could be said to be the strongest opponent Vicious Lightning Fiend had challenged since he exited seclusion. Regardless of cultivation level, immortal essence or the Dao marks on their bodies, Dan Kiao surpassed Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend was losing, but he was not panicking. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, he had also been at a disadvantage when challenging those rank 7 Goo Immortals previously. After all, his cultivation was only rank 6. This was a common situation when challenging higher ranked experts. Ha ha ha, this fire is truly interesting. Vicious Lightning Fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes flashing sharply. His body shook and 3 lightning figures slowly flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking Blazing Demonic Immortal. Lightning deities that contained lightning path Dao marks. The battle strength of 3 Goo Immortals. Blazing Demonic Immortal quickly retreated, while Vicious Lightning Fiend took advantage of this to counterattack and turn the situation around. The battle raged on heatedly for an hour. It concerned enormous wagers and reputation. Neither of them were willing to back down easily. The intense immortal essence consumption made both sides feel great loss. Dan Kiao did not continue enduring this, and suddenly attacked ruthlessly. He had been planning this attack well in advance. Vicious Lightning Fiend could not dodge and had to face it head-on. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. Vicious Lightning Fiend was sent flying while spitting out blood. Admit your defeat, Great Fire Demon True Body. Dan Kiao suddenly turned into a giant blazing demon and chased with extreme speed. In a flash, the fire demon had closed in upon Vicious Lightning Fiend. No, I won't lose. Lightning deity, detonate. In the moment of crisis, Vicious Lightning Fiend's ferocious nature was stimulated as he boldly self-detonated a lightning deity. Rumble. The lightning deity's self-detonation created a boundless clamor that could shake mountains. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Kiao were both in a heavily injured state. They were exhausted and their battle strengths had greatly reduced. Interesting. Hand over both of your lives. Suddenly, a blood-colored light flew over, forming a battlefield killer move that enveloped both the wounded parties. Song Zixing? Dan Kiao shouted in fear, recognizing this killer move. Chapter 848 Ambushing Song Zixing. Blood, blood, blood. The sky had blood-colored clouds. The ground was now beneath a sea of blood. All around in the air, there was blood-colored light. This was Song Zixing's personal creation, his signature battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. It was uniquely distinctive in Central Continent. Song Zixing had a strongly vengeful mindset. Previously, during an exploration, many gains were seized away by Gu immortals from Tusu City. Thus, after creating the battlefield killer move, he set out to take revenge. He turned the entire city into dust, and killed the 2 Gu immortals in the city. His revenge succeeded. Song Zixing felt gratified. He wrote some words with blood in the sky above the rubble of Tusu City. It took a while, but revenge came after a year. Today I arrived and used Blood Tusu. The name of the perpetrator is Song Zi Crossing. From that day onwards, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tusu. Thus, seeing this scene, Blazing Demonic Immortal recognized that it was Song Zixing's attack. As expected, a moment later, a figure descended from the sky. Song Zixing was clothed in a blood-red robe. His body was long and sharp like a spear. His face was pale and he had a sharp nose. His gaze was ruthless like that of an eagle or vulture. As he descended, the blood sea went into turbulence as the blood-colored clouds rumbled like dragons or pythons. The surrounding blood-colored light flew into the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Song Zixing seemed like the ruler of the world, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Blazing demonic immortal Dan Kiao looked at Song Zixing as his face went pale. His expression was that of shock and anger, but also immense fear. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned around slightly to look at Dan Kiao. He smiled lightly as his gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Kiao, back then when I lost to Feng Jiayuj, you attempted to take advantage of the situation and ambushed me, attacking me with an immortal killer move. I've intentionally left behind the scar that you inflicted on me all this time. I have been waiting to take revenge on you, but you hid inside Truyang Mountain Range, causing me to be unable to find you. But you dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. He. Thus I came today to settle the score with you. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Dan Kiao sighed as he decided to give in. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu immortal, but he lowered his head instead of fighting. Song Zixing had a vast and mighty demonic reputation. He was on par with Shi Lei and had incredible battle results. Back when he was in Myriad Dragon Dock, he was renowned in Central Continent. After that, he betrayed them and escaped. Even though Myriad Dragon Dock pursued him and sent 8 Gu immortals in successive waves, he killed 4 of them, crippled 3 of them, and forced 1 to retreat. This result caused a commotion in Central Continent. Song Zixing left scot-free. Myriad Dragon Dock went into a downturn. Its reputation was even lower than that of Immortal Crane Sect. It became the worst among the 10 great ancient sects. Only until now, when Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed cultivation, did they start to regain their status. Of course, Song Zixing had experienced defeat as well. His most famous loss was against Feng Jiayuj. Feng Jiayuj only used 3 moves and Song Zixing was defeated completely, escaping frantically. But this loss did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation. Because his opponent was Feng Jiayuj, and he could escape and live, this was something no one could look down on. In fact, practically all demonic path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was particularly skilled in this aspect. Apologize? Hearing Blazing Demonic Immortal's words, Song Zixing showed a mocking expression. If you had been like this and understood your position earlier, I would not have chased you until you hid inside Tru Yang mountain range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain your forgiveness, I am willing to pay the price. Dan Qiao said melancholically. If you want to obtain my forgiveness, it is very simple, hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said nonchalantly. Dan Qiao lifted his head, his expression was pale as he spoke with grief and indignation. Song Zixing, are you really not letting me off? Let you off? He. This demonic path overlord raised his head and laughed. I, Song Zixing, will always take revenge. When Tusu City's Gu immortals took what was mine, I murdered the entire city and people inside. Back then, you ambushed me. It is already my greatest kindness that I am not torturing you before killing you. Are you still not satisfied? Today, you are doomed to die. Saying this, he turned around and looked at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh right, you are still here. Didn't you claim to want to challenge me? I am here now. He spoke mockingly, like a cat playing with its food. Vicious Lightning Fiend was trying to heal himself now. The explosion earlier had given him a wound that was not small. He was still using his methods, but he raised his head and said, Song Zixing, you were a Gu immortal from Myriad Dragon Dock. In terms of seniority, you are my senior. A challenge is definitely needed. But today, since you are here to seek revenge, I will not interfere. Let me go or I will self-detonate my lightning deities and force my way out. Ha ha ha, your immortal killer move, Lightning Deity, is indeed impressive and can create a strong enough force to break open my blood Tusu. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it. Can your escaping method surpass my blood rainbow flash in terms of speed? Song Zixing laughed arrogantly. It sounded like he was trash-talking, but his words were actually attempting to decrease their fighting spirits. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed. His gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted, something's wrong with your personality. How can you back off at this moment? In terms of acting, Vicious Lightning Fiend was inferior to the demonic path Gu immortal Dan Qiao. In Song Zixing's view, a flaw was found immediately. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding. The blood in his heart was surging and crashing into his blood vessels, attacking the inner walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, Heart Blood Premonition. Even though it was a blood path technique, it could mimic wisdom path and deduce dangerous or favorable circumstances for Song Zi crossing. An intense feeling of danger assaulted Song Zixing's heart. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled. He wanted to leave. Lightning Lock, Lava Chain. At this moment, Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao, who were fighting, joined forces and attacked Song Zixing together. Song Zixing sneered. The blood sea beneath his feet rose up, creating huge red waves that were imposing and grand. The huge blood waves blocked the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a bloody rainbow and vanished on the spot. This was an immortal killer move, Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu, immediately. Song Zixing was very resolute. He discarded even the blood path immortal Gu that he used to construct the battlefield killer move. He flew out and tried to retreat. A few breaths later, the blood rainbow had already flown an enormous distance. The blood rainbow vanished. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the air. He looked down at the unchanging mountain below him as his expression turned ugly. Oh no, I'm in an illusion. His mind worked quickly. As the sense of danger intensified, he realized that this was a trap from his enemies. He quickly flew back and tried to regain control of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu immortals appeared, with incredible auras surging in the air. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves landed on Song Zi crossing. Boom boom boom. Dazzling light shined on the cruel or motionless faces of every Gu immortal. After the light faded, Song Zixing could be seen to be in a pitiful state. His face was covered in soot, as his black robe was tattered. A layer of blood-red armor was around his body. As he looked around him in anger, this is Heavenly Lotus Sex Illusion Garden. What great handiwork! You even brought your immortal goo house to deal with me, and the rest of you. Did the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent join up? Song Zixing was furious but also perplexed. He was a demonic path goo immortal, but he had been moving around and hiding without being too rampant. Recently, he did not commit any great crimes. Why were there so many people teaming up against him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to force all 10 great sects of Central Continent to work together, this must be an order from Heavenly Court. That's right, Song Zixing, you understand it yourself. Junior brother Vicious Lightning went around challenging people. It was the arrangement of a wisdom path goo immortal, in order to lure you. Junior brother's lightning deity was derived from blood deity. You have been wanting this immortal goo recipe, and with blazing demonic immortal being your enemy, you were finally attracted to this place. But you were too vigilant. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched him go through more than 10 different challenges previously without striking. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did you get baited successfully. Hee. You are so hard to catch. To make you show up, we an Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley had 3 Wisdom Path goo immortals collaborating to interfere with your immortal killer move, Heart Blood Premonition. This prevented you from sensing the danger in advance. The 3 rank 7 goo immortals who were leading the group spoke slowly one by one. The other 13 goo immortals were all rank 6. At this point, some people could not control themselves anymore. They charged up. Song Zixing, you killed my elder brother and raped my sister-in-law. I will tear your skin and bones apart. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for Sun Clan's 730 people today. Song Zixing was an evildoer. He caused many tragedies, but those who had the strength to take revenge on him were few. Many goo immortals who offended Song Zixing lived in fear. They were afraid that he might take revenge on them one day. Blood Dragon Song Zixing had a strong thirst for revenge. That was well known to everyone. Blazing Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased down by Song Zixing. He had to hide inside Truyang Mountain Range. But because Song Zixing was forcing him to his limits, this demonic path goo immortal was willing to undergo such a realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend and the others. 8 rank 6 goo immortals attacked Song Zi Crossing. The goo immortals from the 10 ancient sects of Central Continent remained in the air. They formed a titan circlement. The goo immortals who were currently fighting Song Zixing were lone cultivators. These people were contacted by the 10 ancient sects. They had deep hatred towards Song Zi Crossing. Song Zixing's crimes were all targeted at small forces. He tried not to cause trouble with the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But he was a person who had successfully escaped fate. Killing him would help the healing of fate goo greatly. With Heavenly Court's orders, the 10 great ancient sects had to stop fighting between themselves and work together to kill Song Zi Crossing. Song Zixing was attacked from all sides. He was in a disadvantage. Without any way to fight back, he could only choose to escape. His speed was very fast. The name of Blood Rainbow Flash was famous in Central Continent. His speed rose at once. The Central Continent lone cultivators were left in the dust behind him. Chapter 849, Successful Escape. Song Zixing, the day has come where you get what you deserve. Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and very nimble. The pursuing goo immortals used killer moves to obstruct him, but there was little effect. The distance between them was growing. But the immortal goo house, Illusion Garden, was set up already. They were not afraid that Song Zixing would escape. The scene became quite strange. A group of people were chasing after Song Zixing with immense hatred. Their killing intent was overflowing like fire, but they could not reach him. He is as slippery as a nail. The goo immortals from Central Continent's 10 ancient sects did not chase him. They observed the situation and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still quite dangerous. His battle result in fighting the pursuers from Myriad Dragon Dog made people feel apprehension. That was why Central Continent's 10 ancient sects invited many lone cultivators. In their plan, these lone cultivators were cannon fodder. They were meant to probe Song Zixing's methods and waste immortal essence he had stored up. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a blood path Gu immortal, his battle strength would fall. This cannot go on. Song Zixing is only wholeheartedly escaping. We are unable to force out his trump cards. A while later, a Central Continent Gu immortal spoke. Many other people frowned. Don't you find it strange? Song Zixing is called the Blood Dragon. His violent Blood Dragon bat has rank 7 battle strength, but he has not used it yet. All along until now, he has been escaping without truly attacking. He. What are you afraid of? Song Zixing is already trapped by the immortal Gu house, Illusion Garden. The biggest flaw of our ambush was the duration needed to set up Illusion Garden. Now that Song Zixing is already trapped, his demise is only a matter of time. We cannot be careless. Blood Path Gu immortals cannot be judged with common sense. Maybe he is searching around everywhere for a flaw. Maybe he has powerful reinforcements. Therefore, stalling for time. While they were guessing, the voices of the 2 rank 7 Gu immortals from Heavenly Lotus sect resounded. Everyone, it is time to strike. Mobilizing the immortal Gu house is very taxing. We cannot drag this on for long. In truth, along with Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Kiao, a total of 20 Gu immortals had ambushed Songzi Crossing. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Kiao were bait. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals from Heavenly Lotus sect did not show up. They were controlling the immortal Gu house secretly. The remaining 16 Gu immortals showed up to fight Songzi Crossing. Mobilizing the immortal Gu house caused great expenditure to their immortal essence, especially a complete immortal Gu house like Illusion Garden. It was far more taxing than using an incomplete immortal Gu house like Profound Ice House. Even rank 7 Gu immortals could not sustain it for long. The Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were rushed. Most of them entered the battle. Only 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were overlooking the situation in case of any accidents. Song Zixing was still escaping. He did not fight back. I've heard of how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was long ago. Now that I see it, it truly is amazing. It is even faster than my Cloud Shock Sail. It is also as fast as Purple Heaven Lightning Wings, a movement killer move that is in the top 10 even in Central Continent. Not only is it fast, it is agile, it can twist and turn around easily, it has all-around capability in terms of mobility. What a pity. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were evaluating. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash could not be obtained easily. If they could get it, they would be able to retreat at will, they would be able to save their own lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Gu immortals get it, they could not use it, unless they betrayed the Righteous Path and went into the Demonic Path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed his sect and went to the Demonic Path. Other than conflicts with his sect, the main reason was that he could not resist the allure of Blood Path's strength. As the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 sects joined in, Song Zixing's situation got worse. Their encirclement became tighter, everyone joined forces. Even though Blood Rainbow Flash was fast, it had its limits. Eventually, he was trapped. Demons are meant to be slain, die, kill Song Zixing. Eventually, they trapped Song Zixing in the center. Many lone cultivator Gu immortals struck and attacked Songzi Crossing. They did not get close, they attacked with long-range methods. Song Zixing was making them feel wary by not fighting back. These lone cultivator Gu immortals were not idiots. They knew the reason why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Songzi Crossing. But they were willing to be cannon fodder, because they had intense hatred with Song Zixing. Irreconcilable to the point that only one side could live. Gu immortals were still humans, they were afraid of dying. If not for Song Zixing's overbearing attitude, causing them to live in fear daily, they would not attempt this. From this, the advantage of Vicious Lightning Fiend's lightning deities could be seen. Having the battle strength of Gu immortals and not fearing death, they could be produced in batches. This was terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity was formed by paying a huge price. and they needed a huge sum to be maintained. The Gu Immortals were prepared. Their attacks landed on Songzi Crossing. He tried to dodge, but there was little space. He took a heavy beating. At once, he was blown to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Oh no, this is not Song Zixing's real body. Seeing this, the Immortals were stunned. They realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him. Stay calm. We are inside the Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. He cannot escape. Search carefully. Gu Immortals were all experienced people. They quickly calmed down. Even if Song Zixing wanted to attack them by surprise, he could not find a chance. The Immortals displayed their abilities. They searched quickly but they made no progress. Their gazes quickly focused on Blood Tu Su. Someone realized, oh no, Song Zixing never came out. His real body has always been inside the battlefield killer move. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao are in danger. Since the beginning, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, had been encased like a red egg, floating in the air. The Immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move, firstly because their attentions were attracted to Song Zixing. They were also unwilling to help Vicious Lightning Fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere, gaining huge reputation, as a person who was quite unreasonable. All of the 10 sects of Central Continent, including Myriad Dragon Dock, wanted to suppress him for a bit. In addition, destroying Blood Tu Su would also expend a lot of immortal essence. Thus, Blood Tu Su was accidentally forgotten by the Immortals. The fundamental problem now was that because they were strong, they underestimated the enemy. The Immortals realized they were fooled by Song Zixing. Overcome with rage and embarrassment, they charged towards Blood Tu Su. Blood Tu Su was not an immortal Gu House. It was only a battlefield killer move. Under the intense attacks, it trembled intensely. 3 breaths later, Song Zixing removed the battlefield killer move. Blood Tu Su collapsed. Song Zixing laughed loudly as he flew out in a blood rainbow. Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao was dead. His corpse was held in Song Zixing's hands. Meanwhile, Vicious Lightning Fiend was heavily injured, falling into a coma. Only one lightning deity was left. It was very weak and was guarding around Vicious Lightning Fiend. If they were slightly later, Vicious Lightning Fiend might have been killed by Song Zi Crossing. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured. His left arm was completely amputated up to his shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, isolated itself from the world, becoming an independent area. Furthermore, Song Zixing had special methods and prevented Vicious Lightning Fiend or Dan Qiao from seeking help from the outside world. Song Zixing was able to kill Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao and send Vicious Lightning Fiend into a coma when surrounded by everyone. This was a huge humiliation. The Gu Immortals were furious. Anger was rising in them. If news spread, how would they face anyone? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death. He should not live in this world. Removing evil for the people of the world, upholding justice. At once, Gu Immortals attacked. All sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves were sent towards Song Zi Crossing. Song Zixing laughed arrogantly. Blood Rainbow Flash was used again and he evaded most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised Blazing Demonic Immortal's corpse and said, "Thanks for the gift. Now, I'll return it to you." Detonate. Blood red light burst into the sky, as a shocking explosion occurred. The Immortals were sent flying, but Song Zixing was completely unharmed at the center of the explosion. The blood path Dao marks in his body were shining brightly, protecting him. Illusion Garden shook heavily. A crack opened from his intense attack. Blood Rainbow Flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished. He escaped the immortal Gu House and flew beyond the vision of the Gu Immortals. Chase him. He was hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense him. How can a grand immortal Gu House become damaged to the point of cracking? The Immortals growled as they chased him. The 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Lotus Sect retrieved their immortal Gu House and joined in. Their expressions were ugly. It is that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing arranged for it to be outside.
It crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated. Together with Song Zixing's internal attack, a crack was formed. The violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. Its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 Gu immortal. The force of its self-detonation was quite extraordinary. Furthermore, Illusion Garden was only maintained by 2 Gu immortals. They could not react to the explosion in time, allowing Song Zixing to forcefully create hope during that desperate situation. The immortals would not give up like this. They chased him with gritted teeth. A battle of pursuit appeared on Truyang mountain range. The pursuers had huge numbers, a total of 17 Gu immortals. 1 Gu immortal from Myriad Dragon Dock was staying behind to take care of Vicious Lightning Fiend. But now at this point, the battle was no longer controlled by the Righteous Path Gu immortals. They had fallen into Song Zixing's tempo. Song Zixing was a demonic cultivator, and was most skilled in escaping. I cannot go outside immediately. This Truyang mountain range is the best hiding spot. I lost my violent blood dragon bat. After I escape, I will definitely settle the score. Song Zixing's expression was twisted. This loss was making him feel loss. He swore inwardly, as he used Blood Rainbow Flash to turn and land on a mountain. Inside Truyang mountain range, there were countless fierce beasts. In the chase, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were disturbed. They created a lot of problems for the pursuers behind Song Zi crossing. Song Zixing was well aware, the more chaotic the situation, the easier he could find a chance to slip away to freedom. 3 days later, late at night, the moon was hanging in the sky. A dim blood-red light moved along the ground as it flew out of Truyang mountain range. Clank! Suddenly, a metallic sound was heard, as a golden bell phantom covered the blood-red light. An injured Gu immortal appeared. He shouted, "Song Zixing, where do you think you are going?" Just as he said that, Song Zixing, who was inside the golden bell, vanished. In his place was a palm and a small section of his forearm. Oh no, this is a fake. The true body is there. The Gu immortal's expression changed. He turned around and flew towards another direction. Long afterwards, a figure appeared quietly from afar. It was Fang Yuan. He was wearing a mask. His body was covered in a thin layer of smoke as he walked towards the golden bell phantom silently. Looking at the arm in the bell, he showed an expression of joy. Chapter 850, Blood Demon Body Separation. Breaking the bell for the arm. Immortal Killer Move Blood Demon Body Separation. Fang Yuan looked at the severed arm in the golden bell phantom as he muttered, according to the greater than after he betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and defeated the pursuers, he hid his tracks and cultivated with all his effort, developing rapidly. He had great foresight. He understood his own situation. Thus he devised this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects ambushed and attempted to kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. This was also the first time Blood Demon Body Separation was displayed, shocking the entirety of Central Continent. The reason why Song Zixing could escape was attributed to this. This immortal killer move could create a clone in a short period of time. The clone had great speed that could rival Blood Rainbow Flash. Furthermore, it was very realistic and deceptive. Even investigative immortal killer moves could not see a flaw in it. However, this method had a huge price. It needed a body part of the person to create the clone. They also had to expend a huge amount of immortal essence as the energy source to maintain the existence of the clone. The more immortal essence consumed, the longer it could exist. There were many methods for Gu immortals to regrow their limbs. But Blood Demon Body Separation's cost was not only superficially losing the limb. In truth, it expended the body's blood path Dao marks. Precisely because of these blood path Dao marks, Blood Demon Body Separation could achieve such a wondrous effect. If it did not pay a price in blood path Dao marks, the clone body from Blood Demon Body Separation would not be able to pass off as the real person. When ordinary Gu immortals were hurt, for example, if Fang Yuan lost half his body, the strength path Dao marks on him would be taken in by his immortal aperture. When his body recovered, the strength path Dao marks would go back to his body. When a Gu immortal dies, All of the Dao marks on them would go to the immortal aperture, for example, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Song Zixing successfully used blood demon body separation, even if he regrew his limb later, the new arm would be blank, all of the blood path Dao marks on it would have been used up. Undeniably, the loss of Dao marks was an incredible cost to Gu Immortals, because Dao marks were hard to obtain. They could often only be accumulated after going through heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Each heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would require the Gu Immortal to risk their lives. Once their immortal aperture was damaged, all of the resources that they own would be destroyed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was very high for Gu Immortals. This also showed the value of each strength immortal Gu. But Feng Yuan could be certain that Song Zixing did not have an immortal Gu like each strength. The blood path Dao marks that he lost would have to be regained from calamities and tribulations. The Dao marks on a Gu Immortal could amplify the power of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. This amplification was quite terrifying. Rank 8s could have an amplification with a multiplier of hundreds or even thousands. That was also why Rank 7 Gu Immortals could rarely beat Rank 8 Gu Immortals. The Greater Than had said that Song Zixing escaped and survived. Eventually, he was only left with a head and half a chest. The rest of his body was discarded to use blood demon body separation. After this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost face. Not only did they not reach their goal, they were toyed with by Song Zixing and suffered casualties. Song Zixing also suffered huge losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat, and most of the blood path Dao marks on his body were destroyed. After this battle, he did not publicly appear for 200 years. For a period of time, there was no information on him. People suspected that he was dead. But when he reappeared in the world, not only did his battle strength recover fully, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of the ambush of Song Zi crossing. He looked at the severed arm with a heated gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was a part of his body. If Feng Yuan obtained it, he could use his Gu refinement techniques to create Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only requirement to be acknowledged as Star Form Blessed Land's owner. Land spirits were straightforward existences. As long as Feng Yuan could hand over Song Zixing's head to it, he would become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Land Spirit would not care if Song Zixing was alive. It was just an obsession formed by fusing with the Blessed Land's heavenly power. Feng Yuan could become its owner in this way. Even if one day, Song Zixing were to appear alive and well in front of the Land Spirit, the Land Spirit would not betray Feng Yuan, because Feng Yuan had already met the requirements that the Land Spirit had. But at this time, it was troublesome for Feng Yuan to collect this arm. Breaking the bell was not hard, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a mist of blood. Feng Yuan needed to use other methods to deal with the severed arm, otherwise his plan would fail. In fact, Feng Yuan had quite a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the periphery of Truyang Mountain Range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was contained by an immortal killer move. The Gu Immortal who used the move was busy chasing Song Zixing and left this severed arm behind. As time passed, this golden bell would disappear after one night, and the severed arm would explode into blood mist. By then, the blood mist would cover up to a few hundred li of area, causing huge issues to the surrounding living beings and creating disasters. Hundreds of years later, Yuanyang City would send out missions to recruit geniuses and explore the blood mist, killing the blood beasts that grew inside, preventing the blood beasts from forming into a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, Feng Yuan lived in Yuanyang City for a period in time after reaching Central Continent. In order to survive, he accepted the missions to kill blood beasts. From this perspective, Feng Yuan was doing a good deed by taking Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Feng Yuan observed it for a while before carefully using some mortal killer moves to probe it. The golden bell phantom did not move. It was indeed an immortal killer move. Feng Yuan surrounded the golden bell phantom and continued to circle around it, Observing it from all angles, he tried to find an appropriate method. The golden bell was not still, it was rotating slowly, the severed arm was floating inside, blood-colored light could be seen flickering inside. Fang Yuan went around it over a dozen times, before having a plan. He was about to strike when his ears twitched, he heard some noises. Explosion. Did you guys hear it? Yes. Saw a mystical light. Treasure. Maybe it is. Random voices could be heard at intervals. They were getting closer to him. Fang Yuan immediately realized that surrounding Gu masters were drawn over by the commotion. This location was at the periphery of Truyang mountain range. Desolate beasts did not normally come here, and because this was near Yuanyang city, many Gu masters were active here. The immortal killer move from the Gu immortal earlier caused golden light to fly into the sky. It turned a lot of attention and the Gu masters came here to investigate it. A bunch of insects. Fang Yuan sneered, a cruel light flashed in his eyes. At his will, strength path phantoms flew out of his immortal aperture. Soon, there were thousands of strength path phantoms surrounding Fang Yuan. Each time Fang Yuan went out, he would store a large number of strength path phantom in his immortal aperture. That was because using Myriad Self to create the strength path phantom army required some time. Kill. Fang Yuan instructed, as thousands of strength path phantoms attacked, rushing down and blending into the dark night. What are those things? Gather into a formation. Quickly gather into a formation. Run. Cries, screams, and furious shouts were heard. A battle of life and death ensued. In just a few breaths' time, the Gu masters were routed. Fang Yuan's phantom army attacked mercilessly. Countless Gu masters died. The bloody smell spread to Fang Yuan's location very quickly. Fang Yuan's arms were behind his back. He looked at the golden bell phantom, his expression calm under his mask. Even though he had a method already, he did not strike yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were powerful, they could not use investigative methods. They also could not boost their speed. Some Gu masters might not give up and try to conceal themselves and sneak in. But these people would all die without an intact corpse. Because Fang Yuan was here, he used dozens of investigative killer moves without pause, putting layers and layers of arrangements here. No movements could evade his search. Unlimited primeval essence had an advantage. That was the casual use of mortal killer moves. One could use mortal killer moves almost endlessly. And because of the accumulations of Fang Yuan's previous life, he knew better mortal killer moves that surpassed this era. Fang Yuan waited for a while. As expected, 3 or 4 Gu masters sneaked in. Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path phantoms and according to his manipulation, charged over to kill these Gu masters who were courting death. Impossible. How did they find me? Spare, please spare me. The Gu masters had nowhere to hide. They were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet. The smell of blood became thicker as birds could no longer be heard near the trees. The place was completely silent and dead. Fang Yuan started to make his move. Myriad Self first style, giant hand. A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the golden bell. The golden bell phantom restrained was what held inside. It had little defense on the outside. After adding in pulling mountain and pulling water, Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand had grown rapidly in strength. It only needed to grasp hard and the bell would break. But the thing was, how could he prevent the severed arm from exploding into a mist of blood after the bell was broken? Thankfully, Fang Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, but also a blood path grandmaster. Like Song Zixing, he knew many blood path methods. He had planned for this over a long time. He made ample preparations. Immediately, he started his arrangements and focused. Over 100 blood path killer moves were used in sequence, coordinating with each other. An even greater number of Gu formations were used on the outside. There were layers upon layers of them. After the arrangements were done, he observed again to make sure there were no flaws in his setup. He found that there were 2 errors and changed them. He then did a 3rd, 4th, and 5th check. This was an important matter. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. In the end, when he struck,
Everything was under his control. The Golden Bell Phantom broke, and the arm was going to detonate, but it was restrained and had layers of seals placed on it. Song Zixing was already extremely weak when he used this arm to activate Blood Demon body separation. He used less than 10 beads of immortal essence on it. That was also the reason why Fang Yuan could obtain this severed arm.